Dark Fox's 2-Ni Yugito found that if she were to take the title of Mizukage of Mist, she would need to know more about it as a whole and the populace that went with it. While looking around, she noticed that while most places looked filthy and disgusting like slums from the other places she visited, this one was a lot worse. She had visited the hospital with Rin before leaving the Inuzuka to her duties and saw that Rin's place of employment was sterilized clean despite what the outside of it looked like. The same could be said with the various restaurants, libraries, and the Mist Academy itself, though her demon-enhanced senses told her that there was still the air of blood from Momochi Zabuza's day of terror there so long ago when she just was a child herself. Now she was walking through one of the streets that looked barren of life with nothing to show except trash and rotting food staining the ground. What a fool the Mizukage is to let his village fall so far like this, said Yugito in a silent and whispery voice that only she and her demon heard. Well, look what the Nibi dragged in, said Hidan from behind Yugito, who turned around to see the man wearing a black coat with red clouds and his partner now behind her. I thought I left the two you back in that village on the edge of Kumo's border, said Yugito, getting into fighting stance and got ready for a fight. You would be wise to rethink using the Nibi's chakra here, Yugito-san. Unless of course you want the people here to think you possess a bloodline limit, thus making you a much-hated target among the populace, said Kakuzu, smiling, knowing that the instant she does anything that is unnatural will be considered a bloodline and the people will pay them a large sum of money to have such a person killed. Like you would let them kill me without taking what you want from me, you bastard, said Yugito, who was not going to let them take her without a fight no matter what. Regretfully true. But in a sense what we will be doing will result in your death after we extract the Nibi from your body once we summon the other members for the ritual, said Hidan, having no problem not killing the woman just yet, as she will be dead soon enough when the beast inside of her was removed. Now what makes you think I'm going to let you? Said Yugito, looking between Hidan and Kakuzu, wondering which member would strike first. Or would they strike at the same time, or me for that matter? Said Kenpachi, letting loose a great deal of chakra pressure that made Hidan and Kakuzu nearly suffocate under the strain of the intense power. Yugito was able to hold herself almost perfectly calm since she had experienced much worse from the boy when he learned of his parentage, though there were still beads of sweat coming down her face nonetheless. Oh crap, it's the Kyubi container, said Kakuzu, remembering what Itachi had sent in the letter to them via Falcon Messenger about how Demon Vessel used his power to make everyone around him weak in the knees. Yeah, I'm his container and proud of it, but if you were going to call me anything I would prefer it not be that. I hate it when people call me by such titles and not by my designated name, said the boy, sitting up from his crouched position on a roof of a nearby shop with a huge grin on his face. Yachiru quietly jumped off her Ken-chan and sat by the edge of the titled roof to watch the soon-to-be battle with amusement as the fight was about to take place got started. This is so exciting. Now I just have to remember to do that thing Ken-chan told me to do if any mist ninja show up. What was it? Ask. For some kunai? No, I have them. Ask them for candy. No, Ken-chan said I had a limit and I reached it already. Oh, I know. It was to make sure that no one interferes with Ken-chan's fight. Yay, I remembered, thought a happy Yachiru, knowing her father was going to be proud that she remembered what he wanted her to do. Well, tough shit brat. If I want to call you Kyubi boy, demon brat, or any other more colorful names that come to mind I will, and not a soul here can stop me, said Kakuzu with a grin, having ignored Pain's words of wisdom involving fighting the two vessels. What about fighting someone without a soul? Said Kenpachi, grinning again before he ran at the man with his sword out, dragging against the ground, leaving a lined scar in its wake. He's fast, thought Kakuzu, backpedaling away from the boy, who looked more like a wild animal than a human being. The Akatsuki member didn't know just how right he was when he thought that, as a now sword-wielding Kenpachi smiled his devious smile. In one moment he was in front of the red cloud-wearing man and the next, he was gone. He's very fast, thought Kakuzu, amending his statement by a single word, wondering just where the hell the boy went while going through hand signs for one his infamous jutsus. Die, said Kenpachi from behind Kakuzu before plunging his sword into the man's now split in two heart, while the dying man in question wondered just how the hell the kid got behind him so easily without making a sound, since it seemed impossible. The Kyuubi brat had bells on his hair for Kami's sake. Before Kakuzu could figure this out, Kenpachi twisted the blade almost vertically before slashing to the right, cutting the man almost fully in half, leaving a very bloody mess all over both Kenpachi, Kakuzu, and the ground beneath them. By this point, the mist Anbu appeared behind Yachiru, waiting for the right opportunity to engage the remaining Akatsuki member, who found his retreat blocked off by Yugito. "Hello, Mask-kun. I'm sorry, but Ken-chan is busy fighting right now, so you will have to be patient or come back later," said Yachiru, not bothering to turn around to see the group of Anbu behind her, who looked at each other wondering how to respond to the child. "Listen, brat, we don't answer to you, and the Mizukage sent us here to stop the fighting," said the Mist Anbu captain before he and his team took several steps forward, ignoring Yachiru's growl of sudden anger. "Ken-chan is fighting and you are not allowed to disturb him. Go away," yelled Yachiru in a scary voice, flaring her chakra into a manifestation of what looked like something between a cat and a fox, with enough force to send the Anbu ninjas flying back several feet in fear. Hidan for the most part remained calm despite the fact that he had the Kyuubi vessel in front of him, the Nibi vessel now behind him, and the Mist Anbu to the side, with a girl whose power was somewhere in the high Chunin or low Junin level. Very carefully, in a fluid motion, he readied his holy staff of Yashim into battle. Position ready to fight this enemy, knowing that due to his immortality he couldn't be killed. "You cannot beat me, boy, no matter how much power you have. For I have been blessed by Yashim with the power of immortality, and I will defeat both you and your cab brethren behind me," said Hidan, who mentally thanked Yashim for this day, for when he would be able to shed blood of those around him. For Hidan it had been far too long in his mind. Well, at least one of you idiots had the brains to bring a weapon and not to simply rely on jutsus to get the job done. This might actually become entertaining. "Let's find out," said Kenpachi, charging at Hidan, who readied himself for the onslaught that was soon to come. Yugito had been surprised at the boy's speed, skill, and his overall strength when he had killed Kakuzu without even breaking a sweat. I mean, damn, even she hadn't seen the eye patch wearing Gaki. Not that she would dare call him that move at first, only to hear the soft jingle of one of his bells seconds later before he killed Kakuzu. How the Akatsuki member never heard it was beyond her, though it was probably only due to Yugito's enhanced hearing that she heard it. Hidan felt himself being pushed back every several feet or so by Kenpachi as he blocked the many blows from the boy's sword. The only problem with blocking, though, was the feel of the intense pressure that was making him slowly losing ground behind him. By the fifth hit, Hidan decided to pull a hat trick and hit a button on his staff, revealing his secret weapon. It was in the form of a small, but still sharp knife-like blade hidden at the very bottom of his staff, he used for when the occasion arose to outmaneuver and ultimately kill the said enemy. As Kenpachi pushed Hidan back one more time, the Akatsuki member struck, spinning the staff at an angle where it would cut into Naruto's mask and into his face just above his left eye. However, it didn't seem to faze Kenpachi at all, despite the fact that the said spiky-haired boy was bleeding ever so slightly. The fact that the kid in front of Hidan was now grinning and laughing like a madman through his mask was a dead giveaway. So he had a tolerance to pain. Let's see how much, thought Hidan, as it wasn't very deep and slashed down, leaving a thin scar above the boy's left eye all the way down into the cheek. This knife was designed to override any form of healing a demon vessel produces, no matter how powerful it may be. Even with a healing rate as fast as yours, any hit I make with this blade, no matter how deep or how long I make the wound, you will have scars on such place for the rest of your life, said Hidan, trying to make the boy more cautious of him. What it did was have the opposite effect. It made the boy laugh a psychotic laugh before he turned serious. "You really think such things frighten me when it comes to getting scars? From the very way Konoha's villagers and ninja treated me when I was a younger, I should have more scars all over my body than the Hyuga clan have members. Don't insult me on how you didn't knowing how I was treated, since it's more than common knowledge on how people like me and Yugito are treated," said a now angry Kenpachi, as the faint memories of the past once more reappeared in his mind, only to shut them out if only for a while. You still can't beat me on account of my regenerating abilities that grant me immortality I need to survive and all attacks you may deliver, said Hidan, getting in a weapon stance once more. While technically that is true, I think your form of immortality is far from perfect. Let's see how you like being cut up, burned into ashes, and then having your remains sealed away in an urn before tossing you into the depths of the sea, said Kenpachi, grinning once more before locking swords with Hidan. Only this time he grabbed the man by his left arm with his own, and threw him over his shoulder onto the ground with immense strength, creating a massive hole in the process. Before Hidan could remotely try to counteract this hard-hitting move in some way, his opponent acted to prevent the Akatsuki priest of a member from providing any form of retaliation. Kenpachi grabbed and pried the staff out of Hidan's hands before throwing it to Yugito, who incinerated it with her Nibi's chakra. By this point Hidan had stopped being calm and actually looked afraid, as the pointy tip of Kenpachi's sword slammed into his right open-palmed hand, preventing him from just simply using the escape jutsu or the substitution all ninja are taught at their respected ninja academy. Shit. I should have listened to Leader Sama when he said avoid a confrontation with the two vessels should they be together, thought Hidan, finally remembering the man's exact words before they left. There is just one thing I would like for you to do for me before I decide to continue any further, Akatsuki-san, said Kenpachi, breaking the hand and wrist of his prey to prevent any one-handed signs that he recalled Haku could do. What is that, if I may ask? Said Hidan, knowing that it wasn't like he had choice in the matter when it came to his death at the hands of this monster that currently stood over him in such a superior way, with the one seeable eye beyond the mask glowing red and yellow. Scream for me with everything you've got, said Kenpachi, laughing before he started on tearing Hidan apart limb by limb, creating a huge, gory mess to Yugito, Yachiru, and the Mist Anbu, who were too shocked to even move from their spots. When it was over, Kenpachi was a bloody mess and the ground before him was covered in blood, guts, and the death of two deadly members of an evil organization. With a simple yet few hand signs, Kenpachi soon incinerated the two with a fire jutsu of his own design called Demon Foxfire Jutsu. Unlike normal fire jutsus, this one was demonic in nature and thus was more potent than the standard human variety that all shinobi learn. Also, another difference was that when Kenpachi wanted the flames to be gone, all he had to do was snap his fingers and it was just die out faster than you would blowing out a lit candle. When the fire died out with a snap of Kenpachi's fingers, the boy pulled out the used and still bloody bag that once occupied the residence of Hoshigaki Kisami's head. Then, in a masterful act of wind manipulation, seeing how it was his main element, the vessel of Zangetsu gathered up all the ashes from the two corpses, and placed them in the bag just before tying the top of it in a knot. Okay, note to self. When I become Mizukage and he eventually become the first Shikage of his hidden village, make an alliance with him and fast, thought Yugito, knowing that anyone who fought this kid was already dead. Yachiru then jumped down from her spot on the roof and landed on Kenpachi's shoulder, cheering her father on about tearing Monk-chan to pieces. The trio, or rather duo and a half, however, were soon stopped after being surrounded by Mist Anbu, looking at the group hesitantly. Kenpachi-sama, Yachiru-sama, and Yugito-sama, you will all come with us to see the Mizukage about the events that just took place, said the Mist Anbu captain, hoping he young man would comply and not use brute force. Fine, it's getting boring here anyway, and I need to tell the Mizukage about the guys I just killed, though I don't think he's going to care since they were both S-class missing ninja, said Kenpachi offhandedly, as if he were talking about the weather before they were all headed towards the Mizukage Tower once more to explain some things to the pig of a cage. Tea Country. 1 week later, Kimimaro looked on with Zangetsu at the research complex Orochimaru had set up to use for potential experiments on the people of this poor country. It had been difficult at first, since word had gotten out about the albino's death, thus requiring Zangetsu to play along while calling himself a servant of Orochimaru, and had saved Kimimaro from dying while saying he was dead to avoid the Mist Hunter ninjas. Something that Kimimaro swore on his life never to repeat to anyone about the Demon Lord saying those disgusting words. During the time period that they spent in Tea Country, Kimimaro ran into a girl who had been used as an experiment of the now late head scientist, whose name had long been forgotten by them and from their memories of the research complex. She, reluctantly at first, told them her name was Isaribi, and after she had explained to them why she was the way she was along with why the people hated her, she was offered amnesty as well as amnesty in the soon-to-be-built village hidden in the Shinigami. Once the shock wore off, she jumped at the chance to start anew, and Zangetsu promised to use his demonic powers to see if he couldn't help her with her transformation. If it wasn't for the simple fact that Zangetsu was a terrifying demon lord, even in human form, Isaribi would have gladly hugged the entity with all her strength. After explaining the situation to the people of Tea Country that were around them, they apologized for their actions to Isaribi, not understanding what had happened to her, which resulted them in acting the way they did. Now the people of Tea Country in that area had a new problem to deal with, and that was their now destroyed town that they resided in. Fortunately, Kimimaro had proposed to all of the people in the town in Tea Country that they could temporarily head to Wave Country until Kenpachi's hidden village could be built. Thankful for being given such a wonderful opportunity, since they had heard of Wave's recent freedom from the late Gato and its sudden economic growth, they gladly accepted. Now with the future residents through the demonic portal that led to Wave Country on the other side, Kimimaro turned to Zangetsu, wondering what was next. While Isaribi, who had decided to stay behind at the Demon Lord's request, though why he did still confused her. Where to next, Zangetsu-sama? Said Kimimaro, knowing they were making great strides in their progress in creating a new hidden village with only the land needed to create it. First, I have to take Isaribi to the demonic limbo realm so I can fix the many genetic as well as cellular complications that fool of a scientist did to her. While I am doing this, I need you to go to Wave Country yourself and speak to a man named Sano, who runs a smith that ranges from weapons to masks. I need you to speak to him on making more masks for us and others as well. Tell him we want top quality masks that are the same shape design as Kenpachi's with different shapes, various types of marking, and the multiple copies of the animals in question, said Zangetsu, opening up the portal to Limbo for Isaribi while leaving the one to Wave Country open. What about after the order is placed? Said Kimimaro, knowing he would have to do other things besides wait for the masks to be made. While that is happening, you are to train until I come to see you again with the others, since they are healing nicely from what I have sensed. You will be with me when I speak to the four again too. Convince them to join our cause in destroying Orochimaru along with Sound Village once and for all, said Zangetsu, knowing all about the death of the two Red Cloud-wearing members of Akatsuki, having already received a telepathic message from Kenpachi. Understood. I will start right away, Zangetsu-sama, said Kimimaro, bowing to the great demon lord before heading to the portal to Wave Country to fulfill his given task. He takes his job way too seriously, said Isaribi, wondering just how devoted the albino was to the demon lord and his vessel back in Water Country. Maybe so, but considering what my vessel and I have done for him, I wouldn't have his loyalty any less than it is now, said Zangetsu, walking towards the portal with Isaribi, who followed the taller demonic entity. Konoha Hokage TOWER 2 weeks later. Hinata approached the Hokage's office with shy yet strong determination on her part, as she had no intention of going quietly into the cold dark night as Kiba and Sasuke's wife. She had every intention of being strong even if she was bound to them, so no matter what may come of her life, whether as a slave in all, but name or died by other means, she would go out strong. She knew of only one person who could do that, and it was the current Hokage in office. Hokage-sama, said Hinata, forcing herself with some effort to prove she was not going to be the weak, shy girl everyone thought she was. Yes, Hinata, please come in and have a seat, said Tsunade, knowing that this meeting was important to the Hyuga girl, or else she wouldn't have demanded to Shizune to make it. Demand an appointment with the Hokage of all things. Shizune thought she was going to have a heart attack when Hinata did it in such a fierce way. I'm sorry if my demand for this appointment with you has made me appear to be rude or disrespectful towards you, Hokage-sama, but I felt that I could only talk to you about this. I wanted to say to you and only you that I do not approve of this marriage that I have been placed in against my knowledge and my will. After a great deal of soul-searching, came to the conclusion that if I allowed myself to be married to my chosen husbands, that I would be strong in the end. To that end, I want you, Hokage-sama, to teach me anything and everything you know, from fighting to medical teachings. I will not be part of this so-called marriage and spend the rest of my days being weak like everyone seems to think I am, said Hinata looking at Tsunade with a determined face, not wanting to back down from this choice in her life. Possibly the only real choice she had left. If that is what you want, Hinata, I will help you become strong by making you my new apprentice, so in case you are married to those two idiots, you can still keep them in line from time to time, seal or no seal, said Tsunade, knowing that from what Hiyashi had told her in secret, that the clan elders were making the Hyuga seal masters work almost non-stop to make the new seal for Hinata. Thank you, Hokage-sama, said Hinata, bowing before leaving the room to train for the rest of the day and possibly visit her mother's garden that was her sanctuary. Naruto, wherever you are, I pray that should you find out that I was once again powerless to stop what happened here, said Tsunade once Hinata had left the room and she poured herself some heavy-duty sake. At least things couldn't get any worse in the world, thought Tsunade as she looked out the window of her office and at the now repaired stone head of her grandfather that was the first Hokage. How wrong she was. Jiraiya came in through one of the open windows before Tsunade could even react to try and punch in him, surprised as she was that he came in so abruptly. Tsunade-hime. You are not going to believe what I have just discovered from my spy network, said Jiraiya looking at the female Hokage with seriousness and slight panic. What? Is it about Naruto? Said Tsunade, knowing that the Toad Sannin before her must have used Gamabunta only recently to reach her after being a week away in Suna. No, I asked the Kazekage for help in that area, but he was as stumped as I was on where the kid is officially hiding out. What I came to tell you was that just 2 days ago, Kumo had a coup d'etat. The soon-to-be Yondaime Raikage became too impatient and successfully assassinated the Sandaime Raikage to advance to the position ahead of the estimated timetable that he was supposed to be inaugurated in, said Jiraiya, knowing that the people had mixed feelings for the man given his policy on their formal demon vessel and the investigation into its own Anbu unit to what happened with the Hyuga clan a little over a decade ago. What? This can't be good. What's going on with those loyal to the Sandaime Raikage? Said Tsunade, knowing that the Yondaime Raikage was not as nice as his predecessor. A sizable chunk of them were slaughtered during the chaos, while the rest have taken what they can and got the hell out of there before they lose more people to the insanity. The people that are power-hungry stayed, wanting to receive the power new Raikage is promising all those who stayed to let his plans come to fruition, said Jiraiya, knowing of the man's plan for the Nibi vessel that was once a ninja of Kumo. Who else knows about this outside of Kumo? Said Tsunade, knowing they would most likely have to prepare for what lay ahead with the Yondaime of Kumo. If I had to guess, I would say Akatsuki, Orochimaru, and possibly the people in Wave Country, who are taking in refugees right now due to the close proximity between them and Kumo, said Jiraiya, knowing that with this new Raikage in place no Hyuga clan member, family or branch were safe. It was widely, but secretly rumored that the man from Kumo that was killed during the said incident was the older brother of the man now in charge of the rival village. The worst-case scenario was that Kumo would make an alliance with another village to take down Leaf in its currently weakened condition. At least we know the people that left Kumo are safe from harm, since Kumo won't dare invade Wave on account of the political standings it would have to face with the other countries. For now we won't have to worry about an invasion just yet, but to be on the safe side, double the Anbu guards at the gate and the patrols outside the village. The last thing we need is for a strike force to hit us, leaving a major dent that will take a good size of our dwindled resources to repair, said Tsunade, knowing they would have to fight for all the strength they could get that once flowed so easily into Konoha that had turned into a small trickle. Thank Kami for small favors. Tsunade-hime, I think I have an idea on what Naruto has been up to since he left Konoha and everything, said Jiraiya, hesitating slightly, not knowing if telling the woman was a good idea before making up his mind, and sat down in one of the chairs, knowing this may take some time. Well, spill it out. Tell me already, said Tsunade, wondering what could make the Toad Sannin so hesitant in regards to Naruto. Well, I'm not certain if the information is solid yet, but I think it's a start. As you know, I've had my spy network gathering all sorts of information that had get or come across, and in doing so they heard a few disturbing rumors, said Jiraiya, as the information given to him based on these rumors possibly did not bode well for Konoha. Get to the point, you old super pervert. said Tsunade, getting impatient with the toad Sanin having to restrain herself from pummeling him or another object for his stalling and telling her what she wanted to know. Old? Well, if that's not calling the pot calling the kettle black. If it wasn't for the fact she could pound me into liquid paste I would tell her as much, thought Jiraiya, as he almost dared himself to say such thoughts out loud, knowing that it would put him in Konoha's ward at the hospital, again. From what rumors I've gathered, there is someone spreading the word to very select few people about a new hidden village popping up soon somewhere. The founder of such a place is offering it to any missing ninja who wish for sanctuary from being on the run from hunter ninjas seeking their heads. This person accepts normal people and those with bloodline limits, no matter how weird, strange, and dangerous they may be, into this place. The only thing that is required to join the place is absolute loyalty and defending their new home should the time come to do so, said Jiraiya, wishing he could find out more than what was given to him by his network. They don't know who the supposed cage of this village is, said Tsunade, knowing that Jiraiya's spy network could find out just about anything if they wanted to. They've tried, but it's all very hush-hush stuff. All they know is that this man or woman has sent 2 people, which they know of, out to gather as many people willing to be a part of this new hidden village. Rumor has it the one man is albino with white hair, and every time he speaks of his master it is nothing short of fanatical devotion to him. One person thought it was a joke and was stabbed in the throat by a white pointy weapon similar to an ice pick, but too wide for it to be such a thing. The speed of this albino is said to be fast, so I'm guessing he's about Junin level, that is close to either Kakashi or Guy himself, said Jiraiya, having looked over the information he received. And the second person? Said Tsunade, wondering if she could compare them with any of the faces in the bingo book, since if there was ever a description of them, they could be identified immediately. The second guy is clearly the brains of the 2 and someone who doesn't like to be in one place too long unless it's necessary. This guy knows where to go, when to leave, and how to get any destination they need to with a snap of his fingers. 1 minute he and the albino are in one place and then they're gone the next after rounding a corner in some dark alley. Creepy stuff, really. Not only is that weird, but another rumor I heard was that they busted up one of Orochimaru's test facilities somewhere in Tea Country. They freed the enslaved people there and somehow helped them get to Wave Country, since almost all of their homes were destroyed, said Jiraiya, not understanding how someone could get a large group of people from Tea Country to Wave Country in such a short amount of time. How is that possible? Is this person remotely human, or is this some kind of new jutsu we haven't seen before? Said Tsunade, thinking what Jiraiya was for once that wasn't related to his perverted ways. He could be another demon vessel or some other entity we haven't encountered before on account of all that's happened during the Shinobi Wars and the Kyuubi attacking. On the other hand, it could have been one of Orochimaru's experiments that got out of its cage and decided to stick it to our old traitorous teammate, said Jiraiya, as he listed off all the possible ideas of what that person or thing really was. Whatever those 2 are, I need your spy network to keep close eyes on them, along with Kumo, Orochimaru, and Akatsuki, said Tsunade, knowing that Jiraiya's spy network, though vast, could only do so much, and gather everything and anything from all of the mentioned parties. The only question is where they are going to set up shop. It's not like they can just do that anywhere these days around here, and the only way I can think how is to invade and take out another village. There is a good chance they could set up shop in Wave, but if the bridge were ever destroyed, then the country's economy would soon drop to practically almost down to what it once was before the bridge was even built, said Jiraiya, as that was the only place that came to mind in building a hidden village. We'll worry about that later if and when they make their appearance to us, when they do come together for such a thing. But for now we have other pressing matters, said a now tired-sounding Tsunade, who wondered how the third was able to do this job as long as he did. Well, if that's all, then I'm going to get out of here. Oh, and if you are going to summon, I would advise you not to. I summoned Gamabunta and he asked me about Narutyo, said Jiraiya, rubbing the back of his head, knowing that by now every single summons, both good and bad, knew what happened. You told him? Yelled Tsunade on him moments later, ready to beat the living crap out of the stupid old self-proclaimed super pervert. How could I not? He told me he had heard a rumor that come from the weasel summons that Tamari girl from Suna has, and from Kakashi's own dog summons, who swears that he saw the idiot make the hand signs for the Chidori. Gamabunta outright threatened me to tell him just about everything or else he would have killed me and never help Konoha again should anyone summon him or any of his subordinates to, said Jiraiya, cowering in fear at the woman with her angry face and her raised fist with super strength. Then you should have died with dignity, said Tsunade, clearly pissed at Jiraiya's choice in the matter. Would you with your summons? Said Jiraiya, wondering what her response would be. I don't have to worry about that since I'm a sophisticated woman, said Tsunade, though she would have secretly done the same thing if placed in such a position. From the way you drink, gamble, and punch I'm not so sure, said Jiraiya in an offhand joking manner, which of course earned him a mean right hook of a punch to his face that sent him through one of the office walls and into the village below. Super perverted jerk, yelled Tsunade at the top of her lungs before heading to her desk and set up a D-ranked mission to have some of the genins fix her office wall. At the Aburame clan house, Shino was sitting down with his father in his private study sipping tea made just for the clan, wondering how things could have fallen so far in the village he had called home. The ripples of what were happening around them never seemed to stop for even for a simple mere moment, and it was suffice to say it was become annoying and agitating. At least by Aburame standards at least. Do you think my conclusion of what we must do is valid, my son? Said Aburame Shibi, sipping his tea, looking at the younger version of himself beyond the shades that hid his eyes. Yes. Logically, when a person or people cannot live or adapt anymore to the place they call home, it is only natural that they would need to move to some place they can. During the recent events that have taken place since the mission to retrieve Uchiha Sasuke, I have found enough sufficient data that I can come to the conclusion that this village is headed towards a downward spiral that will destroy if not consume all. Therefore, to survive not only as ninja, but as clan as a whole, we need to move from our home to seek out another that may accommodate us and may even allow us to evolve like the bugs we hold have time over the ages, said Shino, finding the marriage of Hinata to both the Uchiha and his teammate of an Inuzuka both horrible, barbaric, and illogical all at once. In Aburame clan, the queen was considered to be nourished and protected at all times, for she was the very source of the bugs themselves. Thus, it was only natural in the sense of the word for the very children she created to protect her in times of danger should it ever arise. The very nature of this so-called marriage Hinata went against everything the Aburame clan stood for, and it sickened them to no end. To place rules on the mother of the children of a future clan and treat her like she was only there to breed for the male amusement made not only the Aburames themselves upset, but every bug in the colony was buzzing with anger and outrage. Further proof you don't have to be human to hate the way the species would operate in certain moments in time. I have spoken to the head clan members of those I both trust and respect. They all agree as well as believe that Konoha is falling apart, and even by some miracle that it could be put back together, it would never be the same again. They know with Uchiha Sasuke now pardoned for his traitorous actions, being trained to become the 6th Hokage, Uzumaki Naruto being declared an S-class missing ninja, and Hyuga Hinata's arranged, special, marriage, we feel it is necessary leave with our clans to safer grounds, said Shibi, as he had spoken with the Naras, Akamichi, and Inoichi clan heads about this to hear their opinions on the subject. What of Hyuga Hiyashi? Said Shino, knowing that the man didn't hate Naruto and loved his daughter that was now sentenced to be living in hell with 2 male arrogant pigs that had egos the size of the Hokage monument. He cannot leave his clan no matter how much he wants to. The elders are watching him carefully, as well as his youngest daughter, who will no doubt be his successor. If he were to leave now, Hiyashi would be unable to protect either of his daughters and his nephew in the branch family Neji. The boy would also suffer in the man's place due to that illogical seal on his forehead that enslaves him to their will. Like the captain of a drowning ship, Hyuga Hiyashi must spend up until the end of his days with the clan while trying to keep the elders from poisoning the mind of the one daughter he may be able to yet save in this drama, said Shibi, knowing that every time he came over to the Hyuga compound to talk with Hiyashi, the feeling of being watched by prying Byakugan eyes made his skin crawl with discomfort. If we were to partake in such an endeavor, how should we do it and when? Said Shino, knowing that timing was everything and that if word got out to those like Danzo or the other council members that were against them, all would be lost. For now all we can do is plan, if only in secret. When the time comes we will know, and then and only then shall we make our move, said Shibi, finishing his tea and letting out a long sigh from deep within. Whether it was a sigh from the tea or due to the stress Shino was not sure. Village hidden in the mist hospital. Uzumaki Kenpachi was smiling at his newest subordinate Madarame Makaku, who for the life of him couldn't help feel he was in for one hell of a ride. After the whole incident that involved the two Akatsuki members, the eye-patch-wearing swordsman of a prodigy used this moment to further drive a much deeper wedge between the two brothers that at the very moment ruled over Water Country. Key word being moment. Through a few tall-telling lies, though not impossible ones from Kenpachi, the Mizukage that was Octavos was becoming suspicious of his older brother and daimyo Gendo. A man whom Octavos now suspected had sent those two members of Akatsuki in order to assassinate him to rule over both ninjas and the samurai guarding him. Octavos for the most part had always trusted his brother when it came to the political arena involving the events taking place in Water Country. However, Octavos was never one to underestimate a person's ambition for greatness, and to do so with his own brother could possibly be the death of him. So with that being said, the Mizukage decided to forego the test for Kenpachi and the other three members of his group for helping avoid such a horrible disaster that would have been the Water Shadow's death. Now they were in the hospital as the man that 2 weeks prior had gotten his shiny bald-headed butt handed to him was now getting out of the said building to recover at his dust-covered home. Or would have had a fire not broken out during the 2 weeks Akaku was in the hospital and burned it to the ground with what small, in number, valuables he had inside. That was where Kenpachi came in, as after a simple request from the Mizukage he was able to get the bald man the rank of a Mist Junin. The one and only condition stipulated that Uzumaki Kenpachi would be given the title of Anbu and have Akaku along with any others he saw fit be placed under his command. This meant the man would be staying with him at his home with Yachiru, Yugito, and Rin since Akaku had nowhere else to stay. At first, hearing this request sounded strange to the Mizukage, but after Kenpachi had explained that from what he had seen in the ninja ranks so far, that even the Junin lacked the need to have necessary discipline, the Mizukage agreed. How could the man not? The man may be a pig at heart, but one that wanted to keep his village under control no matter what, and this was it. The Mizukage knew that he needed someone of even higher rank than the Junin themselves to order others of that rank or lower around. Plus it would help to remind them all that the rank of Junin and to an extent Chunin didn't give them the right to do whatever they wanted. Thus it was for all purposes required of Anbu and captains that were much higher in rank to pull on the loosened chains connected to leashes of Junin and Chunin from time to time when they got out of hand. The Mizukage agreed to everything Kenpachi said, seeing how this still-growing boy had done nothing but good for Mist, and such an idea would allow better control over the ninja ranks below him in case riots or other disasters struck. The Water Shadow had also mentioned to Kenpachi that due to 2 of the 7 swordsmen of the Mist being dead, 1 more missing, that the remaining 4 were in the dungeons of Mist itself for several years now. A spy in the northern part of Water Country was undercover as an employee of a man who ran a brothel house and learned from one of the girls that one of her more long-lasting customers was one of the former 7. The swordsman was soon tracked down with the other 3 staying in the same place to ensure safety in numbers in case of an attack. An entire Anbu and Hunter Ninja Legion was sent to the location where using various genjutsu to sleep jutsus were able to capture all 4 of them without any casualties. Unfortunately, they found that the 4 swordsmen had long passed down their swords to the 4 other apparently stronger apprentices scattered throughout Water Country. They were all taking different types of mercenary jobs to put food in their stomachs to survive another many long days of blood and death. What good fortune it was that Madarame Makaku just happened to be one of those 4 young swordsmen he needed to find. With any luck the final swordsman or his apprentice for that matter would be found to join the ranks of those around him in greatness. Wait a minute. Are you saying that even though I'm now at the rank of Junin, but I now report to you because you are in Anbu? Said Akaku, staring at the boy in disbelief that a kid younger than him would have a higher rank. Were the hair gods out to get the poor bald man or something? Yeah. By direct order of the Mizukage himself, and if you got a problem with it you can either speak to him or in a more direct approach, me, said Kenpachi glaring at Akaku, who seemed to shrink several inches under the stare. No need K Kenpachi S Sama, said Akaku as the beating he got from the boy in his mind was recalled by the replay button, and he shivered at the sheer intensity of that one-way fight that landed the bald warrior in the hospital in the first place. That and staying any longer would make him the patient of that female Dr. Rin, and the last thing he needed was to be hurt by her again too. I still think she jabbed that needle into my ass on purpose, thought Akaku, remembering how she said it was to help the antibiotic already running through his system. He would have believed her had she not rammed it hard into his right butt cheek with the supposed super strength of the slug Sanin herself. Just thinking about it made Akaku want to rub his sore behind. Good, because if you so much as complain or question my orders, I just might make you get sent to hospital again and put you under Rin's special care, said Kenpachi, enjoying the sight of his newest recruit paling at the thought and did not under any circumstances want to go back to that woman for treatment. Death was far more painless. Again, no need Kenpachi-sama, I will obey your orders, said Akaku, no wanting to show any weakness by stuttering in front of his superior ninja officer. Follow me then. I sense we have much work and training to do that was left incomplete by your previous trainer, said Kenpachi, knowing that with one swordsman down under his direct command there was only 3 more left to go before the Mizukage's days of ruling mist were over. Kenpachi would have the other apprentices sooner than later. One of them, according to Zanjetsu, was outside of the land of water, wandering around the other elemental countries with his wife. They had already, but secretly accepted the offered prospect of joining a new village to escape Hunter Ninja from Mist. Kenpachi couldn't help but smile, as it would be only a matter of time before the other 2 targets were found and brought before him to see just how strong they were. Mist Village Training Ground Number 4. Many hours later. Akaku was out of breath, having fought his new sensei for so long, all the while simply trying to understand how he got caught up in this situation in fighting such a powerhouse of a kid. Truly, the hair gods mocked him so. The 2 were sparring against the other, with Kenpachi holding his own and even going as far to taunt Akaku, saying, "If I wanted a decent fight, I would pick a fight with a guy or girl with a full set of hair." This of course upset Akaku to no end for obvious reasons before he called out his sword's name, with it being Hazukimaru, thus transforming it into a deadly-looking spear, and he re-engaged Kenpachi once again in the battle. Though the end result, despite Akaku's improved skills and abilities, was the same as the last encounter they had, painful defeat. The only difference was that Akaku didn't need to go to the hospital, but just stay in bed after this fight for about 2 to 3 weeks. Not bad, Akaku. You have lot more talent than I gave you credit for. Head back to my place and get settled in, since there is more than enough beds and rooms to sleep in, said Kenpachi, watching the bruised body and ego of Akaku limp painfully away to the said home. Man, he is going to be sore tomorrow. At last he knows his sword's name, thought Zaraki Kenpachi, that resided in sword of its owner, who took on the same name. True, but I wish he didn't do that damn lucky dance of his that he does before a fight. It's almost as bad as Maeda Guy and Rock Lee hugging each other with the Sunny Beach genjutsu they somehow put up. I'm so glad I left Yachiru with Yugito, since I don't want the girl to be traumatized any more than I can let happen, thought Uzumaki, shaking his head at the horrible image of the 2 plaguing his mind. She may be safe from that, but Yugito is not from the energetic antics of your daughter, thought Zaraki, smiling in the mindscape of his owner, as they both wondered what type of mischief the fox girl was getting into. Before they could think on this any further, a 3-tailed messenger fox appeared before the boy before bowing in respect to him. Forgive me if I am interrupting anything, Kenpachi-sama, but I have important news that you must hear that came from the summoning world. The source is from none other than the boss summons Gamabunta himself, said the demon fox, raising its head to meet the gaze of the masked Kenpachi. What news? Said Kenpachi curiously, raising an unseen eyebrow behind his skull mask. The one you call Ero Sennin told Gamabunta about what happened between you and the traitor Hitaki Kakashi at the Valley of the End. Word has spread to the other types of summons in Konoha, and they are infuriated with the hidden village. The tracking dogs that Hitaki Kakashi summons will no longer obey him in terms of summoning. They have even gone as far as to cancel their contract with him to show everyone in the summoning world they don't support his traitorous actions. They wish the honor to try and serve you instead, or someone you deem worthy of the contract itself, said the three-tailed demon fox, though not liking the idea of dogs moving in on the territory that was theirs when it came to the one who summoned them. "Serves the bastard right for betraying me like that. Anything else?" said Kenpachi, as he looked at the fox before him, which looked hesitant to reply for some odd reason. "There is one other thing. Though I don't know how you will take it. It is in regards to the girl you like that smells of lavenders," said the demon fox, getting an instant and terrifying reaction as the chakra pressure came down on the fox like a 5-story house. "What about Hinata? What has happened to my Lavenderheim? Speak," said a now paranoid Kenpachi, getting a bad feeling about all of this. "From what I gathered from Gamabunta, who was quite angry at the time, it seems the council in Konoha has arranged a marriage for Hinata. Not just any marriage, but a double marriage in which she will marry 2 people instead of 1, said the demon fox, still reluctant to tell more to Kenpachi, knowing full well what the response would be. "What? To who? Who?" said Kenpachi, with his charka creating even more pressure on the summons than before, though the fox knew it wasn't intentional, just that the boy was very emotional. "The arranged marriage is with both Inuzuka Kiba and Uchiha Sasuke," said the three-tailed demon fox, bowing his head in regret and shame at being the one to tell the one who summoned such bad news. Yelled Kenpachi, letting his rage and chakra spiral out of control, consuming his entire body, making look like nothing but an eerie shadow surrounded by blue, red, and yellow chakra. It was fortunate for the fox that he left, for the amount of power that was unleashed would have most likely destroyed him. "What's going on? Why are you angry?" thought Zangetsu, feeling the wave of unmatched fury from deep within the demonic realm of Limbo. "Read my mind and you will know the answer," thought Kenpachi in a demonic voice even inside his head, as his anger seemed to never end. "This is sickening even for me. It seems we need to speed up our timetable in creating a new hidden village before 3 years is up. To do this we need to destroy another hidden village and rebuild from the ashes of it. Any particular place in mind?" thought Zangetsu after he read his vessel's now raging thoughts and felt almost as angry as Kenpachi did. "Yes. Orochimaru and his precious Sound Village in Rice Country," thought Kenpachi, as he felt his bloodlust growing along with his hate while he bathed in his own chakra. While for everyone else in the world that felt his fury it just meant another bad sign of things to come for those who were Uzumaki Kenpachi's enemies. "I will make the necessary preparations. I'll take you there when we're officially ready to strike," thought Zangetsu before cutting the connection with his vessel and watched over a now recovering Isaribi from the procedure of removing her deformities while keeping the ability to breathe underwater. One might never know when such an ability could come in handy, somewhere else in hidden mist. At that very moment, Yugito was just as angry like Kenpachi was, as the Nibi cat demon known as Yoruichi had given her vessel a summoning contract with other types or kinds of demon cats. The first act of summoning one of her new demon cats was to regretfully inform her of the Sandame Reikage's death at the hands of the man's successor. The Kumo of Yugito's past that she remembered with the Sandame was no more, and all ties that bound her to it were gone. She silently vowed that when she became Mizukage of the Hidden Mist Village she would have her revenge against the new Reikage one way or another. Sound Village 3 days later. "This cannot be happening," bellowed Orochimaru, looking over the reports he had just read from his agents he sent into the field to find out what was happening in Tea Country. The snake Sanin had become very angry when his agents he had there were not sending him weekly to monthly reports on all the progress his experiments were making. So far the agents he sent were giving him less than satisfactory responses, and it was apparent that if he didn't get good news soon Orochimaru would be taking more heads that he did not need right now. "I'm afraid so, Orochimaru-sama. What's more is our most secret complexes, hideouts, warehouses, and outposts all around Rice Country have either been annihilated or have gone silent. We just recently lost contact with the Fuma clan, both loyal and disloyal to our cause," said Kabuto, not understanding how so much of what his master had built in regards to Sound Village could be torn down so easily. It was clear in regards to certain places that whoever was doing this had key information only someone close to Sanin would know and could use against him. It was because of that little fact that Kabuto was very nervous under the gaze of the man despite knowing that he was fully innocent of such thoughts. There had been others, who had known about such places when Kabuto had been in the room with Orochimaru and where the plans had been discussed in detail. However, as far as Kabuto and Orochimaru knew, such people were all dead now, leaving just the medic ninja with glasses as the only suspect of such things. It certainly was not Orochimaru himself, as he needed Sound Village to wipe out Konoha and to serve for the main part of gathering potential experiments for future usage. The only logical culprit in this whole crime that fit and left to cast blame on was Kabuto, even though for once in his life Kabuto was innocent of such crimes. For once, Kabuto wished he was still a member of the Leaf and not in the presence of the Snake Sannin right at this very moment. "And how do you intend to fix it, my loyal servant?" said Orochimaru, saying, "loyal," with a great deal of venom, as he no longer trusted Kabuto anymore with what was happening to his once great village. "I do not know how, Orochimaru-sama. If we send our forces out to investigate, they may not come back, and if they stay here it will make them question your capabilities as Cage of Sound," said Kabuto, knowing that what he said was true and held no lie for the Sannin to detect. Orochimaru narrowed his snake-like eyes at his right-hand man, who only recently he had suspected of betraying him outright with such acts of betrayal. It was common for a lizard to chop of its foot or tail to live, but never the other way around, and for Kabuto to do just that didn't make sense to the Sound Shadow. Even now it baffled the man, as Kabuto was right here before him kneeling like an obedient servant, when now of all times would have been right to betray the Sannin with dissension already growing in the ranks. What was causing this? Who was causing this? The answer soon came in the form of an explosion on the outskirts of the village walls that Orochimaru had ordered built should Akatsuki decide to attack. The walls were built with complex seals designed to take massive punishment from jutsus and various other abilities, bloodline or otherwise. "What the devil is going on?" said Orochimaru, heading outside to investigate along with Kabuto, who he made sure stayed out in front of him. When the two ninja got outside, they saw several sound Enbu that were stationed inside the underground complex already at the ready outside. Unfortunately, what the group saw was shocking beyond words, as the only person they knew that could possibly do what they saw was supposed to be dead and the last of his clan. There were pillars of bones everywhere coming out of the ground in all angles, with the blood of Sound Shinobi running down every single one of them. Each of the victims had a horrified look on their faces that spoke volumes of how painful the experience had been for them. "How do you like what I have done with the Orochimaru-san?" said Kimimaro, looking at his former master with silent, but nonetheless deadly hatred. What sorcery is this? This cannot be, Kimimaro. It can't be. You are dead," said Orochimaru, reading the report about the albino and the other Sound 4 members that failed during the mission to recruit Sasuke to his side. "You should know better to trust everything you see, Orochimaru. You will find that first impressions can be deceiving," said Jirobo, appearing behind Kimimaro, folding his arms over his chest, now wearing black pants and vest with his hair spiked in a mohawk-shaped design. "Yeah. Just because you gave each one of us those stupid shit-eating curse seals on our stupid necks like the stupid pricks we were back then, doesn't mean we would simply die, asshole," said Tayuya, wearing a tight Enbu mirrored clothing the color of blood with a shadowy black symbol of an Oni demon on her back. "We never were able to repay you properly for treating us like crap, making us fear you fully, knowing that you could destroy us if we spoke out of line, and sending us on that suicide mission for the Uchiha Kid," said Kidomaru, cracking all 6 knuckle before doing the same to his neck. "This is some sort of trick. You were all reported dead. How is it that you all still live?" said a now worried Orochimaru, knowing that if those 4 were very much alive, then it was possible that the other one was still. "Oh crap. Hello boss. Miss us much," said Sakin, with Yukon literally right behind with his head sticking out of his brother's back, each of them smiling at the Sannin with sadistic smiles on their faces. "Tell me then, before we begin this lil dance. Who is your new master? I demand to know," said Orochimaru, seething inside that those 5 who once served him, now served another. "Not like it matters, since you're about to die, you snake shit, but FYI, if you had sense at all you would have paid more attention to your surroundings," said Tayuya, pointing right behind the Sannin. The Sanin's eyes widened slightly and turned around slowly to face his enemy, partially just enough to see the figure before striking like the snake he was. Unfortunately, for the man, what he saw shocked him so much he couldn't even move when his one eye saw the figure before him. Or rather figures. Hello Orochi Teme. How have you been? Steal any good bodies lately? Committed more crimes against humanity? Or I guess the much more appropriate line of questioning is this one. How many more cages that were in their late 60s that was like a grandfather have you killed? Said Kenpachi, as his original smile had turned into a fierce-looking scowl that was hidden behind his mask that covered his only slightly scarred face. Kenpachi had left Yachiru with Akaku, Rin, and Yoruichi to play with while he was here on business to deal with the snake Sani, knowing that if she was here she would have become a target for the man to prey upon. The second figure was also scowling as well, with a dark crimson cloak swaying in what appeared to be an unnatural wind. The figure's name was Zanjetsu. You've cheated death long enough, Orochimaru. It's time you pay for your sins and go to hell like Sarutobi Sandame intended, said Zanjetsu, his eyes glowing red and his fangs now revealed to the Sanin, who now knew just who, or rather what Zanjetsu was. He was the nine-tailed fox. Kyuubi, said Kabuto, looking at the demon lord in fear, knowing that the fox's power could destroy him and Orochimaru without breaking a sweat. Impossible. You were sealed up by the Yondaime all those years ago. It's not possible for you to be out like this unless your vessel was dead, said Orochimaru before he went through some hand signs and summoned the boss snake Manda to the battlefield. Orochimaru. Why have you summoned me? Where are my sacrifices? Said the boss snake, looking rather pissed off at the moment with the man on his head. These are your sacrifices, Manda. Though few in number, they are strong warriors only for you to devour, said Orochimaru, playing to his summon's vanity, which seemed at the moment his only edge in controlling the giant snake. You must have run out of weak people to give me for offerings. How disappointing of you. For now I will fight for you, but the next time you summon me I want 5x as many sacrifices as this, said Manda, looking down at his prey, ready to devour them all whole if need be to fill his stomach. I'll take him. Kimimaro will go after Kabuto while Zanjetsu kills Orochimaru, said a calm yet now smiling Kenpachi, drawing his sword before going through quite a few one-handed hand signs for a demonic jutsu. So the insect thinks he is the predator now? Who do you think you are? Bellowed Manda, striking out at Kenpachi, who had just completed the last hand sign. Me? If I let you live through this I may tell you, but considering how arrogant you are I think it's best if I just turn you into snakes too. Demonic art. Anti-summoning chains jutsu, said Kenpachi, sending chains of both his and demonic chakra onto Manda that seemed to burn into his skin, making him let out a scream of pain before each line of the chains of chakra seemingly fading away, leaving burning like tattoo marks seconds later. You bastard! What did you do to me? Screamed an irate Manda, feeling as if his very flesh beyond his skin was burning up and that his body was hard to move, like it was covered by an invisible weight. Both Orochimaru and Kabuto were also just as confused as well as worried. As the name of the demonic jutsu implies, it creates a series of chains sewed on a ninja's summons depending on the size of the actual summons. The jutsu requires a good supply of my chakra that comes from within me, that is both my own as well as the demonic stuff I get from Zanjetsu-sama. What it does is prevent any summons covered in those chains from returning from where they were summoned and prevents them from moving around in battle, said Kenpachi, bringing his sword to his tongue and licking it sadistically at the giant snake, who felt fear crawling around his already pained body. If the snake had a spine it would be shivering right about now. This can't be happening, thought a frightened Orochimaru, who turned in time to see a now wounded in the ribs Kabuto fighting against a seemingly not even trying Kimimaro, who seemed to have become much stronger than he had been mere months ago. Before the Sannin could react further, he felt the side of his face being kicked by the ever-powerful Zanjetsu, who was now delivering his own kicks and punches to the man. For his part, Orochimaru attacked back, trying to repel the demon fox and even using quite a few of his jutsus involving water, fire, and earth at his disposal. Zanjetsu dodged them all and kicked Orochimaru right off Manda and leapt after him, fully intent on finishing the fight on the ground, with the Sound Four waiting for them to prevent the slimy snake from running away like the coward he was. "I believe it will soon be time for me to get into this fray," said Kenpachi quietly, almost a whisper to himself, as he saw Kimimaro summon tonfas made from his own bones due to his bloodline limit dead bone pulse, with the tips at the end razor sharp so they could cut into or through limbs or other parts of a person's body. Kabuto, with his chakra scalpels ready, engaged Kimimaro despite his lethal injuries he had sustained at the hands of the albino, and charged again, trying to beat this foe before him. "I don't know how you got this strong, Kimimaro, but don't think for a fact that it puts you at my level. I'm on par with Hitaki Kakashi himself, and the likes of you are nothing but mere insects compared to me and Orochimaru-sama," said Kabuto, trying to hit a limb or cause some form of injury that will hurt the enemy before him. Kimimaro didn't bat an eyelash at the remark about being compared to Orochimaru, as it had little significance to his life, but he had been told about the dark history between his master Zaraki Kenpachi and his former sensei Hitaki Kakashi, who had betrayed him at the end. That had infuriated the albino bloodline user to no end, as Kimimaro now had pictured Kabuto's form being overshadowed by that of Hitaki Kakashi. In that moment, Kimimaro's eyes raged with nearly unmatched fury and attacked with devastating blows to Kabuto, who, upon seeing the eyes of the albino, knew that this fight would be his last. "Kagaya secret art. Dance of Bloodbone," said Kimimaro, lacing his tonfas with his chakra sliced through Kabuto's tendons in his arms, legs, and his heart, after putting his two tonfas in a X shape over the man's chest before unleashing the killing blow, which turned the man into bloody chunks. "Nicely done, Kimimaro," said Kenpachi, smiling at the man's battle skills when it comes to killing others around him. "Thank you, Kenpachi-sama. I am glad you approve," said Kimimaro, who simply bowed before leaping off of Manda and joined the others on the ground with Zanjetsu, who now was a bloody, armless, and practically defeated Orochimaru on his knees with the lower part of his jaw missing. "Now, Manda, I think it's time that I deal with you," said Kenpachi, licking his lips while he let out a sinister chuckle that made Manda struggle even more. Wait, don't kill me. I'll serve you if you spare me," said Manda, hoping that by some miracle that the warrior before him would accept his offer. Kenpachi shook his head, giving an affirmative, "No. No, Manda, for you have caused nothing but pain and suffering on those who did not deserve such hardships, and what's more is that you disgrace the title of summoning just by demanding sacrifices of all things. And for what? To show everyone you are the best of the legendary 3 summons. Such arrogance like yours is pathetic and deserves only the most appropriate of punishments for such crimes. Which is why I can't think of any other punishment better than the way of death," said Kenpachi, leaping onto Manda and slicing as he went, moving from place to place along the boss summon's tail, making Manda scream in pain. Finally, after cutting Manda down to literally half his original size, Kenpachi decided to end the snake boss's pain in a very gory fashion. Leaping into the air, he crashed down onto Manda before many lightning-fast slices killed the boss summons, creating a very bloody aftermath all over Sound Village. However, for Uzumaki Kenpachi it was as if he got the gift he always wanted, lots and lots of blood. Smiling at his handiwork, Kenpachi turned to face a near-lifeless Orochimaru being held by the throat in a death grip by Zanjetsu, who had made the Sanin's eyelids forced and held back with several senbon needles supplied generously by Tayuya. That girl, along with the other Sound Four, spent a great deal of time in limbo, not just healing, but training as well. Each one of his new members of his soon-to-be hidden village had spent all the time focusing on their weaknesses so they could be twice as powerful as before. "Can we kill this pedophile now? Please, Kenpachi-sama," said Tayuya in a sweet tone that would have made people not knowing her think she was an adorable girl. Both dangerous and swearing, but adorable nonetheless. "How can I refuse a growing woman such a request? Zanjetsu-sama, I believe, would like the honor of it, since Orochi Teme has been nothing but a pain in the ass to the two of us. Anyone here want to object?" said Kenpachi, looking at the other 5, 6 if you counted Yukon ninjas before him, with each one shaking their heads, knowing that Zanjetsu was the infamously feared 9-tailed demon fox and therefore outranked them all. This can't be happening, thought Orochimaru before he felt the vice grip that was on his throat tighten even more before lifting him up like he was nothing. Say hello to all my buddies in hell for Orochimaru. Demonic art. Demon Bane. Said Zangetsu, channeling a great deal of demonic chakra into Orochimaru's body, causing the figure to slowly melt like wax under a large heat lamp. Damn, I've seen people dying in different manners before, but that was some crazy shit, said Tayuya, hoping she never had to die in such a way that looked extremely painful. Get used to it, since when we fight Leaf it's going to be hell on earth, and this time we are going to win. You all know why? Said Kenpachi, grinning behind his mask, waiting for them to answer. Because we're stronger than we were before? Said Saken, wondering if his answer was correct. Because we're more skilled in the shinobi arts? Said Yukon, appearing behind his brother curiously to give his opinion. Because we can kick a lot of ass? Said Tayuya, grinning a grin that meant trouble to all that crossed her path. Because we are smarter than before? Said Kidomaru, scratching his head with his top right arm, all the while wondering about the question in general. Because we're survivors? Said Jirobo, remembering how each and every one of them had come close to death. Because we are loyal to you and only to you, Kenpachi-sama, said Kimimaro, not stating it as a question, but as a fact that he knew could not be disputed before picking up the only thing within Orochimaru worth retrieving, his Kusanagi sword of the heavens. The answer is superior attitude and a superior state of mind. Though in actuality all 5 of you are indeed correct with your choice of an answer, said Kenpachi, knowing that his response was both correct and appreciative for them to hear. With Orochimaru they would have been punished in getting such a question wrong. With Uzumaki Kenpachi they were right regardless of the response they just gave. Above them sky turned blood red and the sun was eclipsed with the face of the Shinigami himself etched into darkness. It was the signal that Zangetsu had created for all those they had gathered during the time he and Kimimaro traveled together would recognize. It was the sign for all of them they contacted to gather at this one spot where the scary-looking face of the Shinigami shinned down on them at its brightest, and right now this was the spot that was now bathed in the eerie light. The hidden sound village and the sound shadow were now dead or no more. Long live the hidden Shinigami village and the death shadow. Omake. Uzumaki residence, day 2 of the destruction of Sound Village. I'm bored and hungry. Can we eat something? Or we can play a game, said Yakiru, hopefully sitting on top of the dinner table, her feet dangling off of it, swaying back and forth. Okay, let's play. Yachiru eats the moldy stuff on the pipe under the sink, said Akaku with his head down on the said dinner since he was completely tired from playing with the girl already. Ew. Baldy-chan, you know some weird games, said Yachiru, pouted at the prospect of playing such a game. Will you stop calling me that? Yelled Akaku, who wanted nothing more than to strangle the girl for calling him that, while the 2 women residents of this place, who were in the next room, laughed at his unfortunate expense. It was bad enough to call him bald, but fruity as well as bald was just low. I guess I could, but only if you play one of my games, said Yachiru with her eyes glinting and a somewhat evil if not fox-like look within them, making Akaku somewhat nervous. What game is that? Said Akaku, not noticing the 2 women watching with interest at what game Yachiru thought of. Keep Yachiru off your lollipop-shaped head, said Yachiru, licking her lips before she started grinning, showing her fox-like teeth, making Akaku pale and try to run, only to be caught 5 seconds later with the girl's jaws of death biting into his skill. Get her off. Get her off. Bad, Yachiru, bad. Ow. 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 Yelled Akaku, running around in circles trying to pry the girl off of him to no avail, as she was on him like stink on a monkey. It didn't help him when she was holding onto the back of head while biting down on it hard and repeatedly like it was candy. Should we help him? Said Yugito, looking at Rin as they watched the 2 interact and seeing Akaku find a filled water bottle with sprayer attached that was used to water the house plants. No need, since Akaku figured out how to get Yachiru off of him, said Rin, nearly falling over with later after seeing Akaku spray Yachiru in the face with water, making the girl leap onto the dinner table and hiss viciously at the man before laughing at his misfortune while he patted his bald, slightly bleeding head, wincing upon touching all the sore spots. Come here, you little brat. You want to play games? Fine. Here is one for ya. Chase Yachiru around so. When Akaku captures her he can turn her into our dinner for tonight. Yelled Akaku, chasing after Yachiru in a circle while the girl laughed at his expense before making a sharp turn right faster than the man could see. The end result crashed Akaku into the wall, leaving his imprint on it as clear as day. That's not a good game, Bald-chan. Looks like I get to call you Bald-chan for just a little while longer. Bye Bald-chan, I'm going to go. Draw, said Yachiru, skipping up the stairs to her and Kenpachi's shared room. He may have figured out one thing, began Rin while shaking her head and sighing at Madarami's Akaku's stupidity. But he has yet to fully understand Yachiru's methods, ended Yugito, shaking her head as well as sighing at how this currently twitching body of a ninja could be outsmarted so badly by that fox girl. Sadly though, the two could not be ones to talk about something so embarrassing as this, as they each, much to their shame, had similar imprints of themselves on different walls and floors of the houses. Yachiru may be a naive half-demon fox, but she was a damn good trickster nonetheless. End omake. A.N. Whoa, 28 pages, new record, what do you think? Too much? Too over the top? Too weird? If you don't like it I'll take it down, and improvements needed to make it more kick-ass. Well, except for the fight scenes of course, since I couldn't think of anything with them. I tried to make it as believable as possible all things considered, and I tried my best with the fight scenes with Kabuto and Orochimaru, though it was difficult since it was hard to envision such a battle taking place. With the fight Kabuto vs Kimimaro it was easier since I could have easily imagined how those two would fight it out, but with Orochimaru fighting Zangetsu, I mean let's face the Sannin was screwed no matter what he did. How do you like Kimimaro's tonfas? I thought that would be cool for him to do since in theory he could by making bone copies of his two arms up to his elbows. I'm sorry if you were disappointed with the one-sided fights between Kenpachi, Hidan, and Kakuzu since I found it hard to write a fight scene for them. I hope you can forgive me if you didn't like it. Also I tried to make the whole thing with having poor Narutyo, Kenpachi finding out about Hinata seemed the most possible way for him to discover what had happened while he was in mist. Remember, they are basically on an island, so any news they reach from the outside is at the very least a few weeks if not months outdated. Now if you'll excuse me, I'm off to work on my Star Wars FIC, and maybe if I get enough time to myself when that's over I might be able to actually work on Naruto. C&D again. I'm feeling something brewing in the back of my head, but the mental pot still needs more time to stew, and not all the ingredients are there yet. Until next time, peace. Chapter 8 Honoring the Dishonored. A.N. If you are rereading this chapter, and I know some of you are OFR the fun of it, then I want to point that I made some noticeable corrections to my FIC thanks to 2 reviewers, who mentioned them to me. I fixed it. Thanks to those that helped. The news of the village hidden the sound being destroyed along with Orochimaru, and his right-hand man Kabuto, who were both traitors to Konoha, shook all the elemental countries to their foundations. Even more so was the fact that a new hidden village was built right on top of Sound only after a few days of seeing the Shinigami's face on the moon that night. About a month into the new village's secret construction, 2 black coffins appeared out of nowhere covered in and leaking out blood one dark cloudy morning right in the village square of Konoha for all to see. Each coffin bore the symbol of the Shinigami on top of them, and the blood from each handcrafted death box didn't seem to stop, and next to the coffins were 5 tall black-robed druids, 2 per object, standing as still as statues with the leader out in front of them. The only thing giving away the fact that they weren't statues was they were all in chorus with one another. It was only after the several Anbu, Tsunade, Jiraiya, and the council arrived did the citizens of the Leaf start to calm down, knowing such a group could protect them. Near the crowd was the Rookie 8, having been renamed after Naruto had been reclassified as a sulfur monosulfide class missing ninja. Such an action shortly happened after the large crate filled with the remains of hunter ninjas had been delivered by the 3-tailed demon fox to the council meeting room with Tsunade that eventful day. She had argued, threatened, and do everything in her power to force them to stop such a horrible decision, but in the end they had overruled her and done it anyway, shipping out the latest bingo books less than an hour after doing so. Now she was staring at 5 agents of death, though they were of a different sort than the ones she is used to, and the fact she couldn't see their faces beyond the thick-robed face coverings disturbed her. Were they friend? Foe? Something in the middle? It was always hard to tell with the people who hide their faces with masks. She mentally winced thinking of Narutyo with his mask on and how it had hidden his pain for so long. Kami, she missed him. Reluctantly putting the thoughts of her little brother in the back of her mind, once more she approached with Jiraiya and several Anbu to the lead druid, who made no movement whatsoever other than to continue with the chorus. "You are the leader of this group," said Tsunade, trying to vocally overpower the druid's singing before she decided to lose her temper. The leader of the group tilted his head to the side before setting it straight and nodding a barely noticeable nod while continuing his singing, not missing a beat with the others behind him. "If that is the case, then are you from the new hidden village that built over sound?" said Jiraiya, looking at the druid carefully, trying to measure the druid's chakra signature only to find it was masked perfectly against even him. If possible, the chorus from the druids got even louder, thus making Tsunade's temper get shorter at both her and Jiraiya being ignored, disrespected. "Listen. If you don't tell me who you are and what is in those bleeding boxes behind you, I'm going to beat the crap out of you," said Tsunade, nearly yelling as the chanting had not stopped once, making everyone watching feel uneasy that 2 Sannin with a cage were intimidating the uninvited guests. Hiyashi himself had tried using his Byakugan on them only to shut it off before the veins on the side of his eyes even appeared as he shock froze him to the bone. What the clan head had seen in that very moment was not something he wanted to relive again, as he saw beyond the robes was absolutely nothing. No life. No chakra network. No charka period. Only death locked away behind flimsy black robes. Slowly the lead druid raised his gloved hand, making the people around him hold their breaths, and the shinobi discreetly getting ready to attack should the druid try something. However, surprising nothing happened as the hand was raised to the right of his head and the druids behind him slowly stopped their chorus in a smooth fashion. "If you want to know what lays in the coffins, all you have to do is open them," said the silent whispery voice of the lead druid before turning to the side to let them pass. "For a guy who can sing loudly, he sure has a whispery voice," thought Jiraiya, wanting to sweat drop it, but decided against it due to the seriousness of the situation. "This better not be a trick," said Tsunade, walking over to the 2 black rectangle-shaped boxes supported by the unnaturally raised earth that represented death, and hesitated, now being closer to the blood that laid on and around the coffins. Jiraiya was instantly next to her, putting a hand on her shoulder, knowing of the woman's fear of blood, reminding the slug Sannin of her dead lover and brother. The toad Sannin also suspected that his teammate feared that one of these coffins held a bleeding and dead Narutyo holding the cursed necklace that belonged to the first Hokage. The toad Sannin suspected it because he feared the same thing too. Now in front of one of the coffins that was on the right, the 2 druids opened the casket, revealing the remains of a cut, sliced, and ultimately dead Kabuto. The man had a look of pure horror in his eyes, as if his soul was now literally in hell and his eyes on his face were somehow connected to it. Scary thought Tsunade and Jiraiya at the same time before heading to the next coffin in question, and when they opened it they saw the liquid remains along with bones of their former teammate, Sannin. "Holy hell!" yelled Jiraiya, leaping back along with Tsunade, who like him was now scared at the sight of what they saw. Whatever happened to these 2 former sound ninja? They had suffered dearly for their past crimes, and had they had any empathy they would have pitied the 2. Fortunately, since those past crimes involved the 2 Sannin, there was no pity to be had. Shikage-sama expects full payment for both Orochimaru of the Sannin along with the amount for his right-hand man Kabuto as well, said the lead druid, looking at the 2 remaining Sannin, who currently were pale as snow in the face at the moment, though it was more from seeing the 2 bodies than the fact that the overall payment would strain Konoha even more. The majority of the council, of course, would have none of that. "Sorry, but you can only receive a bounty that belongs to Kabuto for both him and his master," said Danzo, while silently fuming inside that his silent partner in crime to his plans went up in smoke. "If I recall correctly from what I was told, when it comes to all hidden villages, if you have more than 1 bounty, you get the amount for each confirmed kill you present to the village in question," said the lead druid looking at Danzo's direction, while the said man felt nervous under the druid's stare, or rather the unseen one. We make the rules here in Konoha, you lowly druid, and we say you only get the amount for Kabuto to cover him along with Orochimaru, said Kakashi, trying to determine just how much of a threat they were and who was there. Shikage-sama, was it? Very well then. If you will not meet the required demands, we will take them elsewhere and receive the necessary payment from another hidden village these two have wronged. I'm sure Suna will be more than willing to pay the necessary amount for these two due to the sound invasion. In the meantime, I would expect you to receive a very angry letter from the Fire Daimyo after Shikage-sama informs him of your shrewd and highly dishonest policies, said the lead druid before he made a motion with his hand again to the others behind him as they proceeded to close the coffin and began to sing in chorus again. No, wait. We will pay the amount, said Tsunade quickly, knowing that whatever killed them was not human and needed to be investigated under her watchful medical eyes. Tsunade. Have you lost your mind? We can't pay them that amount, it will cost the Leaf Village dearly, said Mitokado Homura, not wanting to give anyone from outside the Leaf their precious money, especially when it was needed to help train Uchiha Sasuke for the Chunin exams and eventually when the boy became their 6th Hokage. Shut up, Homura. I am Hokage here, and right now this is a military matter that falls right under my jurisdiction, not you or the other council members for that matter. These two will need to be examined by me to determine the cause of their death, and while I make a complete medical report, I will have my assistant Shizune give you your money for the Shikage, said Tsunade, knowing that if the village officially refused, it would be another smear on it and her own grandfather's legacy when both he and her great-uncle founded Konoha. Tsunade-sama, we object to this, said Danzo, becoming infuriated at the woman. That's Hokage-sama to you, Danzo, and don't you forget it, said Tsunade, glaring at the one-eyed and one-armed former leader of Root. We will deliver the two coffins to the necessary rooms. Please do lead the way, Hokage-sama, said the lead druid, who, if Tsunade didn't know any better, had a hint of humor in his voice. Jiraiya thought the same thing too and made a mental note to have his spy network focus more attention to the new hidden village that now replaced Sound. Of course, such thoughts were discontinued as the druids all began singing their chorus as they closed the coffins and followed the slug Sanin, Hokage, to the hospital, ignoring the looks from the populace. Hidden Mist Village at the moment. So are you in? Said Rin, looking at Akaku, who looked at them in shock at hearing the plan on taking over Mist and Water Country in order to heal the deep wounds that had been delivered to it via the Bloodline Civil War. Akaku was in conflict with himself at the moment as he struggled between his loyalty to the Mist and to the man the people he just started working with. In all honesty, Akaku wanted to stay with the Mist since he had been born, raised, and trained in its arts as a shinobi. However, the state that it was currently in, plus the information Rin and all the others had given him, questioned such loyalties to the Mizukage and Water Daimyo. The bald-headed man remembered when he was a boy and took up the sword as an apprentice to a former 7 swordsman of the Mist that it was for a cause he would always fight for and he could believe in as long as what he believed in was noble. Right now Mist wasn't so noble anymore, and the fact that his sensei had just set up a new hidden village where Sound used to be was another factor. From what Rin had told her of the ploy, Kenpachi had to stay in Water Country for a little while longer to make sure that Konoha would discover that Shinigami no Sato was founded by him. That was the main reason why Zangetsu would take up the position as temporary Shikage. Then when Rin and Yugito took over Water Country and Mist, Akaku would be given the option to move back into the ranks of Mist if he so chooses to, or move into Shinigami to serve the official Shikage that would Kenpachi. My whole life I spent in this place, living my life struggling to survive until I became old enough to enter the ranks of the Mist and become the shinobi I am now. On every single mission I took I have fought hard, learned, and killed from my enemies to make myself stronger. Now I find that I cannot do that here because of how things are run, and my only shame in the matter is I chose to ignore the problems around me, hoping they would go away if I fought hard enough. I need to follow and support Kenpachi-sama wherever he goes and fight whoever he fights because I know that he is not blinded by his new title and power like other people have become in his position. So to that end, no matter what happens, I pledge my undying loyalty, my very sword, and life to Kenpachi-sama, said Akaku as he envisioned the path leading to his fate appear before him and how to walk the line as it grew before his eyes. Good to hear, Akaku-san. Now we just have to find some of the remaining apprentices to the 7 swordsmen and everything will be perfect, said Yugito, knowing that by now the rumors of Shinigami Gakure no Sato was spreading like wildfire. That will be easier said than done. I know of another apprentice like me, but the thing is that he's a bit fruity in my opinion, but I think I can convince him when I see him. Then there is another, who was originally born in the slums of Mist and grew up there as a kid. He was found by one of the much older members of the 7 swordsmen, and like me, the guy was heavily trained in the arts of the Mist shinobi. The only difference is that he was trained on the mainland of the elemental countries more than he was here. If I know him like I think I do, he's in a bar somewhere getting hammered deep in jungle country, said Akaku, though in his mind why the place was named it despite the land being well populated within equal amount of people as there was vegetation was beyond him. The land of jungle country was in itself, as its name said, it was a land of jungles with plants and animals of many different species looming around every corner. However, the real meaning behind the country's name was that it was an actual jungle in terms of both the civilization and that of the actual wilderness surrounding its people. The said people that founded the cities in the country built high steel walls around them to prevent the more predatorily bred beasts in the jungles outside of the walls from entering, though that happened on random occasions nonetheless. It also explained to the other countries why the guards that protected its people had such great health, medical, and life insurance plans all rolled up in one. Well then at least we know where to look for them, said Uzumaki Kenpachi, walking into the room wearing similar dark crimson trench coat as Zangetsu did, but with his hair normal without having the bells in his hair and not super spiky to hold them. The eye patch and Yachiru still clinging to one of his shoulders stayed the same. How is the hidden Shinigami village progressing? Said Yugito, wanting to know like the rest of them how everything is going in the new village. Pretty good. Zangetsu-sama is the temporary Shikage until our business here in Mist is officially over, and Kimimaro is working with the Shinigami 4 to help regulate all the necessary parts of the village. I was actually quite surprised at how they were able to get so many people to join up all at once, though I asked Kimimaro to run a background check on all of them thoroughly to ensure we don't have any spies from any unwanted villages. As much as I respected Old Man Sandame, he let too many spies infiltrate his village, and through that it cost Konoha much during the sound invasion, said Kenpachi, sitting down on the comfy sofa with Yachiru jumping from her perch on his shoulder to his lap. Not like it matters, Ken-chan. You're going to crush them all anyway for the bad things they did you when you were younger. Take no prisoners, said Yachiru, who laughed as if what she just said was a joke. For the most part, yeah. However, I'm going to have those who were good to me still be saved from my Shinigami ninja, said Kenpachi, knowing from what his spies hiding in the shadows of Konoha learned that there were still people in it that supported him. I still can't believe Zangetsu gave you demonic druids to work with. Aren't the people in the village afraid of them? Said Akaku, looking at his superior officer and teacher, and wondered how he got himself into this. Oh yeah, now I remember. I got my ass kicked, thought Akaku, while his inner Akaku was crying tears of sorrow at being beaten by someone younger than him. That and being bald, but that's nothing new. Not really. The druids don't hurt anyone and rarely ever interact with the people in the village, if not at all, so the fear of such things happening are unfounded, said Kenpachi, stroking the fox ears of his daughter, who snuggled into his chest purring in content with the feel of her fox-like ears being massaged. Akaku, for the most part, when he learned about Yachiru, took the news and the true form of the half-demon fox girl rather well. He had screamed like a little girl before fainting, but other than that he didn't belittle the girl or call her mean names like half-breed or demon spawn, like many other untrustworthy people would in his place. Akaku for the most part had no problem with Yachiru being a half-demon and had stated that clearly to Kenpachi when he had awoken from his fainting. Granted, Kenpachi had his sword to less than in Akaku's eye when asked, but it was the truth. I'm just glad that Orochimaru and Kabuto are gone. I have heard too many stories about those two for a lifetime, said Rin, remembering the Sanin when she was still a genin and heard how Kabuto backstabbed the Leaf during the Chunin exams. From the amount given for the bounty on them both being dead, it will go a long way in funding Shinigami and no doubt attract the attention of several high-priced clients, said Akaku after reading the latest information from Bingo Book. That and more, Akaku, since Orochimaru and Kabuto were only the beginning of many, since it's quite clear by now to Akatsuki, if they haven't already figured it out, that they've lost 2 more members of the organization. They know that I'm not the chump they all thought I was, and for the first time since the hunt for all 9-tailed demons started, they have become afraid of me. They know I will go on the offensive soon, and when I decide to, I'm going to enjoy hearing them scream as they beg for mercy. It will be music to my ears right before I rip out their lungs along with their throat, said Kenpachi, releasing a teeth-showing grin like that of a fox as he laughed at the prospect. Unknown location. So it's been confirmed. Hidan and Kakuzu are both death, said Pain, getting a nod from the remaining members hearing the information and considerably shocked by the news. It's also been confirmed Orochimaru and Kabuto are dead as well. Those 2 were both killed apparently by the new Shikage, who founded his new hidden village right over the remains of Sound itself, said Itachi, not liking this one bit, though he was relieved that the Uchiha bloodline was now safe from the hands of Orochimaru and his foolish ambitions. At least he's out of the way, yeah? We can focus on more important things now with the Sannin dead, yeah? Said Deidara, happy with the fact that the Sannin was dead since he had ample knowledge of what was going on in the organization. True, but this could hinder us later on. We tried sending a few spies in already, and every time they entered the village only for them to be killed shortly after interrogation, making them more aware of us. The person that tests them is said to be a human lie detector, who can tell if a person is lying just by looking into their eyes, said Sasori, not liking this one bit since there was no hidden village yet that could prevent them from spying on. Do we even know who the Shikage is? Said Conan, looking at all of them, hoping that at least one of them had done their jobs right. It's hard to get a description of him since our spies get caught and any message they try to send could possibly be intercepted by another ninja from the village. From what we were able to get from the bits and pieces that got out before we lost contact with our spies, they said the Shikage always wears a thick dark robe with a hood so big you cannot see his face. Only the darkness that consumed it, said Itachi, who had his curiosity about this Shikage grow upon hearing more about it. How troublesome, said Tobi, sighing, knowing this was going to be a pain in the ass, while the Uchiha Mandara in him planned for the future events that would soon unfold. KONOHA 30 minutes later, the 5 druids that delivered the 2 coffins were walking and heading out of Konoha with the lead druid out in front, having been paid. The people around them moved children away, telling them to stay away from them while giving the robed figure glares. Some of the adults were silently muttering curses at them, calling them weirdos, freaks, and of course, demon worshippers, on account that they appeared to be anything but human to associate with the darkness. Regardless if they were all walking in a bipedal state or not, the people living in the Leaf Village were still considered them unwelcome in Konoha. As for the druids themselves, they were soon intercepted in the space between the doors leading to their exit of the Leaf Village by Anbu root squads with a total number of 16 ninjas in full battle-ready gear. They were under the command of the council, and Danzo ordered them to retrieve the money back they were taking back to the Shikage. Druids of the Shikage, hand us the money given to you or you will be placed under arrest for stealing from Konoha, said the Anbu root captain while he and the rest of his men drew their weapons should there be a fight. You are making a big mistake, Anbu captain, for if you prolong our delay back to our cage any longer he will consider this an act of war. Something I doubt your Hokage will approve of your actions, said the lead druid once more, as still as a statue along with the others behind him. We are under orders to take back what you have stolen from the Hokage by her fellow council members, so we are going to assume that she wishes this as well, said the Anbu root captain, though it was obviously a lie on his part about the Hokage wishing for them to take back the money. We will not give back what was rightfully given to us by your Hokage, and if you try you will regret it, said the lead druid, sensing the growing crowd watching, wondering how this would play out in the end. Kill them and salvage anything useful from the corpses, said the Anbu root captain, readying his sword at the 5 druids, who stood perfectly still as if they had nothing to be afraid of. And they didn't. Just as the Anbu root team charged at the druids, a heavy round black object linked with a chain creating a crater 5 feet wide and 4 feet deep, making the ninjas scatter. Honestly, now did you really think Shikage-sama would send 5 druids without making sure they were all protected by the ninja that serve his village? Said a figure on top of a nearby roof wearing all black except for a tan-colored trench coat while wielding what appeared to be a very menacing sword, looking down on the ninja team as a larger figure next to him retracted the large ball into his hand. "What the hell? Who are you?" said one of the Anbu root members wearing a wolf mask and readying himself for a fight. "Considering your level of skill as a ninja, you are unworthy to know any of our names except that you will address our squad leader with respect. As for who we are but one of many groups of the loyal ninja of the Shikage himself, and behind me are some of the best warriors at his command," said a warrior wearing mostly blue, with his arms bearing the colors of orange mixed with black in stripe form, and he was wearing a demon mask. "You better let those druids pass or there will be some hell to pay if you don't from us," said the smallest of the group with a needle-like nose, who was on top of the biggest and arguably the fattest member of the group. "It's not like we're asking you to kill yourselves, though if you want we'll gladly give you the opportunity by fighting us," said the long red curly-haired man, who threw the ball with chain at the root ninja, only to throw the ball into the air slightly several times to dare the Anbu to try. "Captain, what do? We have our orders, but we have to protect all the villagers as well, or the council and the Hokage will have our heads," said an Anbu with a cat mask on. The said captain looked on between the group of fighters, the people, and the eerily quiet druids before coming to the all-knowing conclusion that while they outnumbered them, it would be hard to defeat an enemy whose skills were unknown. Especially when there is the possibility of innocent civilians being captured, harmed, or killed in the process. "Let them pass. We have no choice but to let them return to the Shikage. We can't risk a potential massacre in Konoha against unknown foes," said the Anbu root captain as he sheathed his blade, which the others ninjas did with their weapons. "It seems Leaf made a very wise choice, which I find very rare for ones as so stupid to hurt the former hero of the Leaf, as the late Yondaime wanted him to be called," said the one called the leader of the group of ninja before nodding to the druids to start leaving. When the druids were out of sight, the Anbu root ninjas turned to face the strange and mysterious Shikage ninjas, only to find they had vanished as well. "Danzo-sama and the council aren't going to like this," said the Anbu root captain before they all went to see their superiors and report in their failure. Shinigami village several days later. "How did it go?" said Zangetsu sitting behind the desk as the druids handed him the large bag of money from the combined payments from the bounty on Orochimaru and Kabuto. "Not too much trouble, Zangetsu-sama, though Konoha Leaf ninjas tried to stop us under the command of the council and a man named Danzo," said the lead druid before giving his full report on the issue. "It was a good thing I had Aoshi and his team watch over you. I think that when the next Chunin exams rolls around in Konoha we'll have our teams enroll and show the Leaf just who we are," said Zangetsu, dismissing the druids to the darkness they came from. "Zangetsu-sama, I have received word from Tazuna from Wave Country, and the people fully support the trade agreement we set up between them and our village. They were most anxious to begin trade talks when told who founded the Shinigami village," said Kimimaro, appearing from the shadows behind Zangetsu while wearing a fox mask quite similar to Kenpachi's own. "Good. Set up a meeting with the Kazekage next and have him come here for the meeting, as to make the Leaf worry about what is happening around them," said Zangetsu, knowing that Gaara would have no problem signing an alliance treaty. "At once, Zangetsu-sama," said Kimimaro, bowing his head before re-entering the shadows and heading to Suna. With that settled, Zangetsu now turned to his greatest nemesis that even he himself found was becoming impossible to defeat: paperwork. "Kenpachi better take care of Mist soon, because I am not going to do this for him when he officially becomes the Shikage," thought Zangetsu, hating this horrible amount of work already, and it was only the late morning and he still had 5 more stacks to go. Konoha Council meeting room 2 hours later. "You idiots!" yelled Tsunade, slamming her fists on the meeting table, which thanks to a seal designed by Jiraiya absorbed the power behind the blow, preventing the table from breaking into splintered sawdust. Her yell, however, was heard throughout Konoha and possibly reached the windows of the fire daimyo himself. "That doesn't sound good," said the fire daimyo before returning back to reading his morning paper and drank his late morning tea. "How could you even think of sending Enbu, much less root Enbu, after druids that belong to the Shikage? And for what, I ask you? For the money that they rightfully, mind you, earned in killing Orochimaru, Kabuto, and Sound Village all in one single moment. You are lucky that the letter attached to the messenger bird the Shikage sent us stated that our ninja made a mistake and hope we didn't make it twice. Also, he pointed out that if we don't be more courteous to his people in the future, or if we prevent them from joining our next Chunin exams, they will report this to the fire daimyo and offer to replace us as his main form of ninja protection, effectively cutting off all funding to us and thus ending the village my grandfather founded," said Tsunade, scowling at all the council members, who had been trying to undermine her since she first arrived in Konoha as the Hokage. "But Hokage-sama, you don't realize that amount of money could go to training more Anbu or the Uchiha prodigy, or," said Kakashi, only to be silenced by Tsunade's ever-terrifying death glare. "You are lucky I don't smash you to pieces myself right now, Kakashi, since you are still needed in the Uchiha's development, not to mention working on the teamwork needed between him, Kiba, and Sakura, which from what I've read in your report is average at best," said Tsunade, having read the newly formed team's report along with the others. Naturally, the council protested in not promoting Sasuke before and long after the two Chunin examiners made their recommendations. Even more was that Inuzuka Sume and Yasha Haruno protested on the fact their children didn't advance either, but were silenced when Tsunade pointed out that neither child made it past the preliminaries. Guy wanted to take Lee on as his personal protege, no surprise there, after Neji received his Chunin rank along with Shikamaru, but was denied due to the need to reform the Genin teams to use in the next Chunin exams. As it stood, Shino would have to retake the Chunin exams again due to not facing anyone during the finals, along with Choji, Tenten, Ino, Lee, and Hinata in making new Genin teams under the same, or different, sensei. The new Team 7 would be Sasuke, Sakura, and Kiba under Kakashi. The new Team 8 would be Hinata, Shino, and Lee under Kurenai, with Guy still being Lee's personal taijutsu trainer. The new Team 9 was Ino, Tenten, and Shoji under Asuma, who after some threats from Tsunade decided to work harder than he did with the original Ino Shikacho. Sasuke hates working with others, while Kiba only trusts Akamaru, with that starting to be strained due to the dislike of Kiba's new smug behavior in having Hinata as his soon-to-be bride, and Sakura just won't do any type of training without Sasuke. Though I'm sure coming right down to it that they will all work well together and make it to the third part of the exam, said Kakashi, giving his patented U-shaped eye of a smile. They better, Kakashi, and if you make any of your students late again I will have he, she, or Kami help you, all three of them disqualified on the spot when their designated battle starts. Unlike the third Hokage, I am not going to try and amuse the stadium-size mob of traitor-loving Uchiha fans of this village, so help me Kami, said Tsunade, sending some killer intent at the Junin Cyclops, making the man shudder slightly after the woman stormed out of the room. Not like it matters. Whether they win or lose, we'll still make them all Chunin before that day is out and produce a much better clan within the week, said Danzo, seeing as how the power was now officially under the council's direct control after some very clever political maneuvering after the recommendations. That meant every decision that was made in regard to promoting Chunin were now under his direct control regardless of the Hokage's protests. Hokage's office moments later. Can you believe those fools Shizune? They think they can just weasel out of everything because of their position and where they live. They can't see just how big a target they place on themselves, and by the time they see that, it will be too late, and they will be all dead, said Tsunade, sitting in her chair and slumping in it before letting out a heavy sigh from all the frustration she was facing. Tsunade-sama, please calm down. I know it seems hopeless, but we just have to try and press forward or else all will be lost, said Shizune, with the spoiled pig Taunton letting out several encouraging oinks to state her opinion in the matter. I know, Shizune, it's just becoming too difficult at times to hold this place together, and every time I want to leave I see my family staring at me with a frown, said Tsunade, as she looked out the window and looked at the Hokage heads that came before her, all the while wondering what they would have done in her place. Both biological and surrogate, correct? Said Shizune, looking at the woman, wondering if she included Narutyo into that family as well. You know what I'm talking about, Shizune. If only I could find some way to locate and communicate with him somehow, said Tsunade, knowing that her summons were pissed off at the village. Though the Slug Queen herself knew that Tsunade had no power over such things, so allowed the Sannin to still be her summoner. Jiraiya was not so fortunate. Apparently Gamabunta was livid at the fact that Jiraiya knew just who Naruto's father was and still treated the kid like he was nothing. Taking the kid's money when finding Tsunade, not bothering to help in Naruto's training on the Rasengan, and telling him to do said training on his own, instead being more interactive with the blonde youth. Jiraiya also soon discovered that when push came to shove of a pissed-off summons, that depending on the summons can appear in the human world for a short time. In that short time, Gamabunta pounded the Sannin into the ground before literally throwing him into the Leaf Hospital, where he was treated for broken bones, fractured skull, concussion, a broken nose, and hair loss from being what seemed to be scalped off by a sharp blade. On a lighter note, the hot springs on the female section was safe to use for several months without the feel of someone peeping on the other side. Kumo Village Raikage Tower. 2 months later, the Yondaime Raikage was livid, hearing that his informants had failed him yet again in finding out who was behind the assault on his outpost near Wave Country. Ever since his informants revealed that Mist along with all of Water Country had gone under a dramatic change in government, things had been going downhill. With the death of the late Water Daimyo and his brother that was the Mizukage, the warring factions had stopped trying to kill each other. Rumor had it that they stopped once information from both the Mizukage and Water Daimyo's own personal journals were revealed that they had planned this from the start. Such information immediate got everyone's attention in and outside of Water Country, as it meant that given time the hidden Mist Village would once more rise to its former glory that it had been infamous for. It didn't help that both Mizu and Kumo had been at each other's throats prior to the Bloodline Civil War on the account that Kumo refused to follow a simple trade agreement before the late Sandaime Raikage took office. What made the Yondaime Raikage even angrier was that he soon learned that the new and apparently improved Mizukage was none other than Kumo's own demon vessel Ni Yugito. She was supposed to be his weapon, his pet, and his slave for as long as he had wished it to be so. If and when she became boring or had defied him too many times for his liking, he intended to sell her off to the Akatsuki organization for a substantial profit. Now that Ni Yugito was the new Mizukage of Mist, he found her to be at the moment to be untouchable due to the woman's newfound loyalty in her people, who along with few anonymous figures, freed the people from the harsh life of old, and brought them new ones. If he were to attack her now, it would be total disaster on his end, for he would need approval from his own daimyo to begin such a thing. Not only that, but the new Water Daimyo was a female also, who seemed to have small thing for dogs and even signing an apparent contract with a dog tracking team as well. Upon her identity being revealed as Inuzuka Rin, it became apparent as to why such the woman had such close ties to dogs due to her bloodline limit. It was almost humorous as well as ironic to see both cat and dog work together rather than tear each other apart like nature intended. Also, more reports came in about the new Shinigami no Sato than he would have liked, since they were the new village and already their Shikage, as he was called, was a major player in the shinobi world not seen since the Yondaime Hokage first took office. In Konoha, there were rumors flying all over about the man, woman, or what the figure was seeing, as how some said the cage wasn't human at all. The reports stated that the Shikage took on missions himself to not become weakened by sitting in a desk filled with paperwork, and had actually found a way to conquer it. Not beat it, not win against it, but actually conquer the damn thing. There were some reports in front of him about the mysterious ninja, though mostly being rumors or whispers that had been heard from the dead or dying shinobi from various villages, missing ninja, or those categorized simply into other column. The entity that was the first death shadow of the village, hidden in the Shinigami in just a few months' time, had taken on all comers, who thought they could knock him and his hidden village down a peg. The village hidden in the rain despite the civil war they were having was the first to try and the first to find out the hard way what it was like taking on the unknown. The retaliation of the Shikage quickly made any other village think twice in trying to pick a fight or mess with the Shikage and his village. Within 3 days, Amegakure no Sato was almost burned entirely down to nothing with all its jutsus and knowledge in all things shinobi taken for the use of the hidden Shinigami village. There were survivors, but only those hiding in shelters that belonged to the side that the Shikage seemed to favor were worthy of being spared, that coincidentally the very people losing the civil war. It was said that the Shikage himself did it all without breaking a sweat, and that the only real witness to his path of destruction was one broken, bleeding, and dying rain ninja, who when questioned before his delayed death spoke nonsense for a good 15 minutes. Then when the man was only mere minutes from dying, he spoke clear in whispery little sentences when telling what exactly happened, so only those around him could hear his dying words. The demon of Shinigami. The demon of Shinigami. The monster came at us with an unholy rage-filled power that killed all. But me. When he looked down upon me, it was like staring into the eye of a dragon preparing to pass judgment on my soul. Knowing that I am the dying survivor to my village's destruction is not mercy, it's torture, for even now he makes me see the dead around me that I will become. Beware of the demon of Shinigami. Reading the echoing words that seemed to speak into the Raikage's own skull before reading the rest of the report on how the man was soon dead from sudden convulsions, but not before he began speaking again, only in more randomly tongue and muttering apologies to what seemed to be an invisible force to the now dead man. Maybe he wasn't seeing things. Maybe he actually saw someone that the doctors could not write before he died. Could he have seen the Shikage himself right in the hospital? Impossible. Then again, one cannot understand the unknown when you have never faced such a very imposing being before, thought the Yondaime Raikage, wondering if he should double the guard at the gates to be extra sure the Shikage didn't decide to pay him a visit. Konoha 3 days later, nightfall. The cold air that was running through the village at this particular night was ungodly, as even the hot springs seemed to be less steamy than usual, if anyone bothered to look, that is. The Anbu guarding the walls and gate that night were freezing while trying to stay warm while staying hidden from potential enemies that might find their hidden position. The people that would stay awake to enjoy the nightlife stayed inside for once and went to bed early, not wanting to be awake on an unnaturally cold night. How right they were about the unnatural cold part. Just as the night became unnaturally cold, there was an unnatural fog like mist flowing into the streets in the north gate that, if followed heading straight, would take you directly to Rice Country. The guards at the gate knew something was up and got ready to fight, only to feel sleepy and fall asleep at their posts, effectively preventing any of them from alerting anyone of the coming presence that would soon pass through Konoha's walls. Walking through the empty streets, past the closed buildings, and under the cover of darkness to their desired target. The Hokage graveyard. Contrary to what people would think, the Hokages of years past were never incinerated to protect their secrets, but rather were buried with them. Their bodies perfectly intact, with a preserve seal placed on them in secret to honor the fallen fire shadows along with their spouses. The said spouses were to be cremated and then be placed in an urn so they could be buried along with the one they loved. Yondaime and his wife Uzumaki Kushina were examples of such traditions. However, if one were to prey on such knowledge from living in the Leaf Village, it could prove to be a possible risk to the village later on. A said example was the ever-vile Orochimaru, who was able to get the necessary DNA samples from knowing of the location to use in future failed experiments in making several human beings with the Shodem bloodline. It never occurred to anyone that the late Sandaime, before he died, had repeated history once more by showing the graveyard to one other outside potential Hokage candidates. It was when the person he showed the graveyard to was just a 5-year-old boy, just several years before the Uchiha massacre started. That boy was, at the time, named Uzumaki Narutyo. The Hokage had taken his time out for that one day to take Narutyo on a special visit to the graveyard, knowing that in the day the place ironically blossomed with life. It was almost as if the Shodem's bloodline was actually working even with its body long being dead for many years. On that day, the Sandaime had taken Narutyo to pay his respects to the late Yondaime in his own way, explaining to the boy that given time all would be explained on why he was being shown such a sacred place. Unfortunately, such a day never came, as Orochimaru had killed the old Sandaime in the sound invasion with a sword to the old man's chest. However, it had been widely believed by many in the ninja ranks, had Orochimaru not summoned the other two late fire shadows to weaken the old Hokage, the man's most gifted student turned Sanin, turned traitor, would have lost the battle and his life. Now here in this graveyard of fire shadows stood a large formation of druids with half of them carrying shovels, with the other with long torches to see where they were headed, and where to begin digging when reaching the correct spot. Once they got into the correct spots where they needed to be, they started digging. Uzumaki Naruto, now having renamed himself Uzumaki Kenpachi and current Shoden Shikage, had decided that the 4 graves that held the previous fire shadow's remains were being dishonored by the villagers themselves. It became clear to Kenpachi that all the Hokages that came before Tsunade and all they taught while living in a village had been forgotten, as their years as ninja warriors seemed to be only recalled in one of the many boring little history lessons Uruka gave at the Ninja Academy. As if that in itself wasn't bad enough. Be careful where your shovels strike in the earth's soil. Shikage-sama was very explicit on there being very little damage to the coffins as possible, said Kimimaro, wearing his Anbu uniform, along with a druid cloak, and fox skull mask given to him by Kenpachi himself. Kimimaro swore he would treasure and honor it by going on the most worthy of missions given to him by Kenpachi when his services were required. As such, this was one of those times. "Do you think anyone will notice what we are doing?" said Sajin Komamura, who was now the owner of the sword that had once belonged to the late Sanin Orochimaru. The much larger mask-shaped entity appeared alongside Kimimaro, who was watching like the sword owner as the druids were digging 6 spots in the earth. All the while Sajin looked through his mask around the area every so often for any possible interruptions that may have arisen during this time of removing the coffins from the earth. Sajin, like Yachiru, was a half-demon fox, though unlike Yachiru had the animalistic face of a fox down to the whiskers, rather than that of a human-looking one. His face made the people who saw him called him monster, demon, and various other things before he had been captured several months prior to Orochimaru's demise. He was attacked by the said Sanin after he had been heavily poisoned by the sound Anbu and was used to help the Sanin to further achieve immortality. Had it not been for the fact that the demon side and blood inside of Sajin had rejected Orochimaru's cruel attempts at possessing him via immortality jutsu, the half-demon fox more than suspected that he would have been the next vessel of the late Snake Sanin. When Kenpachi, Zangetsu, and Kimimaro entered the row of prison cells used to house failure from various experiments, they had found the large fox man heavily chained with countless chakra-draining seals all over his body. When Kenpachi ripped the prison cell door off its hinges, he fried the chakra seals from the half-demon's body by overloading their powers with his own. Upon looking at the 3, Sajin had immediately bowed his head to the left in shame, trying to hide his face deeper into the darkness of his prison cell, expecting his rescuers to look upon him with disgust before turning around to leave him in the room to rot. Much was Sajin's surprise when Kenpachi sliced through the chains holding him down with his sword before he, Kimimaro, and Zangetsu lift him up to carry him out of the room. When Sajin was better rested, Kenpachi paid him a visit without the spiky bell at the tips like hair, but a more passive version of the man, though the eye patch remained on the right eye. He also saw a half-demon fox girl on his right shoulder looking at him with interest, as if she had never seen anyone like him before. After much talking later, Sajin pledged his entire life to Kenpachi, though the latter told him it was unnecessary as he did it for a fellow outcast like himself. That he too knew what it was like to be called such harsh names when no one around you had any right to judge you without even getting to know you. If anything, that little part of the conversation brought Sajin's loyalty practically up to the equivalent level of Kimimaro's own loyalty. It was almost scary. Still, such scars from the past do not fade easily, and as such Sajin wished to hide his fox-like facial appearance from the world via a wooden-shaped mask that surrounded his entire face. Kenpachi agreed on the terms that one day, he would remove the mask and would stop wearing it afterwards. A term that Sajin reluctantly, but willingly agreed upon, since there was always a chance that the mask could be destroyed in battle. The mask itself was designed by Sajin himself so he could see out of it with small thin-like lines in the front, and due to his keen fox-like eyes, anyone thinking that half-demon fox was at a disadvantage was very mistaken. Not until tomorrow morning, or a few days after, I imagine. Very few know of this place, let alone wish to guard it due to the secrecy of where the graveyard is. However, should I be wrong, I know I can count on you to help me vanquish any and all obstacles that stand in our way, said Kimimaro, who knew the Sajin was like him and loyal to the Shikage and followed the eye patch wearing Death Shadow without question. Moments later, one of the smaller groups of the druids digging stopped, having reached his target. He then moved his shovel away before brushing away the dirt, picked up the wooden box containing the desired item inside, and then with black-gloved hands gently picked the box that they had been digging for that was under the Yondaimi's tombstone. Carefully the druid walked over to Kimimaro. Kneeling on one knee, opened the box lid, and presented the large golden object to the right-hand man of Kenpachi, who took it just as carefully as the druid had the protective wooden casing. It was the urn of Uzumaki Kushina. "Can you hear her sorrow? She crying?" said Sajin, who received a single nod from Kimimaro, who tucked the urn away for safekeeping. "What did you expect? She is crying over what this village has done to her son since her death in bringing him into this world. However, that will stop once she is carefully in her new resting place especially made for her by Shikage-sama," said Kimimaro, hearing the cries of the woman's soul on how they could hurt her precious little boy like that. "Yes. Her along with the others," said Sajin, looking at the druids digging deeper for the coffins that contained the 4 late Hokage's remains. "1 of 5 down with 4 holes to dig left. You do know it is against the law of any place, city or ninja village to rob a grave, much less that of a late cage, right?" said Hitaki. Kakashi, a nearby tree above them, reading his perverted book casually as if the people below him were nothing to him. He wasn't alone either, as 20 Anbu ninja were all around the group below with weapons drawn ready to slay the intruders for their trespassing. "It seems we have been discovered," said Kimimaro, looking up at Kakashi, recognizing him from the bingo book, seeing the man had not worn an Anbu mask like the others. "Yes. How do you wish to proceed?" said Sajin, glaring at Kakashi and letting out his killer intent at the man, who felt the tremendous killer intent making him put his book away, getting serious. "I can tell by your killing intent you're not normal," said Kakashi, raising his headband to reveal his Sharingan eye that he was infamous for to help him see the truth. "That eye won't reveal anything to you, Hitaki, nor will be telling you anything or what knowledge we may possess. If captured, we are prepared to end our lives taking whatever secret we hold with us to protect the one we serve," said Sajin with such conviction that Kakashi believed the taller figure would indeed end his life. Also, was the Leaf Junin imagining things, or did the same person seem to hate him for some reason? "Well, if that's the case, then can we at least talk with some civility before we start to go at it? Like, for example, I ask you a question, and if you want to, either of you can answer the question or not, depending on what it is. How's that?" said Kakashi, almost feeling the itch to read his book again, since he felt he could calm them down enough to prevent an all-out fight here. "Speak your first question, Hitaki Teme, before we decide to slaughter you along with the rest of these weaklings," said Kimimaro, letting loose his own killer intent, making all the Anbu on edge at feeling such hate towards their very being. "Well, if you want to get right into it, who am I to stop you? All right then, question number 1 is this: who is the man who that has taken the title of Shikage?" said Kakashi, focusing his Sharingan eye on the two, hoping the two would crack under its hypnotic gaze. They didn't even blink, and they didn't answer. At the moment, the druids from one of the spots finished and proceeded to lift up the gold-colored coffin from the earth, holding it steady in their hands. The druids then proceeded and move away from the rectangular and empty grave before stopping once more near the graveyard entrance exit. 2 down with 3 remaining. "Okay, question number 2 is, what are you planning to do with the 4 coffins that hold our ever-so-sacred Hokages?" said Kakashi, though his tone was more serious given the one of the coffins held his sensei. "If you must know, we are relocating them to a more sacred and secure spot away from this tainted shinobi village they once proudly called home. You dishonor them, so our leader has decided that we take them someplace where they will be treated with respect," said Sajin, taking a hard step forward, shaking the ground slightly beneath him, Kimimaro, and the druids. Needless to say, it got Kakashi's and the other Leaf Ninja's attention. That was a lot of force placed under that single step, and from the looks of it the tall guy wasn't even trying very hard, thought Kakashi, narrowing his eyes at the masked giant, who retaliated by letting loose an even larger amount of killing intent to snuff out the Leaf Junin's piercing look. 3 down with 2 to go as the druids lift yet another coffin. Question number 3. Are you a threat to Konoha? Said Kakashi, noticing that the Anbu behind were becoming tenser and wondering why the Sharingan user didn't order them to stop the druids. I'll answer your question with one of my own. Do you mean the village in general or the overall populace? Said Kimimaro, channeling some chakra into his mask, making the eyeholes flash red to intimidate the Junin and his team. Both actually, said Kakashi, hearing the shoveling in the background being the only real noise in the night, along with the barely heard fire from the torches that some of the other druids held. 4 down with 1 left to dig up. Yes, and somewhat no, depending on who were out to kill Hitaki, said Sajin, leering at He-Man while letting out a small yet still dark laugh into the night. Kakashi didn't need either of the two in order to get the hint. Due to the bloodlust from the tall helmet, one was more than enough for him. Take them alive, but don't hesitate to kill if restraining them proves a fruitless endeavor to achieve, said Kakashi, drawing his kunai from his pouch ready to fight. Final coffin removed from grave, mission objective completed. It would appear that the time has come to show these fools what it means to fight against the forces of Shikage-sama, said Sajin, drawing out his sword while Kimimaro just walked over to the gates near the other druids before drawing out his bone tonfas that he had been secretly making during the conversation. You know what to do, Sajin-san, just don't create too much noise, said Kimimaro, as he knew that Sajin would rather kill himself than willingly fail Kenpachi in any mission. Such arrogance in thinking one person could take on the son of the White Fang and his small army of Leaf Anbu beside him, said Kakashi, smirking at them, thinking this was going to be easier than he thought and may not even need his Sharingan. The arrogance is yours, Hitaki Kakashi, for thinking that name alone gives you the power to best me, knowing that is all you are to your late father. His worthless runt and poor excuse of a son that he didn't kill before taking his own life to remove his shame, not of failing a mission, but knowing he helped conceived you, said as Sajin drew his sword, revealing to them it was the Kusanagi sword that was responsible for the late Sandame's death. How dare you wield such a tainted sword against us, you freak of nature, said one of the Anbu, only back away several steps, feeling the killer intent from Sajin increase threefold. Shut up and fight, you fool leaf ninja, roared Tenkin, said Sajin, as chakra came out of his sword, creating a giant version of his arm, holding his sword in his hand above him before brining it down upon the shocked ninjas. Kakashi was glad he could move as fast as he did, otherwise he may have been crushed by the sheer brute force of the usual power that the giant man had displayed. Another thing that bothered Kakashi was that the man he had come to identify from his partner as Sajin did not call the Kusanagi its original name, but rather he called it Tenkin. For Kakashi it made no sense, since that was the sword that had slain the third and nearly killed the Tsunade when Jiraiya was sent to find her to become the 5th Hokage of Konoha. Lethal force authorized. Kill him, said Kakashi before making the hand signs for Rikiri and charged Sajin, who used his power to take out a quarter of the forces opposing him. Kakashi's attack would have succeeded had a spiked wall of bones shot up in front of him several feet in between him and Sajin, while a few shorter ones were able to stab Kakashi in the feet or ankles, making him lose his Chidori in the process. As much as I would like you to deliver some much-needed punishment on them, Sajin-san, we must be going. Shikage-sama does not like tardiness when it comes to completing missions that are important to him, said Kimimaro, rising to his full height, slamming his hand down onto the ground, using his bloodline to create a new clan technique, though it was strictly defensive one. Right behind you, Kimimaro-san, said Sajin, who followed the group and made their escape from the graveyard. Kimimaro? Orochimaru's bodyguard is alive? Thought Kakashi, closing his headband over his Sharingan eye, biting back the urge to scream, and at the moment he really wanted to scream. Call for reinforcements and summon Tsunade-sama to the hospital so we can help the wounded, said an Anbu ninja wearing a ferret mask before he and several others took off after the grave robbers. Little did they know this was 2 missions in one. Hyuga compound moments later. It didn't take long for the village alarm to sound, and the Hyuga clan's giant home went under immediate lockdown, preventing anyone from entering or leaving. As for Hinata herself, she was awakened by the running around that could be heard outside of her door. Possibly that her sister Hanabi heard the commotion through her door as well, since they were right next to each other, with Neji's room being across from them, being their personal protector and relative. Hinata shivered slightly as she remembered the latest Hyuga clan elders meeting her father had attended just a few days ago concerning her sister. Due to Hinata's special marriage, Hanabi was to soon to be given title of heiress to the Hyuga clan. Hiyashi was livid that they wanted to put Neji and Hanabi together when his youngest of two daughters became of age, since they wanted strong Hyuga to run the clan. Hiyashi had immediately denounced such a union since it was not possible genetically and it was wrong morally, though the elders said keeping with tradition was a must. Hiyashi though had further explained that while Neji was indeed his nephew, which caused any form of union to not be possible due to the genetic similarities between Hiyashi and Hizashi. Being the clan head's twin made it to be as if Neji was Hiyashi's own illegitimate son along with Hinata and Hanabi's half-brother. The Hyuga clan elders were less than pleased and planned to go another route when the right time presented itself. After all, it was to ensure that Hanabi would one day be married to a strong individual of their choice they could trust to produce a strong Hyuga offspring. Now Hinata had to comfort herself with her little fox plushie her father through unknown sources was able to get her in secret, since it reminded her of Kenpachi when he was still Naruto. He'll stop this marriage from happening. He won't let it happen to me, I know he won't, thought Hinata, holding the plushie tighter, wishing beyond all things that it was her foxy hero. There was a knock at her room door, bring her further back to the living world away from which she barely lingered, wanting to re-enter the dream world. Hinata-sama, I need you to come to the door, said a deep unknown voice from behind rice paper the door, making Hinata frown as her door was not locked and could have been opened by the voice behind it. This could mean he was a servant she had yet to meet in the large house, or the unknown being was an enemy that had infiltrated her home like before, only this time as was to trick her and possibly assassinate her at her room door. Who is it? Said Hinata in a tired, sleepy voice, and whispered even in a more serious and lower one to activate her Byakugan to see beyond her room. A messenger, though my orders were to wait by the door to receive the message from the one whose soul belongs to you, said the kneeling figure that from what Hinata could see with her eyes was not from her clan or Konoha in general. The demon mask was but one dead giveaway. Then the mont's words pierced through her head and her heart swelled, knowing just who the figure was talking about, as only one person could think of such words to say to her. She got up from her bed and went over to the door, pushing it open only to stop after 2 inches by the person on the opposite side. Please tell me what the message that Kenpachi is, said Hinata, being as polite as she could be at the ungodly hour. I cannot speak his words, for they would be tainted by me. However, I am to deliver this letter from him to you that say his words, said the demon masked wearing ninja, handing her envelope with a black ink-colored seal in the shape of the Shinigami's head. Thank you, Oni-sama, said Hinata, taking the envelope, feeling the smoothness and the weight of the parchment inside of it. Please, you honor me enough as it is by speaking to me. If anything, call me Hananya if and when we meet again at a later date. For now, I must go before your cousin or sister spot me here near your room, said Hananya before seemingly teleported from her sight as she shut her door and locked it to prevent anyone else from entering. Carefully, Hinata opened the envelope and unfolded the letter, reading its contents slowly to savoir in every word written on it. Dearest Haim of all Haims, if you are reading this, then Hananya had delivered the letter successfully to you, and for that I am grateful to no end. Now I know that you can once more know how much I love you with every ounce of my soul, which I give to you without hesitation. Know that I am with you always and will protect you from the shadows, as I cannot be there in person. I am fully aware that you are put into unusual arranged marriage with Kiba Teme and Sasuke Teme, which, as you can imagine, pisses me off to no end. Make no mistake, my Haim, I am not mad at you since you had no say in the matter. I'm more pissed off at the bastards who set the whole thing up while I was away and unable to do something. Ever since when Team 7's first mission in Wave Country, when we were all ambushed by the Demon Brothers, I have never been as powerless since then as I am now. However, I am not without ways of making sure you are safe from harm or from those two Teme's pervert. Mainly Kiba's, like ways. Even now I have special agents assigned specifically to monitor and protect you from harm. You already met one of them, so you can focus on the Chunin exams. I'm having my teams participate in that as well, though between you, me, and this letter they are more than qualified for having the rank. I will be there to see you again, though how I won't say until you see me on the day my teams arrive to compete in the exams. Make sure you and your team, as long as Sasuke Teme and Kiba Teme aren't with you, makes it to the third part of the Chunin exams. I know you can do it because I believe in you without hesitation and know you are strong no matter what anyone else says. Love, Uzumaki Kenpachi, the Shoden Shikage of Shinigami Gakure no Sato. P.S. Here's a picture of what I look like with that last word read. Hinata looked down at the photograph attached to the letter of her love before her eyes went wide as dinner plates. Hinata then used the last ounce of mental strength to carefully refold the letter, walk over to her bed, tuck the letter with photograph away in her diary, sit on her bed, then proceeded to faint. With steam coming out of her ears due to the letter, and a nosebleed caused from the photograph. Kenpachi-kun is such a sexy fox, thought Hinata before re-entering her dreams that were with her and Kenpachi doing all sorts of things that would have made Jiraiya envious and want to make a super-sized novel of Icha Icha Paradise, on a hill outside the gates of Konoha 10 minutes later. Do you think they will get to the safe zone in time? Said Hitsugaya to Shiro, watching with interest with his ever-beautiful, possibly too beautiful, and taller wife Hitsugaya Matsumoto Rangaku, or Ran, as she liked to be called, standing beside him. The young man had come from water country several years before the bloodline civil war started with his mother and father, who despite the growing tensions back home at the time loved each other dearly. His aunt from his mother's side of the family stayed in mist and chose to keep her bloodline limit hidden in case things became worse for those like her with special abilities. And things did get worse, but not before Tashiro's aunt met this wonderful, at least she thought, man, who helped give her a child. A child that like her had the power to change the way water could be manipulated into ice via her bloodline limit passed down as all genetic traits do from parent to child. That child's name was Haku. When Kenpachi heard of Tashiro's abilities, he instantly knew just who the man had been related to, sending Kimimaro and Zanjetsu to search high and low for the man. After all, it was only right to inform the man of his cousin, how they encountered each other, and to regretfully inform the man Haku's untimely demise at the hands of Hitaki Kakashi. When Tashiro found out, he was devastated by the news, but when he learned that Haku died nobly in battle to protect his precious person, the ice user knew it was a good death worthy of his family heritage. In light of this news, the now last member, as far as Tashiro now knew, of his clan, pledged his loyalty to Kenpachi in order to continue honoring the short, but powerful friendship that had happened between the Fox vessel and Haku. For Rangaku, it was simply follow her husband's lead, knowing that once the man made up his mind in such a matter, not even she could change his mind unless he did it voluntarily. Of course they will, Shiro-chan. You should know better than to not have better faith in those two, said Rangaku, leaning down and hugging her husband and consuming his head into her quite large female assets, making the man blush while fighting the soon-to-be nosebleed that was to come if she didn't stop. How the short man hated being called that embarrassing nickname. Fortunately, the shorter of the two was saved from embarrassment when static came into their earpieces, meaning someone was about to talk to one or both of them. It meant it was of the utmost importance. Tashiro-san, what is the status of current situation in Konoha concerning the mission? Said the voice of Kenpachi over the headset in the frosty white-haired man's ear that had made all fooling around from his wife be put on hold. The pout on her face proved she wasn't happy about it either. Everything is going according to plan, sir. Hananya reported in not long ago and told me he gave Hyuga Hinata your letter. He also stated to me that he is going to continue his spying on Konoha while protecting Hinata until a month before the Chunin exams start. Said Tashiro, putting two fingers to his earpiece and relaying what was going on. Good. Can you see my retrieval team at all, Rangaku-san? Said Kenpachi, wondering just how far his team had gotten getting what he asked for. Kimimaro, Sajin, and the large group of druids are heading their way along with what seems to be what you asked them to retrieve, Shikage-sama. However, I now see that there are some Anbu chasing after them, sir, and closing fast, said Rangaku, frowning at this new situation as the small group of ninjas were closing in and going directly for her comrades, while the village alert system that had kicked in not long ago was still wailing like a banshee. When the team I sent is safe, freeze their pursuers to a standstill and smoke the life out of them, said Kenpachi with malice and hate for the Anbu, who he knew had deliberately failed to protect him despite the orders given to them by the late Sandame. Yes, Shikage-sama, said Rangaku and Toshiro, knowing that the sound behind the man's words meant to cause as much pain as humanly possible. And that also doing it as inhumanly possible wasn't a bad thing either. Sit upon the frosted heavens, Hiranmaru, said Toshiro, drawing his sword, sending his chakra through the tip of the blade, creating a large ice dragon came down upon Konoha, creating an ice barrier that cut off the Anbu team's pursuit. My turn. Growl Hineka, said Rangaku, unleashing her own sword's power and sending her blade turn to ash upon the Anbu forces, attacking them in the shape of a large cat, mauling them all in the process. About 10 minutes after these attacks struck, the retrieval team of Kimimaro, Sajin, and the druids carrying the coffins met up with the two waiting. It would seem our mission was a success and it's time to go home to report to Shikage-sama, said Kimimaro, looking to his right, seeing the sudden appearance of Zangetsu from a newly opened portal. You all did extremely well. Now let's go before the leaf reinforcements arrive to delay us further, said Zangetsu before letting them all pass into the portal and then himself letting it close just as Jiraiya along with several Junin arrived on the scene. Damn, they got away, said Jiraiya, knowing from the description of the last person he saw was the one who had led the recruitment of various missing ninja among others to join the Shinigami Gakure no Sato that had sprung up over the ashes of sound. What do we do, Jiraiya-sama? Said a Junin with a scar along his chin area. Nothing, except tell Hokage-sama that her family and predecessors have all been taken from her, yet again, said Jiraiya, knowing she was going to super pissed at what had just happened right under in the village's own nose, meaning the super pervert was going to sent to the hospital, yet again. Good thing he was a fast healer. Yay, another chapter updated. Now I'm sure you're wonder about C&D. Well, the pot is still brewing. Actually, in all honesty, I hit my head the other day and spilled what was going on inside my head, causing a massive kitchen fire in the back of my skull. So for the moment my muse for C&D is in the hospital with first, second, and third degree burns. Not literally, but you get the meaning. So for the moment the making of a new C&D chapter is off the menu. Why do you all look at me as if you want to kill me? I'm going to focus on Star Wars and this one. Don't worry, C&D will not be discontinued. Over my dead body, and I plan to keep it that way. Just give me a few more months at the latest. I know a few months does seem like a long time, don't hurt me, but to all of you who boo my decision, can you honestly tell me that you wouldn't have some difficulty writing so much and so many chapters without getting writer's block? I thought so. I hope you all enjoyed this latest installment. Any questions you may ask I will answer to the best of my ability, or you will find out in the next chapter. Until next time, peace. Chapter 9 Road to the Chunin exams. When the alarms finally died down on the village hidden in the leaf, all of the people were shocked to learn that the graves of the 4 previous fire shadows and one's own wife had been disturbed. That the graves of their previous leaders had been taken from right under them like taking a candy from a sleeping baby, and that the ones responsible for the theft came from the village hidden in the Shinigami. Out of everyone upset by this were Tsunade and Jiraiya, since they were 2 of the oldest members of Konoha to know all of or related to those that had their remains taken away. The 3 days of talking later, the council was quite livid and demand she finally take action against the Shikage and his village like they should have done originally. After they all found out what happened to Rain Village, the council had been adamant about sending spies into Shinigami Village, which Tsunade did, wanting to know more about the new hidden village herself. They were all sent back maimed and bloody in a box with a note on it telling Leaf not to stick its nose where it doesn't belong. It kept Tsunade from sending more lives to their deaths until she learned why the Shikage seemed so hostile towards Konoha when Mist, Suna, and Waterfall representatives were all welcome to meet with the entity. Full trade relations were set up between Shinigami and Wave, increasing the flow of their economic state several times over. Even the Spring Princess, actress Yuki, met the mysterious man to do business with him for future missions she may ask of his ninja to do. She had even suggested that given his permission and cooperation she could perform her movie roles in his hidden village, with a significant sum going to Shinigami as a token of her thanks. Though thanks for what exactly no one knew. After hearing the entire report from a temporarily assigned to wheelchaired Kakashi and several Anbu, Tsunade sent a letter to the fire daimyo as fast as she could. Shizune had looked it over, and after correcting it several times, sent it off to have the man give his blessing on Leaf going to war with the Shikage. To go into this war in their current state of favor with the all-wise and powerful fire daimyo, it would be unwise to engage such a conflict without asking. The response they got from the fire daimyo was not the one Tsunade, Shizune, Jiraiya, and all the council members expected. Dear Hokage-sama, I have received your request to give you permission to go to war with Shinigami due to what happened in Konoha a little over a week ago. Believe me when I say that I fully understand your pain in this matter, since most of your family, friends, and sensei were among the late Hokages buried there. However, before you sent me this letter, I also received one from the Shikage himself explaining his said actions towards the Leaf. He also explained to me in his letter how those who came to receive the bounties had been denied at first by your council. Can you tell me what was the appropriate amount for the slain bodies, who I dare not speak out of spite for them? Then later on, several of your ninjas, whether under your command or not, tried to take the very sum they were given away. I am most displeased right now with what news I have heard, and while I do not deplore the actions of the Shikage, I do not sanction them either. That said, I have decided that due to the popularity of the hidden Shinigami village with various villages and countries, I have no choice but to deny your request. However, I am not without mercy, and the Shikage has taken into account your personal feelings on this issue, Hokage-sama, given your relationship to those inside the coffins that were taken. So by the power invested in me, I will increase your budget by the stated percentage I told you in the previous letter. The fire daimyo PS. As for your budget increase, Hokage-sama, you can thank the Shikage for that. What kind of person takes from us then vouches for us to have our funding restored by the fire daimyo to such an extent? Said Danzo, frowning at the copy of the letter as he read it over and over again, trying to see what he could not with his one good eye. How troublesome. Don't you get it? The Shikage knows that we are the village hosting the Chunin exams again this year. This guy clearly knows that most of the funding we are given to us now by the fire daimyo will be used to make ourselves presentable at the time, said Nara Shikaku, reading over the copy of the letter, understanding the knowledge given to them by the fire daimyo. What the man should do is simply give us our original budget back and help us invade Rice Country and attack the hidden Shinigami village, said Inuzuka Sume, who had seen this like the others as one insult after the other. As if we had any leverage in a negotiation to make him consider such an action. If we go through with starting a war with the Shikage and his village, it could lead to a war with Suna, Mist, Waterfall, and Spring Country should she decide to help him, said Shibi, as he saw the logic in staying away from potential confrontations right now. Why that woman even agreed to meet the man and arrange a treaty with the Shikage is beyond me. She originally hired our ninja out to help, and now she has simply betrayed us to that new shinobi village. It's insulting, said Haruno Yasha in her arrogant-sounding voice, while wondering what could have possessed the young princess actress to just sign a treaty with her shortly after the village's founding. What's insulting is you all ignored the fourth Hokage's dying wish and tried repeatedly to undermine the third Hokage in terms of the boy's life and being raised elsewhere than the orphanage, said Tsunade, knowing this all came back to Naruto and how the harsh treatment of the villagers had come back to bite them in the ass. The people running the orphanage had been bitten first at the hands of Tsunade, having them executed privately, but painfully for their actions. When they defended themselves, saying it was to teach the demon a lesson, they soon lost the power to speak, as they either had their throats ripped out or they're blown off by Tsunade's monstrous strength. The ones that had remained neutral to Naruto at the very least were allowed to keep their jobs at severely reduced pay, so the children still at the orphanage could still be taken care of. Regardless of the past with the demon, it can't be undone, though if it were up to me I would have killed the monster the day he was sealed, said Danzo, knowing that under his iron fist the demon vessel would have made a great weapon for him to control. One more comment like that, Danzo, and I'll see to it you will be joining the rest of your ancestors in hell where they belong. Right. Now we need to focus on what is ahead of us, and that is the Chunin exams. We have already received a small amount of applicants this year from Suna, Mist, Waterfall, with an average sum from Kumo, Iwa, and finally we have an alarmingly large quantity of teams from Shinigami, said Tsunade, knowing what was to come next from the council before them. Deny them. After what they did, they should be gutted like figs and hanged by their very organs from the Hokage Tower, said Danzo, as he is not about to have this new village make his leaf look like idiots and fools. We can't. If we deny them, then everyone else will drop out as well. All of the hidden villages are only entering because of Shinigami, and they want to see as well as find out just how powerful they truly are. What better way to do it than by using Konoha for the Chunin exams? With the various feudal lords and fellow Kages watching from the stand in anticipation, it would be suicidal to deny them, said Tsunade, looking down at the list of teams with the Shinigami covering most of the list by almost over half of all the others total. Considering the amount of genin we have flooding in, we should remove as many as we can right away before the fighting portion of the exam. I say we just have them proceed to the second part of the exam in the Forest of Death and see who are left to remaining for the preliminaries if we have them, said Inuzuka Sume, knowing that no one liked the written part of the exam since it was clearly for mental geniuses like the Aburame and Nara clans. We may have to, considering the large list we have here of applicants total from the other villages prevents us from putting them even in our largest room for the written test, said Tsunade, looking over teams with the names given to her by the Fire Daimyo, though for the Shinigami names that went with their teams were not written. A request made by the elderly Rice Daimyo to the Fire Daimyo. This should be beneficial since we can use the Forest of Death to ambush the Shinigami teams for future interrogation to help us get our spies and teams into their village, said Danzo, smirking at the thought only to have it removed by a forceful glare by Tsunade. We will do no such thing. The Shikage himself is staying for the duration of the entire exam along with the other Kages, and they have spies everywhere. They will most likely get word of this from their spy network, which I remind you far outdoes Jiraiya's, and declare full-scale war upon us with their allies. Given our current condition, we would be walking into a slaughterhouse with us being the proverbial cow, said Tsunade, hating the fact that all Danzo and the other council members thought about were conflicts with other shinobi villages. Then place restrictions on them when they enter village, said Haruno Yasha, having no desire to have those barbarians, as she originally called them, near her home or her little angel of a daughter. If we do that, then it would have to placed on others including our own to show fairness, and even if we could simply isolate them due to the recent incident, I highly doubt the Kazekage will be pleased. He seems to be on good terms with the Shikage and signed an officially announced alliance with them shortly after the meeting with Temari, even being offered as part of an arranged marriage to seal the deal, said Tsunade, seeing the scowl on the pink-haired woman's face at her demand being shot down. Just what we need, another demon spawn running around in another village while the one we once had gone rogue and simply disappeared. He should have been made into a weapon, said Danzo, seeing his greatest chance for making Konoha a military power structure unequaled by another taken away from by his old senile friend, Sarutobi Sandame. And you should have all Honredthe Yondaime's wishes, but you all chose to be disrespectful, yelled Tsunade, tired of hearing the same old song from Danzo at nearly every council meeting she had with these old hags that tired to press upon her their so-called experience running the village. In her experience, they couldn't handle running water. Shinigami Gakure no Sato. You didn't have to agree to all the terms, Kenpachi. I know you have your father's clan to revive while putting it under your mother's name, but you have to put Hyuga Hinata's feelings into consideration in agreeing to this, said Zangetsu, as he was now wondering why in all of Kami's sweet little creation had his vessel agreed to that part of the alliance agreement. It's true it was optional, but like Hinata I also have feelings for Temari, and I know once I found a way to explain it to Hinata she will understand why I did what I did. In addition, Temari being strong like Hinata, she also knows, accepts, and understands people like me through Gaara. That was just several of the reasons why I love her just like I do Hinata. My one and only real stipulation to the arranged marriage was that Hinata marries me and bears my children first, otherwise there can be no such union between me and Temari. A stipulation, which as you know Gaara agreed to since he knows of my strong feelings for my sweet Hime of a Hyuga, said Kenpachi, knowing that it would be very difficult for Hinata to accept sharing him with another woman, but he believed she would understand. Now that you have your personal life reset back on track, we need to go over more cage-related matters, with Renji reporting in from his mission in finding Akatsuki's main base. Since you killed 3 of the 9 members, they have to replenish their ranks, which they did with Kisame shortly after you killed him, said Zangetsu, having sent the team of Aburai Renji, Hajime Saito, Seta Sojiro, and Kagaya Kimimaro to look for the main base, going right for the jugular of the organization that had been a bane on so many demon vessels since it was first started. As if the villages that they came from weren't bad enough. It's high time we put an end to this organization once and for all. As I told Itachi in our last encounter nearly some 2.5 years ago, they would be the hunted, and I will not make myself out to be a liar. Akatsuki has seen its last sunrise, said Kenpachi, getting up from his chair, making a shadow clone to handle paperwork, and left with Zangetsu back in his body to head out to deal with Akatsuki. Poor Akaku would have to be tortured a little while longer by Yachiru for a while, as he and a Yasugawa Yumachika played with her, as she liked to call it. The poor bastards. Yes, yelled the spirit of Zaraki Kenpachi, rubbing his hands together with a sadistic smile on his face, knowing he was going to spill more blood like last time. Konoha 2 days later. Hinata was practicing her gentle fist style on a padded practice stump at training ground number 3 when she sensed Inuzuka Kiba walking towards her with a smile on his face. A smile that she simply loathed and hated, since he started bragging one night to some people how he had simply won against the Kyuubi in nabbing his Hinata in terms of marriage. He had already made several advances on her to get an early start, as he put it, on their relationship as husband and wife. She brushed him off as one would a strand of hair on one's shoulder that didn't belong, and scowled at him before leaving his presence each time he tried. Now Kiba was trying again for what seemed to be the 6th time. Or was it the 7th? Hinata lost track after the 3rd attempt, when she had slapped the drink he had given her away one day, not trusting the contents of the glass since he had that all too hungry dog-like lust in his eyes. "Hey my Hinataheim, how are you this wonderful day?" said Kiba, trying to sweet-talk her once again into be more happy with their relationship. Among other things. Granted, the Inuzuka had to share what he considered his Hinata with the Uchiha, but as long as he got his own set of pups from the girl, he didn't give a damn. All he wanted was to be with her as long as he could have her when the Uchiha didn't. Besides, should the young Inuzuka ever find a few ladies along the way to take in on the side, then who was he to argue with it, since Hinata very well couldn't? The Uchiha wouldn't care so long as they didn't get in his way as the tragic avenger, he told everyone, so he could kill his older brother. Don't call me that, Kiba-san, deciding to be as formal as she could, hoping that the ever-ego-inflated Inuzuka would get the hint and leave her alone to train. Apparently the boy was thinking too much with his other head to care what she said to him. "Why? You are a Heim, and for the most part my Heim. Sure, the Uchiha can call you that if he wants to, but I highly doubt it. Come on Hinata, let's go back to my place so we can try to get to know each other better," said Kiba, who after saying that had some perverted thoughts running through his head at what he meant. "Do not be so sure, Kiba. I'm not your wife yet until you become a Chunin after all the exams, and to do that you have to make it to the final part. If you are not careful, you and your teammates might get eliminated before then," said Hinata, turning to face him with a strong look in her eyes that told the Inuzuka she was not shy or afraid of him. They were strong eyes. Determined eyes. For one, Kiba hated those eyes on her, meaning she was not acting the submissive female in front of the superior alpha male that he clearly, at least he thought, was. The Inuzuka was not about to have this girl, his girl, and soon to be a woman, gain a backbone before they became officially man and wife. Well, man and wife and man, but enough about the technicalities. Listen Hinata, I don't care what you think at this moment, all I know is you are coming back home with me whether you like it or not, said Kiba, becoming more feral while his fingers became sharper like claws and he bared his teeth like a dog, showing they were sharper too. "I choose not, Kiba," said Hinata, facing her opponent in the traditional gentle fist style with her Byakugan activated, vowing she would not be touched by Uchiha Sasuke or this runt of an Inuzuka that stood before her. "Big mistake, Hinata. Once I beat you into submission, I take you right here and now as my prized Hyuga bitch," said Kiba, leering at her. Know just what position he wanted her in, that would make it all the more fitting. Such words coming from this fool will only make him more foolish, said a shadowy figure that came up from behind Kiba, who knocked the Inuzuka out with a solid fist to the back of the kid's head. Hananya-san, said Hinata, surprised that the loyal ninja of her Kenpachi-kun was here in the village, where if caught would be tortured and interrogated without mercy to know what secrets her love held within his village. Even if they didn't know he was the Shikage of that village. "My apologize, Hinata-sama, but considering you were exhausted from training already and he was at full strength, I felt it was my duty to you as well as Shikage-sama to stop him. Forgive me if I have offended you," said Hananya, bowing his head out of respect for the young woman before him. "It's all right, Hananya-san. You better go before someone notices you are here and alerts the others of your presence," said Hinata, looking around for any threat to her protector. "I will take my leave then, but I won't travel far," said Hananya, disappearing from her sight like a phantom, or a demon depending on your perspective. Hinata decided to leave as well, but not before giving the Inuzuka boy a swift kick to his temple for making unwanted advances on her. Akatsuki main base. 4 days later. Explosions were heard everywhere through the base, with the alarms going off in every part of the secret mountain structure. At the moment Itachi, Tobi, Pain, and Konan were running for their lives as Zetsu, Sasori, and Deidara stayed behind to fight in order to give them a chance to escape the surprise attack. Judging by the screams that now echoed within the complex, the 3 Akatsuki members were now dead in a brutal fashion. "How did they find our base, Pain-sama?" said Konan, looking at the leader of Akatsuki for answers only to find the man had absolutely none to offer. "I don't know, Konan, but for now we need to escape to someplace not even the Kyuubi brat can find us," said Pain, making a right with the others following his every step. "Roar Zabumaru," said a voice as a long whip-like blade attacked out of nowhere, nearly taking Itachi and Konan's heads clean of their shoulders, while Tobi was hit slightly on his right side. "What the hell?" said Konan, never seeing anything like that before, while Tobi and Itachi pulled out their own swords to fight against their foes. "What makes you think I'm letting fools like you go anywhere?" said Kenpachi, smiling as he appeared before them in the darkness with Sojiro and Renji beside him. "So the Kyuubi brat decides to grace us with his presence. What an honor you must feel to willingly offer yourself over to the Akatsuki like this," said Pain, trying to regain his lost control of the situation. "Like I would give such power to fools like you. Tell me, Pain, was it? How does it feel to be the leader of Akatsuki, but still take orders from someone like Uchiha Madara?" said Kenpachi, gaining shocked looks from Konan and Itachi, who looks at Tobi, wondering if what the demon vessel said was true. "Pain-sama, I don't understand," said Konan before looking at the pronounced Uchiha Madara, who after a few seconds let out a dark laugh. "So you figured it out, have you? Tell me, how is Zangetsu these days? I hope he isn't too mad at me for teaching my grandson that Sharingan-enhanced genjutsu that made him go berserk," said Uchiha Madara, now standing in a more commanding posture with his power increasing greatly as he did. "Look behind you and find out," said Kenpachi, pointing behind the group for them to see Zangetsu with Saito and Kimimaro now beside him, covered heavily in the blood of the 3 deceased Akatsuki members. "You really think that I would let you and your bastard Uchiha children get away from my judgment, Madara? After the stunts you pulled during your life, I should have used my power to annihilate you. To think you were once a Hyuga of the Branch family under the cruel rule of the main house, begging them to stop using the cage bird seal on you. I can still remember that day you begged me to free you from your prison, how you simply groveled before me, crying on your knees, and your pale Hyuga eyes overflowing with tears. Do you remember that day, Uchiha?" said Zangetsu, knowing that was the worst day of Madara's life outside of Konoha. "I remember that day all too well, demon. For being the only one to know, that was my one weakest moment in life, and as an Uchiha I will regain my lost honor by removing you from this world. Burn through creation, Makoto Shishio," said Uchiha Madara, as he transformed his blade through a cyclone of fire into a sword with a saw-like tip at the end. "So you learned how to do that too? Fine, I'm going to enjoy killing you for taking away my family," said Kenpachi, charging towards Madara with their swords clashing together, causing the complex itself to quake around them. "Such things like family bore me, only power can give me what I want. I only started my clan to show the Hyugas that they were not As strong as they make others believe, said Madara, unleashing his sword's explosive fire upon the growing boy who looked more like a young man than child. As the two exchanged blows, Saito slipped into his deadly Gadotsu stance and aimed for Pain. Sojiro and Zangetsu attacked Konan, and Kimimaro and Renji went straight for Itachi. "Is that all you got, you poor excuse for an Uchiha?" said Kenpachi, pushing Madara back against a nearby wall, ignoring the burning skin from Madara's sword. "You wish it would stay easy, you weakling." The secret of the three swords art, sword art number 1. Homura Dama, said Madara, dragging his sword along the ground, igniting the fire his sword created and sent it towards Kenpachi, who knocked it away. "I've felt fire jutsu stronger than that. Don't tell me in your old age you've gotten soft, Madara," said Kenpachi, charging again, once more attacking mercilessly at his opponent and enjoying the look of frustration on the old Uchiha's face. Itachi was holding his own for the most part against Renji and Kimimaro with the help of his Sharingan eyes and the fact the two were both in front of him. However, that all had become irrelevant as Kimimaro, who originally went long-range offensive, soon changed tactics and, like Renji, moved into close-range combat. Kimimaro now viciously attacked offensively with two bone picks, as the albino liked to call them, since they were like ice picks only made of bone. Kimimaro knew quite the amount of knowledge involving the Sharingan due to the late Sannin. He once worked for Go on and on about it like it was the key to immortality. What the eyes could do, what they saw before it happened, and the potential to do just about anything he desired if he got a hold of it. On and on Kimimaro had drowned himself in the information, all the while secretly wanting to throw that information out from his head via his mouth. Now he was using the said information against Uchiha Itachi no less, who, despite being assaulted in a 2-on-1 fight, still held his own, though whether it was skill or just plain luck the albino was not sure. Pain and Konan were not doing so well either, as the corridor, though wide enough to fit all the combatants, was not a spot meant for fight. There was little room to maneuver and no one wanted to be caught in the crossfire of another person's fight to the death. Mostly due to the fact that the death brought upon such interference, whether voluntary or not, resulted there being a pretty good chance the death becoming your own. For Pain, this warrior in front of him, whose facial structure reminded him of a hungry wolf who is looking at a rabbit, found it hard to avoid the man's strange Kenjutsu and Taijutsu combo. The man faced various combos that became near misses that if hit would have been lethal wounds to say the very least, and the man did not want to do anybody's work on himself anytime soon. Using several earth jutsus to delay the warrior's wolfish advancement, only for the man to leap off the ground to the ceiling and down at him. Gadotsu style. Zero gravity stance, said Saito, taking Pain by surprise in overcoming the spikes and ruptured earth around him before launching himself at the leader of Akatsuki. The receiver of the attack barely had time to react and was wounded in Pain's lower left side as the sword went into his ribs, a knee to his upper right, and a solid punch to his jawline, breaking it in 2 places. Saito twisted his sword and slashed horizontally, making the damage become several times worse than it originally was. For Konan it was even worse, as she was dealing with 2 people like Itachi, though the only difference was she was facing a high-speed Kenjutsu warrior and the strongest of all the demon lords. She tried using her paper-like attacks on them, but Sojiro was too fast to hit and the demon just incinerated her deadly paper attacks upon contact with him. Before she could call up another attack, Sojiro was behind her, Zangetsu was in front of her, and before she knew it she felt a hand from the demon lord himself entering her chest cavity. As Zangetsu slowly squeezed her heart, Konan slowly felt her internal organs now slowly being melted away, while Sojiro, who she could see was going into his Batojutsu stance before severing her head in one swift movement. It was simple to say she received a more merciful death than the others. Itachi was not as fortunate, as he could no longer hold off his 2 attackers after a major miscalculation on his part, lose his right arm at the hands of Renji and his Zabumaru. After that, Kimimaro pinned his bone picks into both the Uchiha's shoulders before making a 3rd bone pick and jamming it into Itachi's left hand. All Itachi could do was scream in pain. Konoha at the moment. Sasuke felt something spark in the back of his mind, as if a feeling of something important had just been taken away from him, but had no idea what. "Hey Sasuke-kun, do you want to practice on our teamwork?" said Sakura, trying to get in her Sasuke-kun to warm up to her in hopes she could be Uchiha wife number 2. No, Sakura, now leave me alone, said Sasuke, as he headed out to find Kakashi to train him in something new that would help prepare him for the Chunin exams. Akatsuki main base. Konan had fallen, Pain was slowly falling, and Itachi was alive, but now out of the fight, leaving Uchiha Madara against one angry Uzumaki Kenpachi. Why was Kenpachi angry? Well, you would be angry too, if the person responsible for having Zangetsu attack Konoha in a fox-like state made you lose one, if not possibly both, your parents, and then be hated by nearly every single villager from that village. Deciding that swordplay was not the best option at the moment, Uchiha Madara backflipped away from Fire Style. Raging Fire's Jutsu, said Uchiha Madara, going through 20 hand signs before taking big breath, and unleashed a large stream of fire at Kenpachi before using his sword to create another Homura Dan, sending a second wave. Earth Style. Earth Shield Jutsu, said Kenpachi, slamming his left hand down, creating a shield made from the stone beneath him, protecting him from both flames. Still, the intensity of both attacks eventually destroyed the shield and hit Kenpachi, giving him a few more burns to add to his body despite his chakra shield surrounding his skin. He had only started mastering it about 6 months prior, but was getting the handle on it, making it damn near impenetrable. The only thing that could hurt him was someone or something of equal or stronger force, and from what Zangetsu told him early on, such people and things were quite rare these days. Die and let me feed. Secret of the Three Swords Art. Sword Art number 3. Kagazuchi, yelled Madara, losing his patience with the demon vessel, as it was his turn to go on the offensive, creating a cyclone of fire around his sword before swinging his blade at his enemy. I have a much better idea, Uchiha Teme. Why don't I just send you straight back to hell? Pierce through the darkness, Zaraki. Kenpachi, said Kenpachi, releasing more chakra from his body, changing his sword, and charged at Madara with a psychotic look in his one-seeable eye. The two clashed with all the power they could muster into their attack, creating a very powerful explosion that shook everything in the Akatsuki base. When the smoke cleared, Kenpachi had a nasty burning cut going diagonally right downward to his kidney region. As for Uchiha Madara, his body was mangled nearly beyond repair, as the power behind the explosion seemed to have done a great deal of damage to Madara's apparently already fragile body. The man had clearly used some version of the immortality jutsu that the late Orochimaru used, and Kenpachi was beginning to suspect how the snake Sannin achieved in make the jutsu. The traitorous Sannin had always been working on twisted experiments to achieve a way to become immortal before and after he left Konoha. Kenpachi then remembered what Sasuke had told him about the Valley of the End being the battlefield for Madara and the Shodem Hokage. Since Madara had been alive since the days of the Shodem Hokage, it was clear that Madara was the original founder of the immortality jutsu. However, it was clear that Orochimaru's version and Madara's version were different due to the now officially dead Uchiha was still in the body he first stole. Meaning that whatever version that Orochimaru found was the incomplete version Madara started ages ago, and giving it his own variation from what was given in the old Uchiha's notes. Well, now that's over, how do we deal with this guy? Said Renji, pointing to Itachi, who had his scratched up headband covering his eyes to prevent him from using his Sharingan on anyone. He stays alive for now, since I intend for him to die in the leaf in a way that will drive Uchiha Sasuke nuts and fill him with rage knowing he couldn't avenge his clan. Before we do that though, I need you, Kimimaro, to find Uchiha Madara's personal journals he has stashed somewhere in his quarters. From what Zangetsu told me of him, he always had one for each important moment in his life. I want to know what body he used to stay alive all this time, said Kenpachi before raising his sword above him and brining it down on Madara's sword, destroying it. Kenpachi-sama, your sword is different, said Renji, looking at the man's sword, never seeing the transformed state, with one side being flat and the other side jagged with a yellow corncrop-like hilt. Not really, but then again, you've never seen this form of it before, have you? Remember the swords we carry and give names to reflect a part of who we are. Yours show you can strike hard and fast at any enemy no matter the range, Renji. While mine shows that I can be nice and then I can be nasty when the battle suits me, though I think I went just a little overboard, said Kenpachi, laughing his head off, receiving a bug-eyed look from Renji at his cage, simply calling what he did little. We should take the dead and have an auction among the daimyos on who will pay the most for the most infamous of missing ninja, said Saito, thinking in terms of the money being able to help the village and the Shikage that he now served. Good idea, Saito-san, said Sojiro, giving his fake smile for all to see, though having been constantly smiling for so long that even Kenpachi wondered when the last time the boy showed any emotion at all. Like Kenpachi when he still had the name Narutyo, Sojiro's previous home life was not fun. Like the Shikage put on a mask to hide the pain. The only problem was Sojiro didn't know how to take off the mask and show emotion other than smiling constantly at people. If one didn't understand the significance of the young man's smile or anything else about him for that matter, one would think Seta Sojiro was the happiest person in the world. Konoha 2 weeks later. Rumors of Akatsuki's death destruction hit harder than Tsunade does Jiraiya when he's caught peeping on women in the hot springs. There was talk that the very daimyos of the elemental countries themselves were invited to a private viewing of the deceased foes in question, with the exception of Uchiha Itachi, though the Shikages swore upon his title the man was indeed dead. Naturally, when word got out about Itachi's supposed demise, along with his Akatsuki comrade Sasuke was livid with rage, ready to kill anything in his path. The only one able to calm Sasuke down was Kakashi, who had to calm the boy down when the Uchiha had simply barged into the meeting room with the council were discussing things. The young prodigy went straight up to Danzo, demanding he order the Hokage to make him go on an assassination mission to kill the one who killed Itachi. While Danzo was all for it, the only problem was no one in the Shinigami village had taken credit for killing Itachi yet, out of the possibility that Sasuke would want to do something so drastic. Kakashi then told Sasuke that it would be total suicide for the boy to go into Shikage and face Itachi's killer alone, since no one who wasn't loyal to the cage there lived. That and the fact that Sasuke was now officially, in the literal as well as figurative sense, the last Uchiha, it was now even more important than ever the boy revive his clan to its former greatness. At this, Uchiha Sasuke did fully calm down and thought about his supposed brides to be, since Kakashi finally, after much talk with the Haruno woman, got her daughter into an arranged marriage with Sasuke. He had the Hyuga girl that seemed to be in love with Naruto, and of course Sakura. The pink-haired girl meant little to him since she was weak and would only use her for 1 or 2 children before having her removed from the clan altogether. However, the Hyuga girl Hinata was a different prize in herself, since she was in love with that loser who brought him back, and now she was his whether she liked it or not. At this, Uchiha Sasuke couldn't help but smile, knowing he had one of Naruto's precious people in his unmerciful clutches, and before her life was over, the last Uchiha intended to squeeze every last bit of life out of it to ensure the revival his clan. That girl loves the loser, but in the end I'll make sure she gives birth to Uchiha children, not Uzumaki, thought Sasuke, grinning evilly, knowing that the girl was his and not Naruto's. Hyuga compound at the moment. Hinata was once more studying from the many scrolls in her room, only this time she was learning more and more in the medical field this time. She knew as well as Tsunade did when fighting Kabuto that anyone who could heal using this type of knowledge could also kill with it with deadly precision. When the Chunin exams came, and should she face her so-called husbands-to-be, she intended to make sure they never left the arena the same again, or at all for that matter. There was a knock at the door, and her father walked in, giving a look of pride at his once shy daughter working hard at her studies for the upcoming exam. He had several things to tell Hinata, with one that was brought to his attention in secret by a frozen dragon type skull of a mask-wearing ninja, who had handed it to him to tell Hinata. When Hiyashi had learned the news, he was rather upset, knowing that such events would hurt his daughter, and he had hated himself for it ever since he started it. "Hinata, I have some information I need to tell you," said Hiyashi, closing the sliding door behind him. He approached his daughter and sat on her bed so he wouldn't have to talk louder than he had to. "What kind of news, father? Have they completed that new seal for me to have on before my wedding?" said Hinata calmly, making Hiyashi flinch just thinking about that damned seal, knowing it would ruin her life the instant it was placed on her. "No, Hinata. It's about your mother and Naruto, or should I say Kenpachi," said Hiyashi, knowing that her gasp of shock and worry confirmed what he knew of Hinata's secret contact with the rogue warrior. How did you know? Said Hinata, knowing that she had placed the letters in her diary and placed a blood seal over it so only she could open the tiny book when she so desired. A ninja from the Shikage told me. He also told me just who the Shikage is as well as some other information that concerns you. However, before I can further go into that, I have something I need to give you that belonged to your mother that I know she would have wanted you to have, said Hiyashi, taking out a large weapons scroll and handing it to Hinata, who took it with slightly shaky hands. After opening it, Hinata once more gasped at the weapon before her. That was her mother's own sword that seemed to be, for the lack of a better word, beautiful. Where was it all this time? Said Hinata, stuttering slightly at the sword before her. The Hyuga elders had it sealed away shortly after your mother died, giving birth to Hanabi, wanting to have the last of power die with her or sealed away. I only found this when, strangely enough, I felt it call to me when I was looking through our vast Hyuga archives. I remember your mother's instructions on this matter were clear when you were born, that you would be the one to receive her sword when you were old enough, said Hiyashi, believing his daughter was indeed ready to take up her mother's sword. Thank you, father, I will treasure it always, said Hinata, holding the sword with care out of some strange fear she might destroy it. I know you will. However, now I must come to inform you of some information that I was told to tell you about Kenpachi, said Hiyashi, getting Hinata's full and now slightly worried attention. What news? Is Kenpachi-kun okay? Said Hinata, who after realizing the suffix she used blushed a horrible shade of red. He is okay, but what I am told concerns me, as I assume you already know the Shikage is really Uzumaki Kenpachi. Not long ago, soon as Keisuke Subaku no Gaara came to visit Kenpachi to discuss an alliance with him to defeat their enemies. Unfortunately, an arranged marriage was involved concerning Gaara's sister Subaku no Tamari, said a now saddened Hiyashi. An arranged marriage? Said Hinata, as already her fears on who Tamari was marrying came into her mind. Yes. Gaara wanted Tamari to marry Kenpachi because he trusts no other person with his sister's happiness, and it also seems that Tamari herself has become quite attached to the Shikage ever since defeating the Keisuke in combat. Kenpachi reluctantly agreed, said Hiyashi, seeing Hinata's eyes tear up at her dreams of being with her love were now being destroyed outside the village as well as inside. And no, yelled Hinata, hugging her father, crying into his chest as he patted her shoulder for a good 5 minutes. Hinata, there is more, said Hiyashi, looking at his daughter whose eyes had become so bloodshot so quickly from such news. More? Said Hinata, wondering if she could take any more bad news today. Yes, but it's actually good news this time. You see, while Kenpachi as the Shikage stated he would marry Tamari, he would only do so if he married one other person beforehand to help rebuild his father's clan under his mother's name, said Hiyashi, who for a brief moment thought he saw a flare of hope in his daughter's eyes. Who? Said Hinata, wondering just who this girl was. You, Hinata. Kenpachi has always loved you and told Gaara he would marry Tamari on the condition that he married you first and were to be the first to sire his children, said Hiyashi, seeing Hinata's mix of joy and disbelief. But father, I don't understand. Who was Kenpachi-kun's father? Said Hinata, only to blush again at speaking the suffix that she placed on her love's name. His father, I sorry to say, was none other than Minato Namikaze, who was also known to many others as the Yondaime and Konoha's Yellow Flash, said Hiyashi, earning another gasp from Hinata, knowing the man was indeed legendary in his own right. The Yondaime, said Hinata in disbelief, though when she saw the picture of him and compared it to Kenpachi when he was still Naruto, it didn't surprise her that they looked so very much alike. Yes. Unfortunately, even such a title as the son of the Yondaime does not grant you the immunity it should from the hostility of your own village. Minato was the last of his clan at the time that were known to have amazing bloodline that gave them unnatural stamina and endurance. It was how he was able to create the Flying Thunder God technique and withstand the heavy chakra drainage and physical strain that would have killed anyone else, said Hiyashi, having seen that power in action and how the elders had continuously tried to get Minato to marry into the Hyuga clan so they could add to give them power. But why put the revival of his clan under his mother's name and not his father's? Said Hinata, not understanding her love's reason for doing such a thing. I believe that Kenpachi despises his father and has denounced his father's last name to stick with the one he has known all his life. Regardless, should there be a time when you are able to go with him to Shinigami village to be with him and marry, I won't stop you. Hinata, said Hiyashi, smiling a little at seeing the shock in his daughter's face turn into a sparkle of happiness he had not seen since his late wife told him she was pregnant. Hiyashi remembered because right after she told him, he passed out from shock for 3 full hours. Hinata, not knowing what to say, once more grabbed her father into a tight hug, not letting go while crying once more, only this time they were tears of joy. Sure, she would have to share her love with another woman, but it wasn't some Kenpachi fangirl skank like what Sakura or any of the other Sasuke fangirls was like that hoarded over the Uchiha, but it was the one person other than her that understood the pain of Kenpachi. Someone who could be trusted not to hate him for who he was, but love him for who he is and never betray him for anyone. Whether Tamari knew it or not, Hinata approved of the arranged marriage. It didn't take long for the realization of the rest of her father's statement that she would be the first to marry Kenpachi and be the first to give birth to his children. Hiyashi could only sigh at his daughter, realizing that she had fainted, now sported a blush-covered face, and had steam coming out of her ears with a small trickle of blood from her nose. Just as with her mother, Hinata was also secretly a pervert for the man she loved, though it was a rare, shy, perverted form that rarely appears once every few generations, but at the same time was also the most potent. The female spirit that was residing in her sword that now rested beside the young Hyuga girl could only sigh, knowing it was going to be a long while before the girl awoke from her newly formed fantasies. So much like your mother, thought Hana Retsu, patting the young girl's head as she had remembered what the girl's mother was like when it came to Hiyashi. Hiyashi couldn't move for a week after their honeymoon. The said Hyuga Hiyashi shut the door behind him, wishing that he could do more for his daughter and the clan itself as whole, knowing how upset the branch families were with the main. The man could only assume that were it not for the cage bird seal right now, each and every main family member, with the possible exception of Hanabi and Hinata, would be killed right now. Neji understood that Hiyashi had the ground take right out from under him and still held a great deal of respect for his uncle in that regard, in trying to heal what wounds he could. With the elders wielding a great deal of power and influence now, it was becoming more difficult than ever to fix the problems that had been made years past, long before the clan head had been born. Now the Chunin exams were approaching, and soon shinobi from various places would gather here in this very place to compete for various feudal lords and prospective clients for future missions. Normally they would come to see the Leaf show off its best ninjas and its brightest prodigies they had ever produced into their shinobi ranks. Now they were watching to witness who would be responsible for knocking the village hidden in the leaves of its feet and into the pre-verbal gutter. As if that didn't happen already, Shinigami Gakure no Sato 2 weeks before the Chunin exams. "Is everything ready?" said Kenpachi, looking at Kimimaro, who kneeled before him once more, wore his black robes with fox mask skull on his face. "Yes, Kenpachi-sama. All of us are ready to depart for Konoha. Even now we have more than enough of a defense from our shinobi numbers to defend the village while we are away," said Kimimaro, knowing that the last thing that Kenpachi wanted was for his still new hidden village to be destroyed while he was away. The Shikage in question now wore large black robes with stripes along the outer edges that were a dark navy blue that would almost blend in with the black without the proper eyesight to spot the difference. Another thing Kimimaro had noticed was that his master had not spiked his hair along with the bells that went with his usual attire. Good. Hananya's return from Konoha a few weeks ago confirmed what I have already known from the start, said Kenpachi, grinning an evil grin before putting on his mask that had many tremble at just the sight of him. "And what is that, Kenpachi-sama?" said Kimimaro, wondering what the demon-masked spy had told his master about Konoha. "That it's a nothing more than a dying animal that needs to be put out of its misery," said Kenpachi, letting out a laugh as he covered his face and mask entirely with his large black hood. Indeed, Konohagakure no Sato was a dying animal that needed to be put out of its horrible misery, and Uzumaki Kenpachi was the sadistic son of a bitch of a doctor who was going to stab the village with his needle, aka his sword, into its heart and twist the the point home. "Akaku-san and Yumachika are ready as well, sir," They have instructed Yachiru on what to do when arriving in Konoha and to remain on her best behavior for the plans you have to work, said Kimimaro, knowing that if those three were to take up the part as a genin team, they would have to get along and not kill each other. The three would have a better chance in doing the exact opposite if they were not on the same team. Let's go then, Kimimaro. I want my Shinigami 4 ready for departure with me in the carriage and the other teams we are sending to go as well. You are going to be the driver of my carriage and will be my official translator for this event, since I will be speaking to you in demon tongue, said Kenpachi, knowing that to further hide his identity until the time came, Zangetsu had taught both him, Kimimaro, and the others among his forces the language, knowing it would confuse the Leaf as to the identity of the Shikage. Everyone has been informed of this Shikage-sama and will not show any potential signs of surprise, said Kimimaro, knowing that he should refer to the man as his title and not name, since if his name were spoken could cause problems. Kimimaro would rather die having spikes pierce every chakra point his body had. Soon at the Chunin exams the Leaf will run red with blood, consumed by flame, and its very ashes thrown into the wind by the power of the village hidden in the Shinigami, said Kenpachi, walking out of the room with Kimimaro walking right behind him. Konoha 1 week to the Chunin exams. Morino Idate had stopped into Konoha to see the Chunin exams as a prior request from his master and employer, that was Uzumaki Kenpachi. The younger of the two Morino family members was assured that given the chance Ibiki would be spared the wrath of the Shikage, and even offered to join as part of the interrogation unit. Hell, even Anko could join if she wished to as well, knowing that the village didn't exactly hold her in good regards on account of her past apprenticeship with Orochimaru. But enough about sadistic torture and those skilled in its arts. At the moment, Idate made his way through the streets of the village hidden in the Leaf to scare the holy hell out of the people in this shinobi village. No matter where you go, it was a well-known fact that bars, no matter what the hour, are filled with people were well known to be normally the very best place to get stories spread about someone. Good or bad, any story told spreads like wildfire and grows, with each person telling the story that can make a small fistfight turn into the Fourth Shinobi War. What Idate had in mind was to turn a simple story into that of mind-numbing fear that it would eventually become once he left the bar. The place was known as the Leaf's Branch, which was famous for holding many shinobi within its walls for drinks and parties that sprang up depending on the occasion. Right now though, the bar, while full of shinobis ranging from Chunin to Junin and secretly Anbu with their masks still on to hide their identities, it was very rare for civilians of any stature to enter the bar unless you were friends or family of shinobi. Idate walked in, ignoring the looks some of the people gave him, and noticed that his older brother Ibiki was here with a woman with purple hair. If Idate recalled correctly, was none other than Enko, his right-hand woman in torture and interrogation. Seeing his brother's rarely surprised look that was now on his face meant that Ibiki wasn't expecting to see his younger brother for a long time. Well, I'll be a damned soul in the 9th circle of hell. My little brother Idate has finally come back home, said Ibiki, as he now rose from his seat, smiling at his younger and still shorter brother, pulling him into a bear of a hug. Thanks, Ibiki, but I'm not staying here in Leaf after the Chunin exams are over to see what runts you decide to pull a hat trick on this time, said Idate, seeing his older brother flinch, knowing that what happened in that particular exam. Just that, huh? Said Ibiki, depressed that his brother still held a small bit of resentment towards him for failing his team during the written test. I'm also here to pass on to you what I know about the Shikage, since I met him in person once, said Idate, saying it loudly enough for everyone to hear and getting the turning of heads that he was looking for. Just as Kenpachi and him had planned for this to go. Bullshit. Everyone knows that the Shikage kills all that are not part of his village when he's outside of it, said Anko, not believing a word the younger Morino spoke. Believe what you want, I met the guy, even if it was under certain circumstances, said Idate, ordering a drink since his brother would vouch for him. What kind of circumstances are you talking about? Said Ibiki curiously, giving his baby brother the drink, hoping that if he wouldn't need to drug another should Idate want to try and order another one. By now the whole bar was listening in. You really want to know? Said Idate before taking a sip of his drink and smiling at the two shinobi in front of him. Come on, Ibiki, the kid's lying. There is no way in heaven or hell that he met the Shikage and lived to tell about it right here to our faces, said Enko, spitting on the wooden table on Idate's side. This from the same person, who no one believed that Orochimaru was done using as a failed experiment for the curse seal of heaven, said Idate, looking at her with resolve many don't show to the snake user. Why, you little, said Enko, ready to gut the kid then and their Ibiki's kin be damned. Enko, calm down. Idate, I want to know about your encounter with him, since not many people can actually describe him without exaggerating about the details, said Ibiki, and hoped that for his brother's sake that he was telling the truth, or else Enko would most likely tear him apart. And that was if she was in a good mood, which she wasn't. If you insist, bro, said Idate, taking bigger swig of his drink and just letting it sit in his mouth for a moment before swallowing. This should be good, thought Enko, wondering what Ibiki's little brother was going to tell them, and hoped it was half believable, otherwise she was going to do something very unpleasant. Well, I was in this town not too far in the borders of rock country. I think you may even know it, Ibiki. It's a place called Stonehenge. Anyway, it was night time and I was feeling thirsty, so I went to find a place called the Devil's Nest. To get a simple drink, you know, nothing serious. Now the place I went to when I entered it was full of real low-live ninja scum that were from Iwa, with a few missing ninja from other villages trying to have one day's peace before going on the run again, said Idate, laying out the groundwork of his little story so everyone got a good picture of it in their heads. Wait, you went to that place? Either you were smoking some opium or you were taking something else, said Ibiki, having known the said place and now wondered how in the name of Kami did Idate survive that place. I figured it's late, I'm thirsty, and that as long as I'm here I might as well have at least something to drink of whatever it is they have in the place. Anyway, before you decided to interrupt me, I was at the point where I got my drink, sat down at a table with my back against the wall, and relaxed drinking. Then about 20 minutes later in walks possibly the biggest guy the first have ever seen. I mean, he was big as shit, while walking in as if he owned the damned place. Seriously, bro, this guy makes you look like a midget in height by comparison, said Idate, making many people look at Ibiki, picturing him standing tall and then imagining someone even taller than the scarred man, making some of the weaker ninja in the bar become pale in fear at facing such a foe. Then what happened? Said Enko, actually liking the story so far. Well, in he walked calmly, confidently, and commandingly, with a grace you find in the most veteran S-class shinobi when they aren't in combat. He was dark too, but not dark tanned skin, if that's what you thought I meant. No, this guy was different. It was like he was always living in a shadow that always seemed to shield his face in the dimmed light. I mean, just when you thought his face was going to be revealed, it wasn't. It was as if the lights themselves dimmed just for him, said Idate, trying to give everyone a picture the whole thing. Yeah, because he probably has a face not even his whore of a mother could love, said a random Junin, getting laughs and howls from everyone in the room, which didn't seem to bother Idate from what Ibiki noticed. Believe what you want, but I know what I saw. Anyway, back to the story at hand. So the guy walks up to the bar, sits down, nearly breaking the stool he's on, and orders a soda. I think it was once that has the taste of cherries in them, said Idate, thinking back before nodding his head at what he just said. Cherry-flavored soda. Hey, sounds kind of weak. Go on, said an Anbu, wearing a cat mask over his face. Well, at first the guy does nothing except drinking his drink, but then I notice that he's now leaning over the bar area whispering something to the bartender. Now from where I was I couldn't hear what they were saying, but you could tell the Shikage was serious, because whatever he said to the bartender made the guy really upset. The way that the bartender narrowed his eyes when the Shikage whispered to him made me a little uneasy. I could tell because I could see everyone else looking at those two with suspicion along with their curiosity. Especially when the Shikage said something like, "Nam. No, that's not it. Nami, maybe. No, that's not it either. Namikaze?" said Idate, looking at everyone to see their reactions, which made them look at each other with serious faces. What does the Shikage want with the fourth's last name? Thought everyone in the bar. Are you sure he said Namikaze? Said Ibiki, looking at his brother with his piercing gaze to seek the truth from him. Yep, that's what it was. Namikaze. said Idate, saying the name loudly for everyone to hear. Well, what happened after that? Said Enko, knowing a good bloodbath was finally about to happen from where she pictured this story going. Well, whatever else was said really upset the bartender and some of those ninja I mentioned to you in the beginning. They got pissed too. They all started pulling out their swords, their kunais, and stuff, wanting to start some shit with this giant now standing with his back to them. So the Shikage, he bolts right off the bar stool faster than I could see. He grabs a weapon summoning scroll and opens it, creating a large cloud of smoke blocking everyone's eyesight. Now I don't know what he does with that huge summoning scroll, but he's up in less than a second and he's wielding the most war-torn sword I have ever fucking seen, said Idate, yelling the last part, making a few people around him jump slightly at the volume of his voice. And, said one person that wore a Chunin vest, leaning in to hear more. And that just the beginning, said Idate, rubbing his eyes, making it look like it was a painful memory he didn't like to remember. So what happened? You didn't do anything or jump in, said Anbu, really getting into the whole story now and nearly on the edge of her seat. With what little ninja training I had, I was frozen stiff at the sight. All I could do watch this thing tear the place apart. I mean, it was amazing. Cutthroat scumbags were all coming out of the woodwork, dying much-deserved deaths. It was judgment night in that place, said Idate, letting a sigh before taking another drink, only to stop for a second to look as if he was deep in thought. So anyway, he grabs one of these guys, though he's really the only guy still breathing after that slaughter. The Shikage notices he has a leaf headband on with a mark over it that tells him he was once from here in Konoha. The Shikage starts getting information out of him, and I could just tell by the whispering and all. This guy was giving up all the goods. I mean, he was spilling his guts, confessing the world for all in the room to hear. This guy told the Shikage everything he knew, said Idate, taking another drink from his cup. Everything, said a random Anbu root member, looking at another one of his fellow root members. What's wrong? Said Ibiki, frowning, seeing his little brother's faraway look. Can I get a cleaner mug? This one's dirty, said Idate, making everyone face fault at the comment, and the boy in question laughed sheepishly. Hey, screw you, kid, that's the cleanest mug I've got, said the bartender with several red ticks on the side of his head, while Idate just shrugs and decides to continue. Without warning, hint, or preview, the stranger whips around and sees me, said Idate, now finding he had everyone's full attention back on him once more. You saw his face, said Ibiki, showing a look of surprise that rarely ever appeared on that scarred form of his anymore. His face? No. I saw his eyes. They were lifeless eyes. Soulless eyes. The devil's eyes, said Idate, knowing that Kenpachi normally fought with an eye patch and mask on. Several people shivered, while one person unknowingly pissed himself silly. And he didn't do anything to you, said a Junin, looking at Idate, wondering what made the kid worthy of being sparred in this massacre. Not really, since he turned his attention to the guy on the floor trying to reach a nearby sword. The Shikage killed him, walked over to the bartender, paid, and left, said Idate, as if it were the simplest thing in the world. So the bartender lived, said the bartender not too far away from the group, laughing. Huh? Said Idate, looking at the guy who was currently balding with his growing age. The bartender never gets killed, said the bartender, laughing even more. You would think that, but, as the stranger near the door, the bartender tried a sneak attack, so, no man. The bartender got it worse than anybody in that whole damn room, said Idate, finishing his drink and wiping his mouth clean. Everyone was pale in their face, as Orochimaru was naturally white, knowing whoever this guy was, he was one mean son of a bitch. I'll get you another drink on me, if you can tell us what his face looked like, said an Anbu rude shinobi, holding out a fresh drink for the man to have. Thanks, pal, but, no thanks. I'm getting out of here and to a safe place here in Konoha. I can use our old house, right, bro? Said Idate, getting a nod from Ibiki, who would try to get more info later. Why leaving here so soon? Said Anko, raising an eyebrow at the beau's sudden urge to leave the bar and head back to the old Morino household. Don't you guys know anything? The Shikage is sending his best and brightest here for the Chunin exams, and he's coming here with them to see them perform, personally, said Idate, leaving in a hurry while many of the people in the bar were glued to their seats in shock, with some having their drinks spilled over. Some had the strength to poof out of the place to try and confirm this news, and several other people too weak to handle such news simply passed out. Within the next week the gates of hell would open and the Chunin exams would start. N. Yay, another chapter for me done. How was it? Good? Bad? Average? Let me know. In case you're wondering about Itachi, you'll find out about him in the next chapter, and let's just say Sasuke is going to be pissed off beyond anything. Lol. Also, I want to make it brought to everyone's attention that there are not a lot of updates anymore from any of my favorite authors. Why the hell are they doing this to me? Don't they know I need to read good shit to write good shit? T. On an unrelated matter, as you can see, I have finally caved into the many demands of the majority, and I apologize to the few who protested, but this FIC is as of now officially a Narutox Hinatax Tamari FIC. That's right, I know you are the ones who just want it to be Narutox Hinata, all angry with me for doing that and are wondering exactly what in the hell is wrong with me. Well, as you can imagine, I got a lot of requests from many people who wanted me to turn it into a harem. Now I know how much a large amount of you were against that, so I held off as long as I could, not caving in. However, I felt I owed it to my readers and reviewers some sort of compromise in the whole situation so that both parties could be happier, the Yachiru on a sugar rush. So I felt that in order to appeal to both of the warring parties, I would have Tamari come into the romance equation in an arranged marriage, with the stipulation that Naruto, Kenpachi, marries Hinata first and sires him children first as well. That way you people who want a harem are satisfied, and the people who are more for the Narutox Hinata relationship would be pleased as well. I don't know when I'll update again, or which FIC for that matter, so be patient as I'm trying to let my ideas gather in my head. Please feel free to lend me some thoughts so I can add them into the mix if I feel it will work. Until next time, peace. Chapter 10 The Chunin Exams Part 1. N. Before you start reading this chapter, I just want to say one thing to everyone who reviewed my last chapter. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. When I saw how many reviews I got, I was like, holy crap. And I was so honored that I felt I had to update as fast as possible. So this is for all you guys, the next chapter. Also, for those of you that don't know, storytelling with Idate in the last chapter was based off a scene in the movie Desperado. Enjoy. It was about midday when the carriages carrying the cages and delegates came and the riders parked themselves near the main gates. Each one of their respected guests were all being greeted by Tsunade, Jiraiya, and the council. Though the guests greeted back, it was clear that the smiles did not match the eyes that were filled with disappointment, a lot of hate, and resentment towards Konoha's leaders. Finally, however, came the one that all of Konoha had dread, since Idate had told them all at what happened in Rock Country at the bar known as the Devil's Nest, which from Jiraiya's spy network did confirm actually happened. It had created quite a stir among the Konoha populace, with Sasuke wanting to fight the Shikage even more, while Danzo wanting to have the enigma that was the Shikage eliminated. When the carriages pulled up, everyone was frightened at the sight of them, as they were a shadow black, mixed with blood red along the sides, and they had spikes made from solid bone from a large animal as a defense should the vehicle ever caught in motion. Not only that, but the driver of the heavily armored, black-colored, red-eyed horse was none other than one of the druids the Shikage seemed to have at his disposal. Next to the druid was a Shinigami ninja wearing a fox skull mask, with long white hair, and enough chakra to possibly choke a cage with if necessary. When the carriages finally stopped, the Shinigami ninja got off the horse with a fox-like grace, making Tsunade suspect if he was Naruto in disguise. She, along with the council, who were thinking this, were interrupted from their thoughts when the horse reeled back on its two hind legs before blowing a stream of fire from its nostrils. Indeed, the Shikage is truly frightening when it comes to displaying his power, thought Tsunade, sensing Sasuke watching from atop a nearby building, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. Normally she would want to help stop such a thing from happening, knowing that the very outcome, regardless of the attack being successful or would be bad overall. Still, it could provide her with some information on the Shikage's power or those around him with such strange powers. As the white-haired ninja approached the door, 4 more Shinigami ninja appeared across from each other wearing skull masks as well. They were next to the door, 2 in a row, kneeling with their right hand in a semi-fisted form on the ground. The other hand was near their kunai pouch should an ambush ever come and they had to defend their cage from any surprise attacks. The door opened and out came the man Jiraiya had described to her from the rumors he had heard from when village was being started. He was holding an urn that Tsunade had recognized from the description Kakashi gave, having been the one to bury her next to the late 4th Hokage. The man carried himself with a grace unnatural for a shinobi or that of a human for that matter, meaning, whoever this person was not human. The next person to come out was the Shikage himself, wearing dark robes with navy blue outlining with a hood that covered his face in total darkness. His hands were covered in dark gloves and his feet were hidden beyond the robes he wore, which the back held the kanji for the Demon of Death Valley. On the back from the angle she saw him when he turned to address the white-haired ninja. The said shinobi bowed his head in indicating he understood after the Shikage said something to him. Soon the Shikage, the 5 Shinigami shinobi, and the unknown entity holding Kushina's urn walked towards Tsunade, Jiraiya, and the council. The Shinigami Genin teams were still in their respectable carriages, not given the order to leave them by the first death shadow. It was already drawing quite a crowd from the various feudal lords and cages that were with their own bodyguards near their carriages. Shikage-sama, I welcome you to Konohagakure no Sato for the duration of the Chunin exams. I trust you will find that despite our recent problems that there will be no hostility from our village to you. Just as we expect none from you in return, said Tsunade, smiling into the unseeingly ending darkness of the hood the mysterious man wore, surprised that it shielded his true identity so well. She was even more surprised when he started talking in a strange language that no one in Konoha possibly knew or understand. He had made several hand gestures between both himself and his apparently second in command before point at her and then Konoha in general. Shikage-sama says that you will have to forgive his choice in speaking of his tongue in this matter, as he only speaks one ancient language and dares not speak ours, which he considers the language of the arrogant. Any and all questions or comments that you wish to address will be answered by me, as I am the official translator for him while staying in Konoha. Hokage-sama, said Kimimaro behind his mask, bowing his head to Tsunade, knowing that despite his long hair no one other than Shinigami, the Kazekage, the 2 of the Kazekage's siblings, and the 2 women that came from Water Country knew of his true identity. It was possible that Kakashi knew, but his pride or his mind rather could not compensate the idea of a former sound ninja, who was supposed to be dead, now alive and breathing. Breathing healthily, Kimimaro mentally added to himself while smirking. I see. Perhaps before you and your genin teams retire at the hotel we have set up for all of you along with other hidden villages, you could answer a few brief questions, said Tsunade, as several things had been bothering her since both the Water Country daimyo and Mizukage came out of their carriages, unleashing a great deal of killer intent at them. She, along with the others, now watched the masked ninja and his cage now speak to each other in the strange language, not knowing what they could be saying. It had become slightly unnerving and made her feel slightly nervous on the inside, though she refused to show it on the outside. The Shikage will answer what he can through me, but he will only answer questions he sees fit to ask and will simply not speak to me as a sign to proceed to the next question, said Kimimaro, wondering what questions the female Hokage was going to ask. That is reasonable. My first question is this. Why are both the Water Daimyo and the Mizukage hiding their true faces and appearances as much as possible from us? They try to muffle their voices so we won't possibly recognize them, and when Kakashi tried to speak to the Mizukage she sent enough killer intent at him to leave him vulnerable to an attack, said Tsunade, knowing that whatever influence the Shikage had over the 2 was the source of such changes. Shikage-sama has informed me that they hide their true faces and forms to shield their identities from everyone since they have many enemies in and out of Konoha. The most likely reason the Mizukage possibly dislikes Hitaki Kakashi is because of his reputation for playing favorites, his tardiness for missions, betraying his student, and lastly, being a book-reading pervert while secretly trying to hide the fact that he is a homosexual, said Kimimaro after responding to the translation given by the Shikage before feeling Kakashi unleash a great amount of killer intent at the last part being gay, which had not effect on them at all. Fortunately, Tsunade decided to step in to change the situation before it got out of hand. My second question is, why does your strange friend there holding the urn of Naruto's mother? Said Tsunade, deciding to find out that particular reason right away while she had the chance. For this question the Shikage remained silent, shaking his head at Kimimaro, who nods in understanding, knowing the man was not going to respond to that one. Does he have some sort of relationship to Minato's wife? Thought Jiraiya, frowning as he recalled all the memories he had of the woman's friends, knowing fully well that she was faithful to his late student when it came to romance. Her knee to Jiraiya's section between his legs that one time when he was drunk and tried to flirt with her was proof enough. Since you won't answer, we'll go for question number 3. Did you or any of your members from your village kill Uchiha Itachi and the remaining members of Akatsuki? Said Tsunade, feeling an increase in chakra not far from her, knowing it was Sasuke and the response could be disastrous to say the least. Correct. Shikage-sama and several others killed them all, said Kimimaro, fully aware of what the would-be assailant was about to do. Dai Shinigami trash. Chidori! Yelled Sasuke, charging at them with a blazing Chidori at high speed with his Sharingan blazing. Full of hatred for those who took away his very purpose. Earth style. Imperial Earth Shield Jutsu. Said the largest of the Death Four, slamming his palm into the ground, creating a large thick shield-like form from the earth, blocking Sasuke's attack by several feet. The killer intent coming from the Shikage and his shinobi nearly made Tsunade's heart stop and explode then and there. She was also sure that the others behind her were feeling the same way as her right about now for the Uchiha's actions. Sasuke himself, who still found his arm stuck in the shield, fell to his knees in fear at the power that this giant of a cage and his people that were before him. How could one unleash such powerful killer intent? It wasn't fair. As an Uchiha he deserved the power, the anger, the hate, which was supposed to make him the stronger of anyone, was now in someone else's hands. After 5 more additional minutes the killer intent left the Shikage and his shinobi before the robed cage snapped his fingers, making the earth jutsu crumple back into the ground. Then the Shikage began to speak in the unknown language at a furious and angry pace while pointing between her and the Uchiha, before opening his hand and then turning it into a viciously closed fist. Shikage-sama says that if the Uchiha or anyone else from Konoha tries that again, then the Leaf Village will have to deal with his unmatched fury. He also says he will make Konoha run red with blood by killing every single person in the village, down to the last child if need be, said Kimimaro, who for various reasons was hesitant in saying the last part due to his experience with the old Mizukage's regime concerning bloodline limits. Tsunade's eyes widened at the threat, knowing the man could carry it out with so many of his allies with him, and Iwa teams were just looking for a reason to kill the Leaf Shinobi around them. She would have to stop such things from going into further motion before such events possibly occurred at the hands of Uchiha or the council in general. There will be no need for threats, Shikage-sama, as I give you my word that no one will harm you or your team unless it's under Chunin exam regulations, said Tsunade, hoping her words would please the Shikage somewhat. What Tsunade got was a deep, dark, bellowing laugh, as if what she just said was nothing but a joke to him, and quite frankly she didn't like it. A.N. Real quick for the laugh, think Jabba the Hutt's laugh from ROTJ. The female Hokage didn't like it even more so when the black-robed Shikage started to talk and moved his hands in a semi-lazy voice to further add insult to injury. Shikage-sama says your word has little to no value, just as Konoha lost its value when your village shunned the teaching of the previous Hokages before you. And you wonder why we took them from you, said Kimimaro, knowing the last part was his own opinion in the matter. I have, said Tsunade, but was interrupted by the individual holding the urn with his coat being pulled by an unknown wind. The Shikage has had enough of your questions and words coming from a place filled with the arrogant and the foolish. We will be heading to our hotel where we can rest for the upcoming exam, said Zangetsu, who was unfazed by Tsunade's fierce glare and returned it with one of his own. Then without another word being spoken, Zangetsu covered all the Shinigami shinobi around him in his cape before heading to the designated hotel, leaving Tsunade and the others speechless. The hotel in question, the Royal Leaf, where all the hidden villages were staying on their own separate floors, was still one of the more exquisite places in Konoha. Ironically, the place was going to go under due to the events prior to the Chunin exam with the loss of funds the hidden village usually received. Now the hotel was filled with a fully employed staff, who were all working round the clock to meet the requests of the various delegates staying with them. "I love it when Zangetsu does that in such a beautifully dignified way," said Yumachika, smiling behind his swan skull mask, finding that Zangetsu was, like him, enjoyed doing things in a graceful and elegant manner. At least he thought so anyway. "Zhang-chan is just doing what he needs to Swanee-chan," said Yachiru, not seeing the evil glare Yumachika sent him, steam coming out of his ears, and all due to her nickname for him. "Yeah, Yumachika, why do you constantly have to think that everything someone does has to be beautiful?" said Akaku with his wolf skull mask on, with a small kanji for lucky written on the forehead of the skull. At least it would have, had Yachiru not taken some permanent marker and used it to on the symbol, altering the kanji, and making it say, Baldi, instead. Something Akaku still did not see despite looking in a mirror every 5 minutes to inspect his masks. Overall, greatness, as he put it. "Oh, shut up, you barbarically bald ugly man," said Yumachika, not in the mood to have his ideals of beauty and grace challenged by those who knew nothing of it and only liked to the luck dance, as it was so disgustingly called. "What did you say, you metrosexual fruitcake?" said Akaku, now glaring at his friend from behind his mask, with each shinobi sending lightning bolts at each other via their eyes. "Enough. Both of you are acting like idiots," said Kimimaro, who did not want the plan that his master and Zangetsu created go up in smoke. "Kim-chan, can I go look around for a little while?" said Yachiru, looking at the albino through her cat skull mask with red whiskers. "Not right now, Yachiru-san. The Chunin exams start tomorrow and I want you to be fully rested with your teammates for when it starts," said Kimimaro, knowing that this little girl could cause a lot of trouble, and if the plan was to work she needed to channel all her troublemaking skills where it could be legally put to use. "Don't worry, kid, once we get to the part of the exams where you have to fight you can unleash all the mayhem you want on your opponents," said Akaku, knowing just how much trouble the girl could cause, having been pestered continuously to put wheels on her sheath so she could move around with it better. "Yay. When Ken-chan sees me beat up all those people I'm going to be a Chunin for sure," said Yachiru, giving them a foxy grin, though you couldn't see it due to the mask. "Sense it, yes. See it, no, I'm sure he will. However, right now you must rest for the remainder of the day," said Kimimaro while heading to the door to leave them to their own time. Time he hoped they didn't use to kill each other. "Where are you going?" said Yumachika, wondering where the albino was headed since he told them to relax. "I am needed to find Subaku no Tamari to invite her to talk with." "Kenpachi-sama," said Kimimaro, knowing that while he was getting her, Hananya was out to speak with Hinata. With that, the albino left to find the fan user from Suna, knowing that she would be glad to see him after all this time since she didn't get a chance to earlier. Elsewhere, a single female Anbu from Mist was speaking to her Mizukage and Water Daimyo about the important recon information that she had done. With her newly created Red Water unit, the Mist Anbu captain Soifong kneeled, given her report on all the tactical info her team acquired. "There that weekend," said Rin, surprised how her old village had gotten so soft after what happened with the fourth's death, making all the people arrogant, thinking they were invincible. "From the information I gather, with all that has happened, the Hidden Leaf village is now less in terms of strength than it did in the aftermath of the Sand invasion 3 years ago. The Sandaime had been trying to keep peace when he was reinstated until his new successor from among the Leaf was chosen to take over the role he had retired from," said Soi Fong, handing over the third's private journal from deep within the archives. Reading it from where the third left off after Zangetsu attacked and was sealed, Rin couldn't help but gasp at what she read. "Day 1, my reinstatement. It has been several days since the sealing, and I find myself bound with a great pain in my heart knowing that I did not perform the sealing of the Kyuubi instead of Minato. Even more so that I lacked the necessary fortitude to protect his son from those who would try to harm him thinking he is the monster they all fear will come back to kill them all. They are fools plain and simple. I know that those that oppose my law will leak the information to shadows lurking beneath the surface of the village. They want an outlet for the sadness and they will use this innocent boy for it, and it is the fact that I can't protect him as one of my greater failures in life. Not because I lack the will of fire I had come to embrace in my younger years, but deep down, and Cammy help me, a part of me hates the boy too, to some degree. I am ashamed of myself for thinking like that, knowing that while I love the boy with every fiber of my being, a little part of the darkness that all of the village will soon feel for him is there as well. Sarutobi Sandaime Rin was shocked at the late Fire Shadow's writing that he himself had hated Naruto and that it was possibly that hate that stopped Naruto, to some degree, from being seen as a hero. Fearing what to read next, she flipped through more pages and read on the third's private moments. Year 6, my near failure. I saw through my crystal ball the orphanage caretaker try to strangle Naruto with her bare hands, calling him those horrible names that my law strictly forbids, and over a thing like asking for some food. Food that the bitch of a woman denied the boy apparently for 3 days straight, not wanting him to reach his full potential. My Anbu that I assigned to watch him don't seem to care what happens to the boy, and the crueler children will see him when he is older as a target they can prey on without repercussions. Had not for intervention of a female chunin named Kurenai, who wanted to play with the children there that day, I would have failed to protect the boy. I punished that bitch of a caretaker accordingly and execute her for her crimes before the council could try to overrule my decision. However, word gets out and the possibility of Naruto surviving are sliming further, as no one wants to help the boy out of fear of being labeled a demon lover, as one newly demoted Junin to Genin called the boy. I nearly fail Minato and Kushina, but I will make amends for it now and show those old fools why I am called the god of shinobi. Sarutobi Sandaime. At least he got his act together, though personally the old geezer was 6 years too damn late, said Rin, showing Yugito the journal, which caused the demon vessel to let out a feline hiss at the passage she read. When the leaf burns to the ground, I'm going to enjoy seeing those fools' faces as they burn into ashes and dust in the wind, said Yugito, with Soi Fong nodding in agreement with the two leaders. Hyuga compound. 20 minutes later. Hinata looked herself in the full body mirror and at the long and getting longer braids that went down the front of her. When she first met the spirit in her sword, she in all honesty a little freaked out, but it ended when the woman that she now took the appearance of told her that she would become a great healer. It was a secret fact that Hinata's mother was one of the best medics around, since Tsunade herself in her prime before the fear of blood kicked in. In fact, had the demands of the Hyuga politics forced her to stay within the walls of Konoha, she could have been given the title of Sanin, or at the very least the head doctor at the hospital. The Hyuga elders had put a stop to that, saying that such a prestige clan such as theirs was beyond such things, and that using their eyes to help others was beneath them. A knock at the door caught Hinata's attention, and the door slid open slight before a navy blue hand with black-orange stripes holding what appeared to be an invitation. Silently, the figure that Hinata suspected was Hananya placed the invitation down in front of her door on her side of the room before shutting it, leaving without a word. Hinata was not surprised due to all the activity in the village. Silence beat talk when it came to secrecy in regards to certain things. Dear Hyuga Hinata, you are cordially invited to meeting the Shikage of Shinigamigakure no Sato this evening for a private dinner. However, this meeting is in secret and must be kept from those you do not trust, and even from some of those you do, including your own family. The dinner will be 7 p.m. sharp. A Shinigami shinobi will arrive to take you to the Shikage, who is looking forward to speaking with you soon. Sincerely, Kagaya Kimimaro. Second in command. Hinata was ecstatic knowing that she was going to meet her Kenpachi-kun again, so after looking at her clock, seeing she only had 4 hours to prepare and get ready, she then went and threw herself almost literally into her closet for something that would show him she cared. Hokage Tower. Hokage's office. 20 minutes later. Do you think it's him under that disguise? Said Jiraiya, wondering what his teammate thought of the whole situation with Naruto. I don't know. Kakashi told me that Kagaya Kimimaro, the one that had been supposedly killed by Gaara and Lee, is still alive, said Tsunade, looking at the shocked super pervert at this news, having read the report Gaara gave to Tsunade as one of the last official acts concerning the Leaf's former alliance with Suna. How did he find that out? Said Jiraiya, wondering how that man, who from Gaara and Lee's report that the man was fanatically devoted to Orochimaru, could serve the Shikage. During that incident at the Hokage graveyard, the man bearing the description of one of the shinobi in charge, who was standing before us as the Shikage's translator, spoke to his partner in crime. This Sajin character apparently referred to him as Kimimaro as they fled with the coffins and Kushina's urn, said Tsunade, trying her best to hold in the tears from losing her loved ones from this place yet again, only this time under different circumstances. I could talk to the Shikage if you want. Try to convince him to hand the coffins back over to Konoha in exchange for something else, said Jiraiya, hoping that would help ease her suffering. I will not have them talked about as if they were nothing but pieces of furniture, you old pervert, said Tsunade, now angry at the man for even considering such a thing. Then let me go talk to him. Maybe I can figure out what's going inside that head of his, said Jiraiya, seeing the small nod from Tsunade before Shizune came in looking worried. Tsunade-sama, please come quick. Kakashi-san is in critical condition, said Shizune, as she had tried to help the man into the hospital before his injuries became too severe. Great, more bad news, said Tsunade, wondering now how the third kept doing what he did in his old age when he came out of retirement. Konoha Hospital 10 minutes later. When Shizune said Kakashi was in critical condition, she wasn't saying it in a worried yet in a playful manner that Tsunade was used to. The slug Sanin originally thought she did when a woman beat that man up for reading that perverted book of his when in front of them. Now the female Hokage saw that Kakashi was in serious pain with lots of wounds, bruises, broken bones, and several concussions worth of mental damage to his skull. What the hell happened to you? Said Tsunade, not liking the man for what he did to her little brother, much less the man himself. Damn that stupid, Hippocratic oath, all doctors have to take. I encountered a shinobi from Shinigami heading away from the direction of the Hyuga compound and believed he was spying on it to steal one of its members like Kumo did years ago. When I confronted him about it, he denied it and got into a strange taijutsu-like stance I have never seen before that even fooled my Sharingan eye. It was as if his arm stretched out several inches before hitting me right in the face, even though my Sharingan told me it wasn't going to hit me, said Kakashi, frowning as he replayed everything in his head and how he was so utterly beaten by the demon mask-wearing man. So that single ninja took you down, sensei? Said Sasuke with mild interest, wondering just how strong the Shinigami were if they could withstand the power of an Uchiha. Yes. Be careful and stay away from them, Sasuke. You still need more training before you can face that one, much less the Shikage himself, said Kakashi, knowing that even with his help Sasuke would still be at the mercy of what seemed to be Sharingan-proof shinobi village. We'll see if a simple ninja can stand up to the power of an Uchiha, said Sasuke before leaving. His face held a brooding scowl like all the previous days before, thinking that he was the superior being. I almost hope he dies if it weren't for the pride of the Leaf Village, thought Tsunade before taking care of Kakashi's injuries, knowing he was going to be out of it for some time. The Royal Leaf Hotel, hours later. Shinigami Village's personal floor. Hinata was blushing scarlet wave after scarlet wave in anticipation at seeing her sweet love again after 3 long years. The Hyuga girl was now quite tall for her age, with some people mistaking her to be 17 or even 18 years old. She wore a navy blue kimono that showed her figure well, revealing that she was indeed a well-developed woman, but just not enough to turn a man into a pervert. Though the line did seem to narrow slightly if she bent down to pick up something from the ground and a certain pair of blue eyes stared at certain parts of her. If anything, such a thought made Hinata go even redder. For Kami's sake, she even made a cherry right now look like a sour apple. Kimimaro was a step and a half ahead of her to lead her to the designated room, which for security reasons was the last one on the left upon the rows of rooms they took up. Finally approaching the required door, the 2 shinobi guards received a nod from Kimimaro in regards to the silent question about Hinata before the right one knocked on the door 3 times and opened the door several seconds later. Upon further inspection, as Hinata entered after bowing to the guards, she saw that the room itself was dimly lit with 2 chairs and a table. Kimimaro moved in front of the Hyuga girl to announce her to his master for this special occasion. Presenting Hyuga, Hinata of the Hyuga clan, said Kimimaro, bowing to Kenpachi before leaving the room, while Hinata took several steps towards the shadowy form of her love. "Hello, Hinata Haim. You have truly become the beautiful woman that I knew you would be," said Kenpachi, making Hinata blush at his words before his hand gestured for her to sit, which she did. The meals set before them were a variety of several exotic dishes put together, and they began eating them in the barely lit darkness. However, despite this darkness, it was calm, quiet, and secure for her, like a couple should feel on a date when alone eating a romantic dinner. "I had longed to see you again, Kenpachi-kun. I'm glad I have," said Hinata calmly, though with a tad bit of nervousness in the beginning for breaking the beautiful silence. A shadowy shark-like smile appeared on Kenpachi's face that was barely seeable even to Hinata, who was half tempted to use her bloodline limit to see him through the darkness. As if sensing her thought, Kenpachi snaps his fingers once and the lights illuminated the whole room, revealing the plush suite that he was in along with the large bed meant for two. This time Kenpachi decided not to wear his mask, knowing that do so was insult to his love. If Hinata wasn't so mesmerized by Kenpachi's face, she would have gotten a nosebleed from the perverted thoughts running through her head. To Hinata his face was strong, rugged, and the kind that knew what battle was, judging from the scar coming down his left eye. "I'm glad to have you here, Hinata-Heim. I have missed hearing the sound of your angelic voice for so long that at times I thought I would go insane," said Kenpachi, rising from his chair and closing the gap around them, lifting Hinata off her chair into his strong muscular arms. Hinata felt small compared to the man of a giant she loved as he held her while her head rested on his well-muscular chest, holding him with all the love she had for him. He felt like smooth steel covered in smooth leather as she massaged his rib cage as her hands went under his black blood-red coat and shirt he wore. "Go, man. Go. Yeah, my vessel is going to get some fun tonight. With any luck she's a screamer, and judging from my kid's fantasies he loves a screamer," thought Zaraki Kenpachi, laughing his head off within the mindscape while Zanjetsu put headphones on his ears and listened to Rob Zombie's song, Super Beast. "Kenpachi-kun, is it true you are in an arranged marriage with Subaku no Tamari?" said Hinata, not wanting to spoil the mood, but for all purposes of knowing she had to hear what she already knew from his mouth. "Yes. Are you upset?" said Kenpachi, looking down at her with some difficulty due to his massive height. "I was a little when I found out from my father. Why didn't you tell me in your letter?" said Hinata, looking up at him with tears in her eyes. "Because I was afraid that if I wrote those words, that after you read that single line would have destroyed my letter without hearing the explanation. I had my loyal shinobi Toshiro inform your father after Hananya reported to him that your father did not hate me like all the other villagers. I had only entered the arranged marriage under the stipulation that you would be the one I married and sired children with first, since you are my first love," said Kenpachi, not wanting to talk to Hinata about this, but rather hold her deeper into his ever-loving embrace. "I know it's just that. I don't want to be a third wheel if you start to love her more than me," said Hinata, immediately hating herself for saying such horrible things. "You? Becoming a third wheel? Hyuga Hinata, I'm disappointed in you for saying such a thing about yourself. Gaara cares for his sister with all his heart, and she cares for me as I do for both you and her, for all the same qualities you each possess that are similar yet different at the same time," said Kenpachi, holding a slightly crying Hinata in his arms before kissing her on the forehead, remembering his recent talk with Tamari few hours prior to this. Flashback earlier. Tamari was practically skipping her way to see her future husband to be in the near future, as the shinobi, who summoned her to his room, had informed her of meeting with him. She first thought that he wanted to start early on getting to know each other better as husband and wife, but shook those perverted thoughts away, remembering that stipulation that prevented that from officially happening. Tamari entered the room, finding that Kenpachi, as she found out that he called himself, no longer wore the dark robes and hood over his face, though the fox skull mask was still on his face. "Ah, Tamari-chan, how good it is to see you again. I haven't been able to be in your ever-beautiful presence since I spoke with Gaara regarding the alliance between both our two villages," said Kenpachi, removing his mask so she could see his face as she did when he showed Gaara who was the founder of the hidden Shinigami village. "And I have missed you, Kenpachi-kun. I can't wait for us to be married, even if I can't be the first one to give you kids." Still being married to you is a good start to that path that will one day allow us to have children, said Tamari, as she now embraced him in a full affectionate hug. Don't forget Hinata is a part of this too. I don't want either of you fighting over me in hopes I will favor either one of you more than other, said Kenpachi, as he remembered Temari's ever-competitive nature from the last Chunin exams. Tenten remembered all too well from the prelims. Hinata-san knows of the stipulation? Does she agree? Said Tamari, hopefully, knowing that the only thing standing in her way of being an Uzumaki was Hinata's decision. I am going to talk to her in a few hours, so I hope to get a positive answer from her soon on the matter, said Kenpachi, looking at the woman from Suna looking at him with hope-filled eyes. I know Hinata-san will agree. She loves you just as much as I do, said Tamari, giving Kenpachi one last hug before leaving towards the door, swaying her hips as she went. One more thing, Tamari, in case Gaara hasn't mentioned it yet. When the fighting part of the exam starts, our group will sit together in our own private cage booth on the opposite side of the Hokage. Gaara will be sitting beside me on my left with Yugito-san, as the still mysterious Mizukage will be on my right. As you know, Rin has become the new water daimyo and will also join us later on to prove that we have an alliance with each other. It will give the people from Kumo, Iwa, and Konoha a lot to talk about. Then halfway into the tournament I reveal myself to them all, making them regret the day they started to hate me like they did. I intend to make them remember the very fear they felt when Zangetsu attacked by unleashing my fury on their arrogant souls, said Kenpachi, licking his lips in a very predator-like fashion in anticipation of a fight. I look forward to that moment, Kenpachi-kun, said Tamari, smiling a genuine smile at her love before leaving the room to talk to her brother more about the upcoming exam. End flashback. I'm sorry I ever doubted you, Kenpachi-kun, said Hinata as she enjoyed the clear and beautiful sound of her love's strong heartbeat as she placed her ear against. It's all right, Hinata, you have nothing to be ashamed of. And for the record, I have never been ashamed at anything you've done, and I never will, said Kenpachi, leaning down and planting a solid kiss on her lips. Hinata didn't know what unseen perverted force drove her on for the next 4 to 6 hours, but before she knew it, she went from simply kissing Kenpachi on the lips to laying on the large bed, completely naked, next to one naked Uzumaki Kenpachi, and sighing contentedly into her lover's chest as she slept. As for Kenpachi, all he could wonder was how Hinata's back could move at such an angle and not be paralyzed from the waist down. Regardless, it was one of the small handful of moments that he truly felt happy in life, but even more so with his soul feeling that same happiness as well. Hinata-chan, I swear on my soul you never have to be ashamed of yourself ever again, thought Kenpachi before his mind fell into the land of dreams filled with him and Hinata enjoying life and having their kids playing without a worry in the world. The hotel would later receive complaints about the noises in the morning, thus burying the royal leaf heavily in mountains upon mountains of paperwork. Next day, the official start of the Chunin exams Forest of Death entrance. All of the cages approached the entrance to the Forest of Death with their prized genin teams, each with their own uniqueness, though considering the number of genin from the hidden Shinigami village proved quite intimidating. Shinigami Genin Team Number 1, aka Team Soul Reapers, which were Madarame Makaku, Kusajishi Yachiru, and Ayasagawa Yumachika, with their sensei being, rumored, the Shikage himself. Shinigami Genin Team Number 2, aka Team Oniwabanshu, which were Hananya, Mikimachi Misao, and Shinamori Aoshi, with their sensei being the legendary Kashiwazaki Nenji. Shinigami Genin Team Number 3, aka Team Manslayer, which were Seda Sojiro, Yukishiro Anishi, and Himura Kenshin, with their sensei being Hiko Seijiro. Shinigami Genin Team Number 4, aka Team Shinsengumi, which were Okita Soshi, Udo Jin-e, and Hajime Saito, with their sensei being Hijikata Toshizo. Shinigami Genin Team Number 5, aka Team Sakihotai, which were Sagara Sanosuke, Takani Megumi, and Myojin Yahiko, with the sensei being Sagara Sozo. Those were just some of the teams that the Shikage had before the gates, looking into the Forest of Death without fear, with their eyes full of confidence. They knew passing wasn't the real objective in being in Konoha, since they would all be promoted when they returned home, but rather a part of their Shikage's plans. The real test was making those hostile to them realize that the Shinigami were not pushovers, and when this part of the exam was over everyone would see it too. "We better avoid the Shinigami teams," said Ino to her teammates, sensing a great deal of power coming off of each individual on the teams. "I think we should focus on the Iwa and Kumo teams so we can face the Shinigami later in the preliminaries and finals to test their flames of youth." "Yosh," said Lee, who was quieted down by Kurenai with a slap to the back of his head and gave one to Guy as well to prevent him from going into his usual tirade. "Kenpachi-kun, I do everything I can to prove I am worthy of being your wife, even if you already believe it in your heart. I also need to prove it to myself," thought Hinata, who was now wearing black shirt and pants with white lines along the robes around the shirt that complementing her figure as well as hiding it at the same time. Even her long hair was braided down in the front rather than back, giving her an appearance of innocence that turned the heads of many boys as her age. When the Hyuga girl, now turned woman, originally awoke from her ever so comfortable position with her head on her lover's chest, she realized that if she didn't get home soon there was going to be a lot of panic within her home. If they found out just what she did and who she did it with, the elders would branch her with the cage bird seal or that other seal they had been working on for when she was married to Uchiha Sasuke and Inazuka Kiba. It didn't help in the fact that the clock closest to Hinata told her was that she had less than 15 minutes to get home before Neji knocked on her door to awaken her from her sleep. If she didn't answer, then Neji would get worried and open the door or use his Byakugan to see through it only to find she wasn't there. She started imagining what their expressions were like if and when they found out about this intimacy with her Kenpachi. Hinata could not help but giggle a little, which only was noticed by Kurenai, who decided to hold off for questioning until later, though whether or not she would like it she did not know. When Kurenai had first asked what forced her to go for such a change in clothing, Hinata had to force down the blushing at the memory of waking up to her love, realizing they had done it that very night. It did not help that Unohana Retsu had given Hinata a serenity-like smile that, while gentle, was also mischievous all the same if you read in between the lines, and that the young girl named Yachiru had come in just when she finished getting dressed. The girl looking between both her and Ken-chan, as the fox girl called him, and before Hinata knew, Yachiru started calling her Mommy-chan, really loud as she hugged the shocked Hyuga near into fainting. Had Kenpachi not awakened at the fox girl's shout and let out a laugh at Hinata's reaction, his poor Haim would have fainted and missed the Chunin exams, making her team fail. Hinata was glad, mind you, of finally being able to do such a thing with the man she loved, but at the same time was silently disappointed. Not in Kenpachi's performance. No, the man has as much stamina as he was tall in height, and big in other place as well. The source of disappointment was that Hinata had to use the anti-pregnancy jutsu Kurenai taught her should she do something like that with any man. As if Hinata would be so shallow to do that with just any person. Hinata was snapped out of her thoughts when Enko and Ibiki had arrived with a handful of Anbu each behind them in full battle-ready gear. She then realized this new version of the Forest of Death would be much more intimidating than the one she was in 3 years ago, and Hinata proceeded to grip the hilt of her sword to keep her confidence up. "All right, you stupid bastards, listen up, because I don't like to repeat myself. My name is Morino Ibiki and I'll be in charge of this part of the Chunin exam. For those teams who were here before, this is the Forest of Death and the objective is to get to the tower that is located in the center of the forest itself. The tower itself is the safety zone, if you will. That will be like when you enter your borders of your country knowing that the enemy will not and cannot pursue you. The objective in this exam is to simply survive and get to the safety zone before your enemies, which will be the other teams, get you first. You have a total of 4 days to get to the tower or your team will be disqualified, thus allowing these Anbu behind me to enter the forest and retrieve you in order to prevent any and all animals or possibly giant insects from killing you. Any of you jack-offs have questions?" said Ibiki, looking around, noticing that Team 1 from Shinigami had a hand raised from the wolf-skulled mask shinobi. "Yeah, I got one." "Why are you making this so damn easy?" said Akaku, chuckling behind his mask, while the other Shinigami teams did the same, who clearly were going to enjoy this. "You're bad asses now, but if and when you get through here you will think twice before entering here. It's the stuff nightmares are made of. said Anko, giving off a sadistic grin while twirling a kunai in her hand, wishing she could cut them and lick their blood. Please lady, we've seen what nightmares are made of, and this forest of death, as you all call it, is not it by far, I promise you, said Anishi, wearing a tiger skull mask, his hand twitching for his sword to kill them, but a near invisible look from their sensei stopped him. All right, enough talk. Each team go to a gate and start running like your soul depends on it, said Ibiki, grabbing the flare gun from Anko before shooting it into the air to signify the start of the exams. As the teams left, only the cages, Junin senseis, and their bodyguards remained. Ah, so you are the infamous Shikage I keep hearing about, said Ichimaru Jin, the newly made Yondaime Reikage of Kumo, walking towards the group with a strange grin on his albino white face. Jin watched as the man in dark robes spoke the unknown language that graces his ears before turning to Kimimaro, who turned to address the Yondaime Reikage. And you are the Reikage of Kumo, who killed the Sandame during your little uprising, if Shikage-sama recalls correctly, said Kimimaro, feeling his master's rage at the cage slowly growing at the face of the grinning man before him. Please Shikage-sama, you make it sound like I wanted to kill the old man for the title when I was the one that was going to take his place regardless if I rebelled against him in the end. All I did was speed things up so I could have the title sooner rather than later. Don't you agree, Tsuchikage-sama? Said Jin, looking at the man now walking up to him with glasses and a calm look on his face that hid for the most part the cruelness that was beneath it. While I must admit it is one way to be a cage of a village, it did seem to be quite bold, all things considered, since you were the next in line to be the Reikage. I imagine the poor Sandame Reikage didn't take your ambitious assault very well due to him being on the receiving end of your blade, said Aizen Sosuke, the fifth Tsuchikage, with his one and only bodyguard behind him, looking at the group as a whole yet not looking at the same time. Again, my actions are taken out of context, but I still don't see the problem allowing in expressing myself towards the Sandame Reikage in such a manner, said Jin, with his grin increasing even more, making everyone around him not loyal to him on edge. Then perhaps your successor won't mind doing the same to you when it's your turn to step down, Reikage-sama, said Yugito behind her mask, but his rage at the man was beyond comprehension at the moment. Ah, the newly elected Mizukage graces us with her presence, said Jin, making those around them that didn't know seemed shocked that another female cage had appeared. Tsuchikage-sama, we have to go, it is getting far too crowded for my liking, and I wish to get you away from those who might try to cause unnecessary bloodshed, said Kanami Tusen, who despite being blind could sense danger almost everywhere around them. Of course Tusen-san, I understand. As my faithful bodyguard said, I must go now and await the news of my Genin team's victory. Good day, Shikage-sama, Mizukage-sama, and Reikage-sama, said Aizen before leaving, not even acknowledging Gaara or his siblings before leaving with Tusen back to their hotel. I must go as well, though not for too long, since my teams I know will do exceptionally well since they were trained by me, said the Reikage, leaving the remaining two cages to their own devices. Gaara scowled at the smiling Psycho before walking over to the other two cages with the water daimyo Rin along with the mist Anbu captain Soi Fong not far from them. Charming little bastard, isn't he? Said Tamari, looking slightly at Kenpachi in his dark robes of the Shikage, wishing to see him without it. I sense there is something wrong with their Genin teams. They're unnatural even for us, and I don't like it, said Yugito, sensing Tsunade and Jiraiya looking at them not far away with suspicious eyes. We will have to deal with them later, for now let's just deal with what's in front of us, said Kenpachi in a whispery tone so low not even an Inuzuka could have heard him. I will have Baki find out more about Aizen before the finals start next month. Until then we must remain sharp and look for more enemies that lurk further beyond, deep in the shadows, said Gaara, making many raise their eyebrows at his words. That was deep, said Sakin from his position, watching the cage of Sun walk away with his siblings, wondering how the boy could think with such depth like that. No one asked you, asshole, said Tayuya, who scowled at Sakin behind her bird skull mask, but stopped when her Shikage turned and stared at her to mentally tell her that now was not the time. Elsewhere, Danzo-sama, everything is ready, said a Root Anbu ninja, bowing before his leader. Good. Tell them to engage the Shinigami ninja whenever the opportunity presents itself, and if possible bring them back alive for our own version of interrogation, said Danzo, not liking the fact that there were too many cages around Konoha at the moment, along with the current one at that. Soon, when Konoha was in a panic looking for a hero, Danzo would appear with his root ninja and smite the enemies that were in their walls. With the vast majority of the council supporting him along with the villagers themselves, all he had to do was either kill Tsunade or prove she was unfit to be one, thus giving him control over Konoha as its new Hokage until Sasuke was ready. The Uchiha prodigy was a lot like him when he was younger and only wanted power to rule over all those around him with iron fist. All Danzo had to do was remove the competition and those that would not support him throughout the chaos that would come from this Chunin exams. Sure, it would cripple Konoha in the short run, but eventually the populace would be overrun with Uchiha offspring if he gave enough women to the sole ruler of the clan to populate it with the Sharingan bloodline to fully make up for the loss in the ranks. With this new growth, they would attract the more darker clients that Konoha normally didn't take up despite wanting to pay more for a job well done. The old fool Sarutobi Sandaime had made the leaf soft under his rule and made such things necessary due to his policy on protecting those who were precious, and all the ridiculous nonsense that went with it. The Leaf Village was a place where dealers of death were born to kill, not save others, unless they were the paying clients or there was a heavy reward involved in the rescue itself. If not, well, let the weak villages around his newly imperialized Konoha try and failed, while the leaf grew stronger under his might and the belief of the strong feeding off the weak failures in life. Danzo-sama, we have just received news from one of the teams, said a Root Anbu, who kneeled before the one-eyed and armed man. That was fast. The Shinigami are not as strong as they made themselves out to be, said Danzo, chuckling at how he would use those bodies to humiliate the Shikage and hang them in the village square for all to see. Not exactly, sir. They're sending a distress signal on our headset via secret channel. The teams we sent in to strike are being attacked and wiped out, said the Root Anbu, showing fear in his voice, not knowing how his master would take it. How many teams have we lost? Said Danzo, scowling at this information, knowing that some of Root Ninja he had in place around the Forest of Death were some of the best he had ever trained. Over half, Danzo-sama. We killed the Waterfall Ninja entering the exam shortly after they entered the Forest of Death, but soon after that the team responsible was taken out. When a nearby team was sent to investigate, they too were destroyed in a mere matter of moments, and soon other calls came of their teams being slaughtered, said the Anbu Root Ninja, looking up at the leader of the group to find the man was scowling deeper at this news. So the Shinigami have backbone, do they? Fine, we'll focus on other matters. Pull the rest of the men out and proceed to get ready for stage 2, said Danzo, who saw his loyal shinobi bow his head before leaving into the shadows to carry out his mission. Danzo leaned back in his chair thinking of how to deal with the Shinigami shinobi, who from what information he was getting were not the wimps he thought they were. There was no doubt would be severe backlash from this move if the bodies were taken before Jiraiya and the Hokage herself addressed this matter. Even the council couldn't protect him in this, and Danzo knew that it would make him a mark man no matter what. Still, there was a chance that the Shikage will pin this on Tsunade or Jiraiya, even not knowing the full details of Root itself. For the moment, Danzo could and would do nothing except keep his men and his spies within the hidden village awake to alert him of any problems that may be a threat to him. I have waited this long to have my dream fulfilled. I will not have it delayed any longer, thought Danzo, his face that of a snarl with his fist in his only arm clenched in rage. Yay! Another chapter finished, and in near record time. I want to say thank you to all of you people who reviewed the last chapter. I got a lot of good reviews, some average reviews, and of course flamers, who wouldn't know a pen from their ass. I guess that's why they all reviewed under anonymous, huh? Makes you wonder. Anyway, this little chapter right here is just a way of saying thank you, since the last chapter has the most reviews out of all the others. Seriously. 133 reviews for the last chapter alone. However, now comes the part where I need your help again for something that only you can help me solve. I don't know what to do yet with the teams for the matches that will take place next and who will be on the teams themselves. I was thinking of having Gaara pull his team out when he finds out about the Root teams, along with most of the Shinigami teams except a certain few. Also for the others like Mist, Iwa, And Kumo, I need to get teams set up for them as well. Can you help me? Reviews or PMs would be great. Thank you all. Until next time, peace. Chapter 11 Chunin Exams Part 2 The 4 days spent in the Forest of Death was hell for the Leaf Ninjas along with the other teams from the other villages except the Shinigami teams, who thanks to several scouts placed prior to the exams knew exactly where to go. It wasn't hard to do since all they had to do was head straight for the tower without being killed by any of the more bloodlust-filled teams from the various villages. Some of the rookies had been engaged upon by Kumo and Iwa teams on several occasions only to push back the teams back. However, the fact that Root Anbu were attacking and impeding the Shinigami ninjas' progress was causing quite an annoyance among them. After getting together for a secret joint team meeting, it was decided that a public example had to be made to one of them. Not that having so many body bags filled with dead Root Anbu shinobi wasn't already a big public example, mind you, but unfortunately such a thing wasn't enough. What the Death God Shinobi had in mind involved making a statement to Konoha that cheaters never win on the grounds that a masked Root Anbu secretly approached Team 7 and showed them the quickest way to the tower. Kiba and Sasuke originally objected the approach, but it was stopped when the man told them by doing this they could show up the other teams and allow them to rest while the others came in worn out. Sakura had no problem with that since she didn't like this place any more than she did the last time she was in it. Her lack of training had made her weak, with her only real strength being chakra control along with a few weak jutsus and the ability to resist weak genjutsus. When Team 7 left, the Root Anbu was knocked out by a surprise attack by Yahiko, who then tied him up and had Sanosuke pick up the man before heading to the tower. Chunin Exam Tower the 4th day. The arena used for preliminary fights was filled quite largely at this point before all the teams were accounted for, with Team 7 of Konoha being the first to arrive. Of course the council wanted to be there to rub it in like salt on a wound, stating that Team 7 was the model ninja team of Konoha. Despite their best efforts, however, the Shikage did not once lash out at them with his still unknown tongue or unleash his killer intent at being outdone by his enemies as they fully expected him to. Hell, the man didn't even try to turn his head towards them when they tried talking to him from a distance, and had it not been the occasional talking between the Shikage and his translator while the Death Four looked around occasionally for potential threats to their death. Shadow. Soon the Konoha, Suna, Mist, Kumo, and Iwa shinobis arrived looking a little torn up, but still nothing serious that could prove life-threatening in the end of the day. Well, it seems the great Shinigami village isn't so great after all if they can't get past the Forest of Death. Right, Haruno-san? Said Inuzuka Sume, turning to her fellow council member, who like her twisted her lip up into a cruel sneer as they looked at the hooded figure of the Shikage. Yes. Of course, I had no doubt that my sweet angel Sakura could get through it a second time with your strong son Kiba, along with our prodigy, and future 6th Hokage Uchiha Sasuke, said Haruno Yasha, eyeing the Shikage viciously at Konoha's little, but notable victory over them. I'm afraid we will have to continue the exams without them. I apologize, Shikage-sama, in so many of your teams losing so early in the beginning, said Tsunade in her Hokage robes with Jiraiya beside her, gauging the Shikage for whatever reaction he may give off. All the man did was stand still and didn't move a muscle the entire time. Since your teams are not here, Shikage-sama, it would be best if you and your little group leave Konoha and don't show your face until the next, said Yasha before the door on the opposite side of the room was smashed open, sending rubble everywhere. Sorry we're late, but it's kind of difficult to get through this place carrying body bags full of these bastards that tried to jump us and try have one of their teams cheat, said Akaku, coming in with nearly all the Shinigami team's members covered in blood and weapons still drawn. Nearly all due to Jin-E having been cut down by Saito due to the now deceased warrior's bloodlust and urge to kill, which were constantly becoming a disgrace to the very name of Shinsengumi as of late. You're too late. You didn't get here on time, you are all disqualified, said Sume, growling at the Shinigami shinobi with everything she had. Shut up, you ugly woman, for a dog. It is because of people like you that help create such an ugly world, said Yumachika lazily before parting some hair covering his mask. Besides, you have no room to talk since your son's team cheated, said Kenshin behind his dragon skull mask with his long red hair no longer tied down due to the fighting. How dare you? You were just jealous because my son's team got to the tower on the very first day while it took all of you the entire 4 days to reach here, said Sume, now looking as smug as ever when she looked at the Shinigami shinobis before her. Bitchy lady son had outside help. Tell them Feather-chan, said Yachiru, now getting the attention of everyone in the room. What did you call me, you little runt? Yelled Sume, growling fiercely, and looked ready only to stop when a great deal of killer intent came from the Shikage, Yachiru's teammates, and fellow shinobi, each giving her a look that said, "Back the hell off, bitch," which was exactly what Sume did for the moment. Despite what she called you, which I personally feel is appropriate given your behavior, there is still the matter of the root Anbu we encountered trying to halt us from getting here in the first place, said Aoshi, snapping his fingers, and Shinigami parted, revealing a large pile of body bags with the masked heads sticking out. My men, said Danzo, only to realize he had been caught in self-incrimination. Not only that, but we have the poor bastard that helped Team 7 get here so fast, and I think you all damn well know him considering his past history with Konoha, said Inishi, who stomped his foot down heavily once before Sanosuke appeared carrying an unconscious, tied up, and masked shinobi before dumping him before the Shikage. Wake up and introduce yourself, Mizuki, said Hajime Sato before stepping heavily on the man's shoulder, breaking the joints connecting the shoulder and the rest of the body together. Needless to say, it made the man wake up screaming like a little girl. It can't be. Mizuki is a traitor to Konoha and was put in prison, said Tsunade before she turned to the council and Danzo, who stayed as calm as ever. We reviewed the evidence against the man Hokage-sama and felt that given the demon and a demon lover like Iruka was involved, we felt their story was unreliable at best. We had to drop the charges in the interest of justice to this wrongfully convicted man, said Danzo, all too sweetly for Tsunade and Jiraiya's taste. I told that demon brat I would get my revenge, and since I was freed from prison I have been living a life of greatness, said Mizuki, his mask having finally been removed by Kenshin's sword. Still, cheating in the exam is illegal no matter what, and no village has any right to play favorites at such a crucial part of the exam. With your permission, Shikage-sama, I would like to kill this scum that now lies at your feet, said Saito, readying his sword into the Gadotsu stance, aiming it at the man's neckline. You can't do that, you have no authority, and to do this now would be an act of war with the leaf, said Mizuki, not wanting to lose his life yet as he still had value to Danzo. Just as the root Anbu we killed had no right killing Waterfall Shinobi before going after us, said Inishi, cracking his neck, itching to get into a fight right about now. Should we do anything, Tsunade? Whispered Jiraiya, knowing they could fight this if the Slug Princess gave the order. No, either way Mizuki is going to die, so why not now, said Tsunade, whispered back to Jiraiya, who nodded his head, knowing one way or another Mizuki was going to die. Before anyone could make any further argument, everyone now turned their attention to the Shikage, who raised his right hand turned into a fist with his thumb out, bringing to the left side. He paused for a moment at his neckline and then moved it across to his right side again before brining it down to his side. Understood, Shikage-sama, said Saito, who pressed his foot into Mizuki's spine to keep the man from squirming under him before he released his attack on the man, killing him instantly. Shikage-sama, we the council is hereby placing you and all of your genin teams under arrest for the murder of Konoha shinobi, said Danzo, summoning several root Anbu to the scene only for Tsunade to stamp her foot down, making the arena shake. I am the Hokage here, Danzo, not you. Mizuki was a traitor to Konoha no matter what you say, and unless you want me to disqualify Team 7 right now for cheating, I suggest you keep such illegal actions to yourself, said Tsunade, glaring at the rest of the council to keep them all in line. This isn't over, Hokage-sama, said Danzo, not willing to let this matter rest. It's over if I say it's over, said Tsunade, who would have continued on more had it not been for the sudden increase of killer intent coming from the Shikage once more. Why was the Shikage releasing killer intent? Because a certain dogboy was leering at one Hyuga Hinata while thinking perverted thoughts. Thoughts that did not sit well with the Shikage or Hinata herself, and if it weren't for the fact that the current situation made the man angry as it was, his secret would be out. Perhaps we should continue on with the exams, Hokage-sama, said Yugito, looking at the startled fire shadow, knowing that the woman once held the very same look when she had sensed the man become angry. Yes, of course, Mizukage-sama. Considering the nature of what transpired in the Forest of Death, the Shinigami Genin teams will not be stopped from continuing unless they choose to, said Tsunade, getting unfriendly looks from her fellow council members, but considering their actions in the past, she didn't really care at this point. Are you kidding? We came all this way here for a good old-fashioned fight, and we'll be damned before we back out of this. Now, said Akaku, smiling evilly at them before looking at the Shikage, who simply nodded in agreement. Damn straight, said Sanosuke, looking at Yahiko, who smiled along with him, that of a fighter's smile that made several of the Leaf nervous. With that resolved, Tsunade gave the same speech the third Hokage had done in the last Chunin exams Konoha had hosted. Soon after, the screen hidden behind the wall behind her appeared, and two random names were now going to appear at random to determine who fought first. Himura Kenshin vs Yukishiro Anishi. This is some serious bullshit, yelled Tayuya, seeing the names being placed, not believing for 1 minute that those names came up random. All right, everyone, heads up, those names that were called stay here, the rest of you go up to the step to the second floor, said Enko, ignoring the demon skull masked red-haired woman that just swore loudly. Though Enko had to admit it was some serious bullshit. Obeying the elite Junin, the other Genin teams went to the balcony to watch the fight happen, with Sasuke waiting with anticipation and his Sharingan now active. Whatever power these fools below him had would soon be his, and then turned against them later on. You guys ready? Said Enko, looking between them, seeing reluctance in their eyes due to the fact they were from the same team. Reluctantly, I am ready, said Kenshin, drawing out his sword, and Anishi readying his as well. Same here, however, no matter what happens, Kenshin, we will fight our best to show the Shikage how strong we have become under his guidance, said Anishi calmly before he took one deep breath to clear his mind. Begin, said Enko, bringing her hand down for the fight to start, and started did, with each warrior moving at high speed against the other, swords swinging. Everyone outside of all the shinobi in the hidden Shinigami village were surprised by their speed, as even Sasuke, much to his annoyance, could not copy what they were doing. Each time they could be seen clearly, it was for less than a second, with each warrior on the defensive or offensive, though they were going so fast it was hard to tell who would win the match. This continued for another 45 minutes as they sliced, diced, and cut everything around them, leaving slash mark on the floors and walls. It only stopped when the Shikage had commanded them to stop in the unknown language he was speaking, making many turn their heads to him as to why stop such an intense match. The Shikage says you both performed well, but at the rate you are going, one of you will give in to your bloodlust and possibly slay the other, and declares it a draw between you, said Kimimaro, speaking up for his master, knowing everyone would want an explanation. The Shikage does not decide that the Leaf Proctor does, said Sume, snarling at them for disrupting the fight. It doesn't matter, since I refuse to fight against Anishi-san anymore under the command of my Shikage, said Kenshin, now putting away his sword back into its sheath. The same with me, said Anishi, putting away his sword as well. Okay. I guess we'll call it a draw, said Enko, scratching her head, confused at the outcome of the match. The two warriors simply nodded their heads towards each other before turning to face the Shikage and bow, showing their respect for the man. What a bunch of pansies, they can't even finish what they started, said Kiba, smiling a cruel smile at them, going up the stairs to the balcony, receiving respectable nods from the other Shinigami teams. You shouldn't put people down like that, said a deep-voiced tall kid, with curly brown long hair that covered his one eye and was well-muscled, and by all means should have been considered a giant amongst his peers. Who the hell are you, Gigantor? Said Kiba, looking at this guy who was almost as tall as the Shikage, if only by a few inches. My name is Sato, though my friends call me Chad. For what reason I don't know, said Sato, wearing practically all dark navy blue in terms of his ninja outfit, with only his right arm being bare of clothing while his left arm had a mist headband wrapped around it. So what's your special ability? Being freakishly tall, said Sakura, seeing the kid as a freak of nature like her old teammate of a demon was. Considering your forehead is freakishly huge, you have really no reason to talk, said a boy with glasses wearing white with blue stripes outlining his outfit with a mist headband on his forehead. As if Kabuto wasn't bad enough in the last Chunin exams, now we another four-eyed freak comes along and from another village no less, said Sasuke, who now stared at the boy in the full belief that having eyeglasses meant poor eyesight, which meant weakness, and that was something Uchiha Sasuke did not bond well with. While your opinion is well noted, Uchiha, I would like to point out that such a thing is much better than a traitor to his own village for its very enemy, said Uryu Ishida before pushing his glasses up with his gloved hand. You shut up. Sasuke-kun is better than anyone here, yelled Sakura, trying to punch the daylights out of the man only for the blow to be stopped by a strong triangular shield that absorbed the blow like it was nothing. You will stop your fighting until it's time to in these preliminaries, said a very sweet yet serious-sounding girl with long orange hair moving into Team 7's line of sight to the left of Sato, wearing navy blue mixed with gray. And who might you be? Said Sakura, looking at the rather busty young girl before her and already seeing her as a threat to being near her. Sasuke-kun. Inoue Orihime from Mist, said Orihime, not wanting to give out any more knowledge about herself than usual since she had been warned about it by her sensei Soi Fong. Well, back off, you bimbo. Sasuke-kun is mine, said Sakura, going right into her fangirl state, trying to protect her interest. I hate it when people jump to conclusions, but for the record, Orihime's not interested in the Uchiha traitor, said Ishida, knowing fully well just who the girl had sights on. Oh yeah, who then? Said Kiba, drooling slightly at seeing the young woman's frontal assets only to have a large butcher's knife-shaped sword pressed around his neck. Me, you dumb ass, and unless you want me to cut your other head off for you to eat, I would suggest you not ogle her. She doesn't like it, said a boy with orange spiky hair wearing a mist headband on his right arm. Ichigo, do you have to be so rough with people? Said a girl behind him that was shorter than he was, with black hair with a mist headband loosely around her neck, her sword still in its sheath by her side. Do you have to draw a picture of things like a 2-year-old to explain complicated things to people, Rukia? Said Ichigo, which made the said girl fume as she wasn't the best when it came to drawing things. Come on, you guys, knock it off, you're missing the fights, said Shiba Ganju, wishing the two would knock off their bickering for once. Sure enough, they were, as soon as Genin teams had been decimated quickly after two of them faced off against Kumo and the final one lost brutally to Iwa. Something is unnatural about those teams from Iwa and Kumo. According to my senses from Shukaku, it's demonic, yet not as strong as mine, Yugito's, and or Kenpachi's. They must have sealed weaker demons into their ninja to give them power, and judging by the way this is going, they have done remarkably well, thought Gaara, his eyes narrowing quite dangerously, and wished he could kill the fools that had killed his Genin teams. However, restraint was the better part of valor, and for the moment, Gaara would restrain himself from killing, if only for a little while longer. The other matches soon came to be called out at random, or as random, looking to make it not look like the whole thing was fixed to weaken the other village's chances in further competing in the exams. Shinigami Shinobi mostly faced Shinigami Shinobi, with a few exceptions in the form of Kumo, Mist, or Iwa, but not the Leaf. The Shinigami Shinobi fought each other the most and tied, but some were too injured by the Iwa and Kumo Shinobi in the matches that they couldn't continue to the next round. Though the same was said for Kumo and Iwa, leaving only one shinobi from Iwa to possibly compete in the next part of the exam. So far, Akaku, Yachiru, Yumachika, Saito, Sojiro, Aoshi, Misao, and Hananya were the remaining members of all the Shinigami Genin teams to qualify for the next part of the exam. You Leaf Shinobis are a bunch of pussies in not facing off against one of us because you know we can kick your ass all over the place, said Tayuya, trying to be the voice for her Shikage, who was mentally thinking the same thing, only with a few less choice words that the red-haired woman had used. Still, it pissed off the council, so the point clearly struck home, as only Tenten, Sasuke, Hinata, Kiba, and Shoji had advanced as well into the finals. Lee had lost painfully to Sojiro, whose speed far surpassed the green spandex-wearing boy with weights both on and off by having deep cuts in his legs and arms. The damage that was done required the bull-haired cut-shaped Genin to quit if he ever wanted to continue ever being a ninja again when he was healed. Ino lost to Misao after a brutal taijutsu fight, which the platinum blonde lost due to her competition being the proud student of the Oniwabanshu and its leader, as they called him. Sakura lost badly to Yachiru, who called the young Haruno girl Flat Chan, due to the fact that she wasn't heavy on the physical chest portions of a woman. Sakura tried to get in a few good hits only to have them miss horribly as Yachiru proved she was faster than she looked. It left Sakura open to an attack, which the fox girl did by jumping repeatedly up and down on Sakura's spine. It was even more painful to see when they saw Yachiru enhancing the stomping with her chakra that left a large crater in the arena floor and were horrified to learn she also had weights on. To add insult to injury, the stomping had put a great deal of pressure to Sakura's bladder, making her relieve herself of liquid and solid waste that were in her body into her shorts before she was carried away on a stretcher. One that would soon be destroyed after dropping the Haruno girl off. The Shikage loudly clapped after the so-called fight was over, applauding his little girl at making the pink-haired bitch suffer, while Yachiru jumped up and down, was practically dancing around at the fact that she made her dad proud of her. The pink-haired demon of a mother of that said bitch was now rushing to the medical area to comfort her angel over loss and the sheer embarrassment their family had suffered. Orihime beat Yahiko, though it severely drained her afterwards. Sanosuke had fought a worthy fight with Sado only to lose just barely to the man when it came down to a fist fight contest. Who knew the kid, who used one eye while the other was covered with hair, could alter his arm into something like that and win no less? Megumi soon forfeited when her match was up against Ichigo, since her field was that of a medical specialist in the group and not of combat, but the orange-haired youth told her it was all right. Hinata had the unfortunate fate of fighting twice against both Rukia and Ganju, who she defeated using the family gentle fist style. It was difficult on account of the fact that she had to prevent the others from seeing all of the advanced training she had done, though she did have to reveal her protection of the 8 trigrams 64 palms technique. Though it was a small price to pay, and in the end her love clapped at her performance of defending herself against Ganju's explosive attacks and water jutsus he unleashed upon her. Sasuke and Kiba each fought one of the weakened Iwa shinobi, killing them with one of their usual signature attacks, Chidori and Man-Beast clone-piercing fang combo that they were known for. Little did the two-leaf shinobi know that had they faced their opponents at full strength, they would have been killed outright in their fight. As for last to fight, which was Okita's, he was regrettably killed, the strange Kumo ninja simply nicknamed Shrieker, in his match after the crouching toad-like man unleashed poison-covered maggots filled with acid shooting from his mouth. That strange bug-like creature exploded soon after, causing the acidic fumes to attack the young warrior's lungs. Once Okita breathed or the burns themselves got into the lungs of its victim, Okita felt the breathing part of his organs become extremely weak. Even now the effect of such a deadly poison made the infected Shinsengumi member die painfully in a matter of mere moments. Still, the youngest member of the Shinsengumi team was able to kill his enemy in a last-ditch effort when, having his back turned, used the Gadotsu Zero stance and shot his sword at the surprised ninja, impaling him hard into the wall, killing the Kumo shinobi in an equally painful manner. After several of the Shinigami shinobi carefully removed his body from the area floor, the Shikage had soon approached the dead swordsman's body and placed 2 coins on his eyes for the boatman on the river Styx as a sign of respect. After that was done and he was prepared to be sent home, it was time to announce the fighters for the fighting section of the exam, which not surprisingly were different this time. Match number 1. Mist Shinobi Kurosaki Ichigo vs Iwa Shinobi Jigerjax Grimjow. Match number 2. Leaf Shinobi Tenten vs Shinigami Shinobi Makimachi Misao. Match number 3. Shinigami Shinobi Kusajishi Yachiru vs Leaf Shinobi Inazuka Kiba. Match number 4. Shinigami Shinobi Hananya vs Mist Shinobi Yasutora Sato. Match number 5. Leaf Shinobi Akamichi Choji vs Shinigami Shinobi Ayasagawa Yumachika. Match number 6. Mist Shinobi Uryu Ishida vs Shinigami Shinobi Madarame Makaku. Match number 7. Shinigami Shinobi Seta Sojiro vs Mist Shinobi Inoue Orihime. Match number 8. Shinigami Shinobi Shinomori Aoshio vs Shinigami Shinobi Hajime Saito. Match number 9. Leaf Shinobi Uchiha Sasuke vs Leaf Shinobi Hyuga Hinata. The final match got everyone's attention, and it was duly noted that Sasuke had a smirk going close to a psychotic smile before turning his gaze on the slightly terrified Hinata. For Sasuke, it meant teaching his woman just who was in charge of their marriage before it even began, and in front of the very people of the village no less. He couldn't wait for the next part of the exam, knowing that when he fought Hinata he would make her submit in front of everyone, making it clear she was his woman and not some demon loser. His thoughts were interrupted, however, when more charka pressure came down upon the room, but at the same time felt like it was directed at him for some reason. It didn't take long for everyone to notice the power was coming from the Shikage, though why he was angry no one could really be sure. No one outside of Shinigami, Suna, or Mist anyway. Kimimaro, not wanting his Shikage to give away his identity away, placed a hand on the man's robed shoulder and pressured it 3 times. It was a secret signal they had all created for him to calm down should he be upset beyond any further approach in such a manner. Slowly the pressure from Kenpachi's charka left the area enough for the people around him to breathe again, and if Tayuya wasn't so out of it at the moment, she would have said a few choice words that would have blown their cover sky high. Please forgive Shikage's temper, Hokage-sama. To make it up to you, he wishes to invite you, Kazekage-sama, and Mizukage-sama for dinner tonight, said Kimimaro, bowing his upper body to signify an apology. Very well, I accept the invitation on the condition Jiraiya of the Sannin can join me as my personal bodyguard, said Tsunade, wanting this play out in her favor, knowing that with all the pull Shinigami had at the moment, a potential meeting could prove to the Fire Daimyo that things were looking up for the Leaf Village. Shikage-sama has no problems with you bringing the Toad Sannin with you, but that is as far as bringing guests with you goes. We will see you both at 7 p.m. sharp, said Kimimaro, stressing being on time was a necessity in this case. Before anyone could say anything further, all the Shinigami left in a poof of dark smoke, leaving several stunned shinobi in their wake. That power felt so familiar. Could it be him? No, that loser fell off the face of the earth after what happened in Wave Country, according to Sakura. It's more likely he went into seclusion due to his shame of being a no-talent shinobi. Still, I will have to keep my eye on him, thought Sasuke, looking over at the Raikage, seeing that stupid grin on his face, and wondered if the Cloud Shadow might wish for an Uchiha to fight for him. He would have to find out later. Royal Leaf Hotel that night. It was interesting for Tsunade to see Jiraiya actually look presentable for once without his usual Sannin attire, but in a nice professional attire, unlike that horrible Toad Sannin one. The two walked into the hotel, seeing it was swarmed with shinobi from Shinigami, Mist, and Suna talking to one another as if they were all best friends, which puzzled them to no end. I see you arrived, said a wolf skull masked Shinigami with the kanji, Baldi, written on it. Beside him was a little girl with a cat mask on with pink whiskers with a fox-like tail sticking out, and a swan skull masked Shinigami. Shinobi with strange eyebrows that rivaled Guy and Lee's own in the way of being strange. Tsunade and Jiraiya instantly recognized them as the 3 competitors entered into the Chunin exams. We're on time if that's what you mean, said Jiraiya, not liking to dress up in something so nice and fancy since it wasn't his style. That and Tsunade had forbidden him from doing his usual Toad Hermit dance, to avoid any embarrassment that he may create while with her. Jiraiya had in turn told her that no matter what she couldn't punch him out the window since it would make her look equally as bad. That little remark nearly caused Jiraiya to miss this little get-together. Follow us then, said Yumachika, escorting the two to the elevator to take them to the top floor where their Shikage stayed. How are you all, you Shinigami shinobi, getting along with the other shinobis from Mist and Suna? Said Tsunade, trying to strike up a suitable conversation out of her escorts. Just fine, actually. Unlike the Leaf Village here, we actually are all very well respected for the missions we've been on. Shikage-sama only has us go on the most challenging of missions to prove ourselves worthy before him. We're talking life and death missions that are vital in taking, and none of those boring D-rank missions you guys always do for what you count for teamwork, said Akaku, knowing that the selection process for Genin teams was not about Having a balanced team skill-wise, but rather balanced in how the people on the team get along and can work together. The teams were put together with people you could trust your very life with or give your life for them if need be, enough said. I will make sure to have a mental note of that for when our next year genin teams are created, said Tsunade while inside she wanted to tear the bald man to pieces. Boy is she in for a surprise in a month when Fox is out of the bag, thought Yumachika the two over finding the female Hokage to be quite beautiful despite hiding her real self and seeing her Sanin tag along looking nice as well, but his facial structure was clearly ugly. And what's your name, little one? Said Jiraiya, believing that no kid could resist his ever-handsome face. He wished. The tiniest of the entire group just looked at Jiraiya, tilting her head slightly before facing front, looking back towards the elevator doors before they opened, revealing their intended floor. This is our floor. Time to go, wrinkly boob and super pervy man, said Yachiru before she started skipping out the elevator door and down the hallway. Tsunade and Jiraiya instantly became annoyed at the girls' nicknames for them. This girl is almost as bad as Naruto, if not worse, thought Tsunade and Jiraiya nearly at the same time, while the other two were holding back their fits of laughter at the choice of nicknames. Soon they followed the skipping fox girl, wondering why they didn't notice the fox-like features before during the preliminaries against Sakura. Speaking of the little pink-haired bitch, she was still in intensive care for several broken bones, some cracked, broken ribs, and all the while seeing a doctor on how to focus on the signs of her plumbing leaking during the day. Sure, Tsunade fixed that problem after removing the pressure her other organs had on her bladder and intestinal tract that if not treated right away would have caused her to wear adult diapers during her prime, which the Haruno girl did not want to happen to her. Once they reached the last door on the left, the two guards looked at the invited guests before one knocked 3 times and opening it 1 second later, allowing them to enter. What they saw shocked them, as the Shikage was still in his robes with the hood that hid his face, while beside him was none other than Hyuga Hinata and Subaku no Tamari. Both girls were both wearing high-class kimono dresses of what seemed to be made of the highest quality and design. Greetings, Death-chan. I hereby announce wrinkly boob and super pervy man are here to meet you, said Yachiru, bowing to her Ken-chan, knowing that now was not the time to reveal his identity even by her casual nickname for him. Still, it didn't stop the little fox girl from giving him another nickname. Tamari-san. Hinata. What are you doing here? Said Tsunade, looking at the two girls for answers only to find them not speaking to give her any. They came here as Shikage-sama's guests, said Kimimaro near a corner of the room closest to the window, keeping the curtains closed for safety reasons. Tamari, I can understand, but what about Hinata? Said Jiraiya, on account of the fact that the Kazekage had given his sister away in an arranged marriage to the Shikage. Is this an interrogation? Then quit complaining on why we're here and just be glad that you have someone with you for this at all, said Tamari, glaring at the Hokage while she succeeded in sticking up for Hinata, who was trying to keep a calm yet serious face of a mask on. She's got a point, thought Jiraiya, knowing that it was a small mercy that he got invited to this invitation, much less Tsunade herself being asked. Fair enough, I suppose, said Tsunade, sitting down at the large table in the room with Jiraiya next to her, the Kazekage Gaara on one side at the middle, with the Mizukage Rin on the other, while Tamari and Hinata sat on each side of the Shikage. After they all sat down, the Death Four came in and gave them their food, which was a dish that came from, strangely enough, originated in village hidden the waterfall. The meal consisted of fish, vegetables, spices, and a bowl of fruit found only in that area, which was why it was such a delicacy anywhere else. How has Konoha been since I was last here, Hokage-sama? Said Gaara before taking a bite of his food, which was quite delicious in his mind on account he rarely ever had it. Being in a dessert and all has that effect on one's taste buds. It's had its ups and downs, though I'm afraid to admit it's been more of the latter than the former, said Tsunade, hoping to bring the Shikage into the conversation this way. Well, considering what your village did to that poor boy, Naruto, wasn't it? Said Yugito behind her mask before removing the bottom half of it after hitting a secret switch so she could eat and still keep her identity a secret. It wasn't my idea for Kakashi to try and kill Naruto, said Tsunade, finding their gaze on her to be most uncomfortable, seeing as they were all questioning her about what she had let happen. But what about sending the Anbu and Jiraiya to engage Uzumaki after you discovered he was not as dead to kill him? Said Kimimaro, knowing straight from his master mouth how they came for him after that little stunt Hitaki pulled. How do you know that? Said Jiraiya, looking over at the man hiding behind his skull mask, wondering if that was who they thought he was or not. We have countless spies everywhere, and unlike the Leaf, we are quite good at seeing the whole truth when others can't, said Kimimaro, not taking his eyes off the pair of Leaf shinobi. What do you think, Shikage-sama, about everything that happened during the preliminary fights? Said Tsunade, trying to change the subject on the whole matter, even if just for a moment. Kimimaro was going to move to stand beside his Shikage to translate for him when the said man that was Kenpachi raised a black glove, telling him to stop, indicating he was going to speak for himself. They heard a long growl from his throat that sounded like an angry rabid dog, mixing with a sound that seemed like he was trying to focus his speech muscles to speak the words he wanted to say. Aside from what has occurred with Konoha's Team 7, I think that all the matches today went rather well, said the now demonic voice Kenpachi generated after secretly executing several one-handed signs under the table to do it. A.N. Think Anubis from Stargate. SG-1. Enjoy? Wait. I thought you didn't speak human tongue. Said Tsunade, frowning at the robed man, wondering why all the deception. I think my translator misspoke before. I can speak human tongue, but most of the time I choose not to speak it due to the people around me being idiots and fools, said Kenpachi behind his robes, not having his skull mask on so he could eat with the rest of them. Why not reveal your face then? We are neither idiots nor fools, so you can trust us with your true identity, said Jiraiya, trying to get the man to reveal who he was so they knew who they were dealing with. You know he won't do that, just as I won't reveal my face or my water daimyo will to you either, since we know that most of the people in Leaf can't keep secrets, said Yugito, eating some of the fresh apple slices in her bowl, loving the taste of them. I won't just sit here and have you all badmouth the Leaf village that my grandfather founded over a century ago by two upstart unknowns and those that support them, said Tsunade, having all she could take of them insulting the village that, while she hated for being stupid, felt compelled to defend for the sake of her ancestors. The Hokage, Sanin, would have done more when rising from her chair with Jiraiya half out of his already had she not felt the intense charka pressure the Shikage was generating. The amount of power he created practically commanded her to sit back down or face the consequences of her disobeying such strength that was before her. You would do well to know your place, Hokage-sama. Your village has fallen to the way of power-hungry fools under your guidance, and you have the nerve to call me and Mizukage-sama upstarts. This is an insult worthy of war between our villages. Make no mistake, Slug Princess. If you think that there is power behind your words, then you have fallen almost as far as the villagers that reside in this dying place. I wanted you both to come here tonight in order to see if you had become what I had hoped you and the Toad Sanin had not. Now I see you are nothing but shadows of your once great former selves. Your younger selves wouldn't have let this village become what it has now. You both sicken me greatly, said Kenpachi, scowling at the two people before him, now seeing them as the failures they truly were, without a spine if they can't stand up to the people of Konoha given such legendary skills. How his bastard father ever became strong under the Toad Sanin was beyond him. Hey, you leave Tsunadeheim alone, said Jiraiya, not liking how this guy was now nearly driving his former teammate and love interest nearly into tears. If neither of you or any of those in the village can handle the bitter truth, then you two should get out, said Kenpachi, emphasizing on the get out part more than usual, which to Jiraiya was code for something, though what exactly he didn't know. Bastard, said Tsunade, ready to dive over the table to strange the neck of the Shikage with all her strength, even if it meant dying at the hands of those loyal to him. Jiraiya, however, stopped her and held her in his arms, looking between her and the death shadow of the Shinigami village with piercing eyes for a moment. Without another word, the Toad Sanin turned around with Tsunade and left the room to get her someplace safe enough to dry her tears and tell her what he knew. Don't you think that was a little harsh, Uzumaki-san? Said Gaara, looking at his robed friend with a raised eyebrow. What would you have me do, Gaara? Tell her who I am, then have her blab it everywhere so everyone knows, and then have over half the village come at us for being here. You know that they have no love for you either, my friend, and if they try to, they will go after you, your brother, or sister to make you suffer," said Kenpachi, disengaging his demon voice jutsu in order to speak normally. "That will never happen," said Gaara, with his eyes narrowing and his killer intent spiking significantly for all to feel around them. "Don't worry, Gaara, I'll be fine should that happen, and if I get into trouble that not even I can't handle, Kenpachi-kun will protect me," said Tamari, holding onto his arm, snuggling into its muscled form hidden beneath the robes. Hinata scowled at Tamari, not wanting to be outdone by Suna-born woman, and snuggled up to Kenpachi's other arm, showing that she was thinking the same thing. The fact that they were shooting lightning glares at each other was also a dead giveaway too. "Since we have a month to get everything ready, what should we do first?" said Yugito, so she could inform Rin more of the plan, since not all the specific details of the destruction of the Leaf Village were given for security reasons. "First, we need to keep an eye on Iwa and Kumo, since they have no doubt formed a top-secret alliance with each other that won't be revealed until mere days before the finals. We will also have to get our forces ready in case we have to fight them, as well as Leaf Shinobi of Konohas, so make sure all of your shinobi that you trust with this mission are prepared to do what they have to," said Kenpachi, looking at them all, seeing them nod in understanding, while Hinata and Tamari knew that within a month's time the leaf would burn for a second time. Only this time the fire wouldn't go out until the village was nothing but ashes. "What about those who don't approve of Konoha's policies? I heard rumors that the Aburames want out of here, but need time to get everything ready," said Hinata, as she knew her father, the entire branch family, and some of the main house of the Hyuga clan wanted out, but couldn't, knowing what would happen if they tried. "Our favorite nine-tailed demon lord Zangetsu will take care of that while everyone is seeing the Chunin exams, and by the time anyone notices anything it will be too late," said Kenpachi, knowing that such a thing as transporting anything from a single person to a clan house was nothing that a demon lord couldn't handle. The simple fact that the said demon lord was speaking to each of the clan heads from the Akamichi, the Naras, and the Yamanaka clan was further proof that the plan was still running smoothly. "What about the prodigy, that is the Uchiha Teme? I think we need to do something to really send him over the deep end before the finals that will make him want to fight you over Hinata," said Rin too. Kenpachi, knowing that the boy's instability was what made the boy so weak. "Leave that to me. What I have in mind will drive him and all those loyal to him insane and cowering in fear at what we can do," said Kenpachi, letting out a chuckle at what he had planned for the spoiled Uchiha, knowing that it would drive the last Uchiha wild with rage. Just then Hananya phased into the room and silently handed Kenpachi a large scroll with a blood seal on it, indicating whoever this scroll belonged to was only for family only. The security around this scroll was weak at best and pathetic at worst, Shikage-sama, said Hananya, who under his cage's orders broke into the Hokage's office and took the necessary scroll that held Kenpachi's family inheritance. "As always, what the Leaf should treasure the most they ignore out of their own ignorance and stupidity," said Kenpachi, taking his family scroll from Hananya before he opened it after biting his thumb and smearing his blood over the seal. Inside the scroll was none other than the special kunais with seals drawn on them and the instructions in using the infamous Flying Thunder God technique that single-handedly beat the village of Iwa into submission in the last Shinobi War when used by his father. Oh, how Kenpachi hated that man that held that title, and with good reason, since that man had caused him to face hell on earth from this very village out of his own stupidity. All on the belief that the villagers and shinobi he gave his very life for would actually follow through with his last wish. Clearly his mother was the brains of the family, because only an idiot would believe that such a dying wish would be carried out. Unacceptable. "Should we proceed to phase 2 of the plan, Shikage-sama?" said Hananya, his head now bowing towards his cage to await new orders. "Yes. Tell Toshiro and Rangaku to remove Itachi's body from its cryogenic state and to prepare that sword of his to be put to good use," said Kenpachi, laughing as he pictured Sasuke's face when he saw the surprise that awaited the spoiled Sharingan user. Tsunade office 15 minutes later. "That heartless bastard. How dare he speak to me like that? What right does that guy have to judge me or you in what we do or how Konoha is run? Said Tsunade, pounding on her desk with all her might, making the seals on her desk that absorbed her blows were now becoming strained from the assault. Got to admit, the man has a way with words. Even more so at the end at what he was secretly telling us, said Jiraiya, running a hand through his white hair before letting out a small sigh. What do you mean? He was insulting us and telling us to get out of Konoha, said an angry Tsunade while half tempted to punch Jiraiya for taking this in such a calm manner. Yes, and anyone else that doesn't approve of Konoha. Remember, you have to look underneath the underneath. With this to find that something is going to go down during the Chunin exams in a month, and he wants everyone here that disapproves of the leaf to get out, said Jiraiya, wondering exactly how the cage of the Shinigami village was going to do that. If that's the case, we have to warn everybody involved, said Tsunade, knowing that a lot of preparation would be involved in saving what lives she could. Seconds later, the lights in the room went off and only the moonlight coming in from the windows allowed the two leaf shinobi to see if just barely around them. Don't bother, they already know, said a figure from the shadows, appearing before them with his crimson coat blowing in an unseen and felt wind. You? How did you get in here? What are you doing here, and what do you mean when you said they already know? Said Tsunade, who didn't feel like taking on this weirdo at the moment. I can get in anywhere I choose to enter. The reason behind how I do it is currently none of your concern for the time being, said Zangetsu. The shadows behind him that he had used to hide him gave his form a shadowy and intimidating look. You didn't answer my last question, said Tsunade, glaring at the supposed man before her, still ready to fight this intruder with the help of Jiraiya. True, but as I said, it's currently none of your concern. All that you really need to know is when the time is right, you will have to choose between what is right for the village or for those around you. Sides will be taken when the fighting starts, and the one I serve does not want you to be part of the opposition to him or anyone close to him for that matter, said Zangetsu, slowly fading back into the shadows and out of the room itself. Wait. Tell us his name. Who is the Shikage? Said Jiraiya, wondering how this person could do what he was doing and if that person was a person at all. You still haven't figured it out, it seems. Then you will have to find out with the rest of the Leaf Village, and when you do, that will be when you must choose, said Zangetsu before disappearing permanently into the darkness of the room with the lights turning back on mere seconds later. Jiraiya, during the remaining month that is to come between now and the finals, I want your spy network to run overtime and find out what the hell is going on, said Tsunade, as she seethed while clenching her fists, wishing she could pound the living crap out of something. Don't worry, I'll get my people on it and be back just in time for the finals for when they start, while being at your side so another surprise attack like Sensei experienced does not happen, said Jiraiya, knowing that if something remotely happened to Tsunade he could never forgive himself. Elsewhere at the moment. It was such a pity your genin teams were killed so soon, said Aizen, sitting in his chair sipping some tea in his hotel room with Tosen standing next to him while the Yondaime Raikage that was Ichimaru Jin. Yes, it was, but then again so were all of yours as well, except that one with that ever so strange jaw of his. Though from the calm look on your face they seem to mean nothing to you in terms of value. A means to an end perhaps? Said Jin, smiling his ever so freaky smile that if Tosen could see would feel nervous around. Considering how Uzumaki Naruto fell off the face of the earth after Mist Village as well as Water Country in general performed a major transformation, I had to make sure that I had a backup plan for the destruction of Konoha. I'm also pleased you wish to join me in its total destruction, Raikage-sama, said Aizen, smiling at his partner in crime. Yes, well, I would imagine that during the time of the Yondaime Hokage it would have been impossible for you to get revenge on Konoha, but now, well, let's just say I don't expect you to lose much on your side of things. After all, it was Namikaze Minato that killed your Anbu captain of a father in the last Shinobi War, so I think it's perfect karma that you destroy what he holds dear, said Jin, eat a cookie from his plate in tiny bites. Yes, I think that is very good karma in my bingo book, though I can't help but wonder what the Shikage, Kazekage, and Mizukage will do once we start our attack on Konoha, said Aizen, not liking how those mentioned variables would factor into his plans. Maybe they will let us kill them and leave, since they are either hostile or neutral towards the Hidden Leaf Village, but then again you never know, said Jin, taking a sip more of his tea. There is something about the Shikage that worries me, Aizen-sama. You must be wary of him and not underestimate his power, said Tosin, not wanting to make his master seem weak, but to keep the man he served from dying under the other cage's hands. Regardless, when the time is right, Konoha will fall before me, and anyone else that tries to stand in our way will too, said Aizen confidently, looking out the window night sky, knowing that if there were certain unforeseen enemies that arrived to stop him, he along with Tosin and the Raikage himself would destroy them like rats. Konoha, undisclosed location. 2 weeks later. Uchiha Itachi shivered as the ice around him melted, but couldn't see anything as his eyes were still covered by his leaf headband to prevent him from possibly doing anything in the near future. Not that Itachi could use his Sharingan, considering that his whole body was currently numb from the ice that had consumed around his body. While it felt like he was dying when experiencing it, the power behind the ice was in actuality preserving him in his wounded state after his fight with the loyal shinobi of Uzumaki Kenpachi. "Hey, wake up, Uchiha Teme," said a rough voice before he was backhanded by a hard fist to his jaw, making him lose a tooth and some blood dripping down the side of his mouth. "Renji, watch what you're doing, you idiot. A few more light taps like that and you could have accidentally removed his headband from his eyes, and if we're not careful, use the Sharingan on us," said another voice that Itachi didn't recognize, but sounded rough like Kisami's always sounded. "Why am I still alive?" said Itachi after several minutes of silence, after deciding to make it known to them that he was in fact awake enough to talk. "To be the next pawn in this little game of chess, Itachi Teme," said Kenpachi, now with a huge smile on his face, with his very voice, and even his chakra signature forever burned into Itachi's mind, practically seeing the huge grin on the man's face. "And how does the great Uzumaki-sama wish me to aid him while being a prisoner under his watchful eyes?" said Itachi, not really caring at this point if he died or not, since it was pretty clear what level of hell he was going to end up at when his soul left his body. "I'm going to kill you soon, and when Sasuke sees you in the state I put you in, he'll lose whatever sanity he has left to try and kill me at the Chunin exams. It's that simple," said Kenpachi, with his now face a mere inch from Itachi's, while his voice rumbling next to the Sharingan user's ear before letting out a low chuckle. "My brother is still weak, I see, after all this time. I heard before you attack our main base of operations that my brother was going to be trained to succeed Tsunade-sama as their next Hokage. It seems the leaf keeps getting weaker as time passes, with the loss of the Yondaime, then Sandaime, then a less than competent Tsunade, and finally my weakling brother of an Uchiha that is Sasuke to replace her," said Itachi, who despite his current condition couldn't help but let out his own chuckle at the thought of his brother being so weak yet possessing the title of someone who was considered strong. In all reality, it did seem funny to him, since Sasuke was the runt of the once great Uchiha clan. "Yeah, it has, but with your involuntary help I'm going to see to it that this village doesn't live past the remainder of this month no matter what," said Kenpachi, taking the Uchiha's sword off a nearby table and grinned before lifting up Itachi's headband. "I'm ready," said Itachi, having made peace with what was to come. "Don't worry, when this is all over your brother will join in hell where all of you bastards belong," said Kenpachi before the room surrounding them darkened and the sound of a sword-piercing flesh was heard echoing through the room before silence took the room once more, with only the periodic dripping of liquid hitting wooden floor heard every few seconds. The next day, Uchiha District. Uchiha Sasuke left his home and headed towards the training grounds on the other side of the village, where Kakashi wanted to personally train him in more of his jutsus that the copy ninja learned over the years to help him become stronger. The Uchiha District itself was once the prize of Konoha, with Sharingan users everywhere like Sasuke working as ninja or mainly involved in the police force created to keep public order. Now the entire district was empty, barren, and quite literally a shadow of its former self, as the people of the village awaited that one fateful day. The day where the last remaining Uchiha would sire children to revive his clan to its former glory that Konoha had seen it rise during its years in peace and war. For Uchiha Sasuke, that was the last thing on his mind, as all he cared about was receiving power and what would give him power, whether it be living or inanimate by definition. Even now, as he walked through the once populated Uchiha District, Sasuke was feeling the hunger for power growing inside of him and awaited today's training on account of just who his opponent would be in the final matches. Today was also the day that scheduled fight would be changed into something else. The ripple effect that caused the change was when Sasuke walked past the old Konoha police station founded by the Uchiha clan many years ago with their clan symbol on it. It was meant to mark them as its founders and to show the village just who had the power within the village outside of the shinobi way while still under the rule of the Hokage. It helped instill fear and respect, but for Sasuke he preferred the former since fear meant it was power and while respect meant powerful if not seemingly unbeatable. It also meant something that was respected was not invincible and could be killed, and for Sasuke, he did not want to be respected, he wanted to be feared. However, as he passed the station without a worry in the world, Sasuke soon heard the drip of something coming from the station due to the echo of the silence around him. At first the Uchiha prodigy did nothing, thinking it was a something else or his imagination, but when the wind picked up and the smell of blood hit his nose, the Uchiha froze in fear he seemed to love more than anything. The smell of blood that had not been smelled since that day nearly 8 years ago was something that Sasuke thought he would never have to deal with here again in his lifetime, but what saw next would forever haunt him long after he died. It was Uchiha Itachi, pierced with his own sword into the Uchiha crest on top of the old police station, and wave after wave of blood was flowing from his body. The source was from where the sword had gone through the center of Itachi's chest, that was even from afar clearly the clan slayer's own sword. The man looked like he had been dead for hours, maybe even more, with glazed dead black eyes that held nothing in them, with no hint of emotion or remorse. Itachi's eyes looked almost like he did when the Uchiha clan was slaughtered and when Sasuke confronted him those long 8 years ago. The last bit of sanity the boy had was now gone and destroyed as the facial symbol of the Shinigami was imprinted next to the body in the dead man's own blood. All Sasuke could do was scream, "A-N. Yay! I can't believe I wrote this. I must have blanked out or something. Lol, seriously, it took a while to write this on account of what action I tried to detail in this, though I don't know if it was enough since I couldn't do all of the fights since I had so many participators in the prelims. Hopefully I did everything right by you guys in terms of whom I paired up for the fights and stuff. What did you think of the ending of this little chapter? How did you like the way Sakura got destroyed in the fight against Yachiru? I felt it was more than appropriate in this matter and worked well when considering that Sakura is a bitch. Any questions? Comments? Money? Lol. I decided after I finish this I'll finish up Star Wars and then work back on C&D right after, so I hope to get started on that sometime before the new year starts. Until next time, peace. Chapter 12 The Chunin Exams Part 3. The scream that Uchiha Sasuke let out woke everyone in Konoha, seeing as it was still terribly early in the morning, with people not wanting to get out of bed due to being lazy, tired, had a hangover from getting drunk, etc. Kakashi was ironically the first shinobi on the scene, though the fact that it was Sasuke who screamed may have been a factor due to the debt he owed Obito. When he saw the dead form of Uchiha Itachi pierced with his own sword on top of the old Uchiha police station, Kakashi looked horrified at seeing the sight. The shinobi Cyclops now slightly pictured his dead teammate over Itachi, only with Obito having his face half crushed in like that day so many years ago. Soon more shinobi came, seeing the horrible sight before them, until the Hokage herself appeared and saw with her own eyes that Uchiha Itachi was indeed dead as the Shikage claimed he was. But why reveal his dead body now? And in such a manner as this? A statement possibly that Sasuke will never get the chance to avenge the life of all his Uchiha brethren? Or is it something else? Thought Tsunade, seeing the bloody symbol of the Shinigami face that was identification of a Shinigami shinobi to further prove who did this to Itachi. You know, he actually laughed at the prospect of Uchiha Sasuke becoming Hokage after we unfrozen him in his near-death state. He was most agreeable in dying like the way he did, said Toshiro, scaring the remaining tiredness out of Tsunade as well as got everyone else fully awake with Leaf Shinobi ready to fight the Shinigami Ice User. How did you sneak up on me like that? Said Tsunade, though she had to admit drinking heavily last night and waking up early were probable factors. Hey, it's not my fault that you are a legendary sucker when it comes to trying to sense the chakra signature of other people, just like you were at gambling, said Toshiro, looking at Tsunade before turning his body and face back to Itachi's corpse, folding his arms. Show her some respect, she's the Hokage here, said Ibiki, having arrived to see the sight that was before him. Respect is earned, not given, said Toshiro before yawning and started walking away, only to be stopped when Tsunade called back to him for answers. Who did that to Itachi? Why? Said Tsunade, hoping the man would at least answer her questions in the matter. Well, if you must know, it was Shikage-sama himself. As for why? Ask him, he's right over there, said Toshiro, now pointing to the tall figure in black-covered robes with hood before taking off, leaving a very agitated and angry Hokage. She wasn't the only one, as Sasuke was pissed beyond reason and activated his Sharingan. His eyes held nearly unmatched fury, knowing that this man had taken what was rightfully his. Itachi was his enemy, not some robe-covered freak of nature that just so happened to have the title of a Kage under his name, having his village recognized as a major shinobi village. To Sasuke, however, the man was nothing but a joke in his eyes, taking what had been Sasuke's all reason for existence aside from reviving his clan. Something that the Uchiha prodigy had intended to do with gusto with the Hyuga bitch that would soon be his wife. Tsunade could feel the young Uchiha's rage at the Shikage for taking away his purpose in life and wondered why the Death Shadow would even consider doing that, knowing that Sasuke would wish to retaliate. It made no sense. Unless he plans to get something out of Sasuke, knowing the baka would be out for his blood, thought Tsunade, who looked on at the robed man staring intently at her and the furious Uchiha. I'll kill you. No one takes my purpose in life away from me. No one, yelled Sasuke, charging at the Shikage with his Sharingan eyes spinning with fury, wanting to tear that man apart with his own Uchiha-made sword in his possession. Kenpachi smiled under his hood and skull mask, knowing this was the bait for the much larger trap that, if everything went his way, would save Hinata and take care of Sasuke. As for the ever so angry Uchiha Sasuke, who leapt into the air to come down, striking his weapon upon the Shikage, he would soon be in for a surprise. The said Death Shadow calmly opened his palm before forming an incomplete second stage Rasengan, dodged the sword strike from the attacking prodigy, and sent the second stage directly at Sasuke when he was close enough, sending the Uchiha through the wall of the old police station. Itachi was right to laugh at the talk of Sasuke being the sixth Hokage. What a joke he has become in my presence, said Kenpachi, finding that this would be much better than for him and Kimimaro translate everything he wanted to say to them. I will, kill you. I am must have, power, said Sasuke, trying to get up despite the cuts and bruises covering his body before collapsing only to be caught by Kakashi. Once trash and always worse than trash, said Kenpachi, walking up to the two now in a slow, almost painfully suspenseful manner. Take another step and it will be your last, said Kakashi, readying his lightning blade to strike out at the Death Shadow with his Sharingan eye exposed to use. Save your chakra, fool. You are going to need it in training your stupid student for his fight in 2 weeks, against me, said Kenpachi, knowing that when Sasuke was once again conscious he would accept whatever terms were stated for what he had planned at the stadium in 2 weeks. What? Said Kakashi, as the rest of the Leaf Shinobi and civilians were shocked by this sudden news. You heard me, fool. I, the Shikage of Shinigami no Sato, hereby challenge one Uchiha Sasuke to a fight at the Chunin exams in place of his original fight with one Hyuga Hinata. If your so-called Uchiha prodigy wins against me, then Tsunade-sama must step down as Hokage right then and there to make him the new sixth fire shadow of Konohagakure no Sato. However, if I win, Hyuga Hinata will no longer have to be married to either Uchiha Sasuke or Inuzuka Kiba in that double marriage the council set up, said Kenpachi, looking into Kakashi's eyes, grinning at the copycat man before looking at Tsunade, who was a little shocked at hearing such a challenge. And if you lose? Said Kakashi, wanting to know the terms for the Shikage in losing the fight, since there was always a penalty for failing. If I lose, then I will set myself on fire, said Kenpachi, knowing that when they all heard this the council would jump at the chance, believing that their precious Uchiha would save them from the big bad Shikage. You'll do what? Said Tsunade, not believing this man would do this for one person's freedom, such a horrible marriage, without something in return. I think we all heard Shikage-sama correctly, Hokage-sama, Our death shadow said he would set himself on fire and breathe his last breath, said Kimimaro, appearing beside his master to be another pair of eyes for the man in case any of the shinobi around them got any hero-type-like ideas. And if Sasuke loses? Said Kakashi, wondering what the stakes would be when it came to the welfare of the Uchiha prodigy. If the Uchiha lives through our fight, he must never revive his clan and must let his Sharingan Eye bloodline limit die with him, said Kenpachi, knowing that Sakura was empty and Sasuke hadn't touched any girls or female transvestites for that matter with his horrible Uchiha seed. Those terms are unacceptable, said an Anbu shinobi, knowing the risks were too steep even if it would make the Uchiha the youngest Hokage in history. I thought you assholes were confident of your Uchiha prodigy Teme. What's wrong? You have a spine transplant with a shitty bitch chicken, said Tayuya, now appearing as well as the rest of the Death Four. Why don't we let the Uchiha decide, said Kenpachi, knowing that Teme would never back down from a fight that guaranteed him power beyond his wildest dreams and the title of the one who killed the Shoden Shikage. It was now that they realized by everyone that Sasuke had regained consciousness and was now looking at the Shikage with furious anger while weighing his options of what would happen if he won or lost. On one hand, he could become the youngest Hokage in Konoha's history. On the other hand, he would have to risk his clan should he lose, not only with the woman of choice, but also reviving the Uchiha name altogether. Sasuke also knew that if he could win against the Shikage, the man would have no choice but to kill himself in front of everyone in the entire stadium. Then the history books would say the one responsible for it would be Uchiha Sasuke, the sixth Hokage and Uchiha hero of Konoha that would surpass the Yondaime in that status. I accept, said Sasuke, his face showing some form of psychotic expression as he looked up at the Shikage while several Anbu medics healed his wounds. Sasuke, said Kakashi, not sure his student was making the right choice in this, since the Shikage, as half his name stated, was Kage and therefore extremely powerful. I know what I'm doing, Kakashi-sensei. I can win against him, said Sasuke, getting up and walked right up to the robed figure to prove he wasn't afraid, or at least not afraid right now, in front of an entire army of Leaf Shinobi that would give their lives for him. I'm so glad you have confidence in your abilities, Uchiha-san, for the only way to lose this fight is to make the other warrior bleed first, said the Shikage, knowing that this little stipulation would make several people worried. What? Said Sasuke, looking shocked at this little announcement. Shikage-sama considers this fight to be a first blood fight in which you can only win by making your opponent bleed first, said Kimimaro, wondering just what possessed his lord and master to declare such a match, though considering the opponent, the match now made was obvious done for the sport of it all. Why make such a fight like this? Said Tsunade, wondering what kind of test this was since never heard of it. Shinobi must constantly risk their lives and are sometimes killed in one shot, whether it's a sword, kunai, and/or jutsu that causes the killing blow. If he cannot risk getting bloodied up during the Chunin exams, then how can he become a strong Hokage in the near future, said Kenpachi, making a valid point in the matter, knowing the most precise shot from any weapon hitting just once could end your career or life as a shinobi. It doesn't matter what type of fight it is, I'll still win. I'm the last Uchiha in the known world and I will not lose to someone who won't reveal his face to the public eyes, said Sasuke, knowing that if he could get the man to reveal himself, it would give him some sort of measure as to what he was up against. I will reveal just who is behind these robes when our match starts, Uchiha, but when you find out, you may not like your chances, said Kenpachi, letting out an evil laugh before turning around and leaving with his bodyguards and Kimimaro. Come on, Sasuke, we need to get you ready for this, said Kakashi, taking the Uchiha, and went poof before anyone could stop him. 2 weeks later, Konoha Stadium, day of the Chunin exams. Word had gotten out about the change in the last match, with Sasuke facing the Shikage in a first blood type fight with several classified stipulations about what would happen to the winner and loser. It was also decided that should the Uchiha prodigy come out of this fight victorious against the Shikage, he was to fight Hinata to see if her skills were that of a Chunin. Ever since that moment, Kakashi had been training Sasuke non-stop in using his Sharingan and to teach what he could to the boy to be Hokage, knowing that if there was any hope of beating a Kage-level person, it needed someone who was trained by one. The council demanded to Tsunade that Sasuke see the forbidden jutsus from the scroll of sealing to give the Uchiha prodigy the edge he needed in his fight against the Shikage. They believed it would solidify the boy's victory over the Death Shadow and remove this threat from their borders once and for all to make the daimyo see the promising power Konoha had. Tsunade crushed that outright, as the jutsus were forbidden for a reason, and in using them without understanding them would be dangerous for the entire public. Sakura had been allowed to get out of the hospital in a wheelchair and with the help of her mother was taken to the council box to see the upcoming fights. Sasuke's teammate had been informed of the challenge by the Shikage and the stipulations by him thanks to her mother. Sakura, being the most notorious of all the fangirls in Konoha aside from her mother, which she inherited it from, believed that her Sasuke-kun would win, and would sweep her off her feet to his compound in the Uchiha district to help revive his clan. Now practically everyone in Konoha were watching the Chunin exams, from common folk to the daimyos of the elemental countries, waiting with much anticipation at the fights to come. One by one the competitors from Shinigami, Mist, and the one from Iwa entered the arena ready to fight against their designated opponents. All they needed now was a proctor, referee, which was strangely enough not available. I don't believe this. Last time it was the fighters that were late, now it's the proctor for the matches. What's next? The Hokage herself doesn't show up on time, said a person in the crowd, who was becoming quite impatient in waiting for the matches to start. He wasn't the only one. We came here to see them fight, now get a ref in there so we can see them fight, said yet another impatient spectator from the land of jungle, who came all the way at great expense to see the bloodbath that was going to unfold in the arena. Where the hell in Anko? Thought Tsunade, who was livid at Anko's behavior at being late for this exam and made a mental note to have her banned from eating dango for 4 months and do D-ranked missions for a whole year. This was the Leafs' one chance to prove that they were worthy of redemption in the eyes of key political as well as influential people in, out, and around Fire Country. This was the last thing the village needed right now, was for those people to think less of them as shinobi, who don't care about being late or not. Hitaki Kakashi was bad enough at making that statement being remotely true. Just as Tsunade was about to have Jiraiya, who stood beside her, go down there to be the replacement proctor, the light sound of wooden sandals were heard. Soon a man wearing mostly green with a green bucket-shaped hat walked in with a headband from Mist on his right arm while holding a cane in the said arm. Sorry I'm late, folk, but the Leaf proctor that was supposed to be here couldn't make it and I had to take over for her. My name is Urahara Kazuki from Mist and I'll be your proctor this morning, said Kazuki before yawning and making his joints in his bones make popping noises when he moved them around. It's 1 o'clock in the afternoon, jackass, yelled Tayuya along with several other people in the crowd, not believing this man thought it was morning. Really, I hadn't noticed, said Kazuki, making most of the stadium populace face fault at his words, scratching the side of his head just under his hat. Just get the matches started, Kazuki, or I'll make you eat your hat along with putting that cane of yours someplace unpleasant, said Yugito, sitting in the cage booth designed to hold her, the Kazecage's siblings, the Shikage, the Shikage's bodyguards, etc. In other words, the booth was really big. On the other side were Tsunade herself, Jiraiya, the council, Danzo, and Danzo's and Burude bodyguards watching over him for any possible trouble. In another part of the large stadium were the Tsuchikage's Sosuke Aizen, the Tsuchikage's bodyguard Tosen, and the Yondaime Reikage Ichimaru Jin, who was Aizen guest to still even be in Konoha to watch the fights. Well, you heard the Mizukage, let's get this thing started. The first matchup for today is Kurosaki Ichigo vs Jigerjax Grimmjow. Everyone else other than me, who does not have either of those names, go up to the designated fighter's box until it is your turn for you to be down here for your fight, said Kazuki, pointing to the fighter's box that was on the second floor of the stadium. I may not have anything against you, but I can honestly say I'm going to enjoy this fight, said Ichigo, readying his weapon at Grimmjow, who readied his while staring at the spiky orange color-haired kid before him. Bring it on, kid, I look forward to covering the ground with what remains I don't hack to pieces, said Grimmjow, grinning widely at Ichigo, breathing slightly faster as the urge to kill came off of him. First fight of the Chunin exam finals, begin, said Kazuki, bringing his hand down signaling them to start the fight, and start they did. The fight started mostly showing their kenjutsu in the ways of using a sword, with Ichigo having slight advantage since Hidden Village of the Mist was the place to learn it. As they crossed blades, Ichigo got in a good shot at Grimmjow's chest, leaving a wound that if not treated with healing chakra would become a scar in the future. "Take this. Earth style. Granite Spike's jutsu," said Grimmjow, sending a large wave of granite spike towards Ichigo, who dodged them, flipping back several times before moving to the left. "Your attack is too slow," said Ichigo, only to find out to his horror that Grimmjow was right behind him. "Whoever said I wanted my attack to hit you?" said Grimmjow, hitting Ichigo in the face with a backhanded fist along with the hilt of his sword for extra damage. "Bastard," thought Ichigo, who dodged an offensive strike by Grimmjow and kneed him in the stomach before head-butting him in the face and breaking the man's nose. "I'm much stronger than I look, Ichigo, and I know you are too. So why don't we take this little fight of ours to full strength?" said Grimmjow, snapping his nose back into place. "So you want to fight, huh? Then let's take this to the next level then. Kenjutsu Ultimate Secret Art. Bankai," said Ichigo before exploding with an amazing amount of chakra and transforming his sword along with himself into something else. "Not bad, Ichigo, but we Inoue got something like that too, only we gave it a different name that felt more appropriate for us ever since our loss during the last Shinobi War. Iwa Kenjutsu Ultimate Secret Art. Resurrection," said Grimmjow, transforming into something not considered human, but more predatory, as Grimmjow was now on all four legs, and looked like it was born from necromancy. "Well, that's new," thought Kazuki, looking slightly over in the direction of the Shikage's special booth and looked at the Mizukage, who looked back at him. "Time to die, Ichigo," said Grimmjow in an almost demonic voice before charging at the said shinobi, who used his speed to barely move out of the way of the pouncing cat-like creature before him. "You have to catch me first, Grim-chan," said Ichigo, making the animal like Grimmjow hiss and growl at the orange-haired youth before charging him again. Ichigo leapt into the air, waiting for the moment in which to strike that came when the large form of a necromancy-looking cat leapt into the air with him moving in the air. They then used their chakra to manipulate the air around them to seemingly float in an almost beautiful if not deadly form of dancing, trying to kill each other in ruthless combat. "That's quite an impressive feat to do something like that," said Tamari, knowing that the only way she could possibly do that was with her fan, and even then she could not move that fast. "Indeed," said Kenpachi, watching with amusement, knowing that boy would become a strong warrior under Yugito and Rin's command. "Dai Kurosaki, Ichigo," yelled Grimmjow, now less than 2 feet upon his mid-air prey, ready to bite the boy's head off. "You first, Grim. Bankai's secret art. Getsuga Tensho," said Ichigo, sending a black-red line of chakra at Grimmjow, piercing through the animal from Iwa before exploding into several hundred pieces. "Good thing my cane is also an umbrella," thought Kazuki, hooking the attachment to his cane before shielding himself from the blood-soaked remains of the Iwa shinobi. "So much for him," said Jin, raising an eyebrow at the way the poor man was killed, since he had such promise as a shinobi. "Winner. Kurosaki Ichigo," yelled Kazuki after removing his umbrella, while the said winner landed, breathing heavily for a few seconds since it was a powerful attack, as everyone applauded that event despite the gory outcome. "You have trained a fine mist ninja, Mizukage-sama," said Kenpachi, wanting to keep the disguise up with his friends and allies while clapping at Ichigo's performance. "Thank you for the compliment, Shikage-sama, it means a lot to me that you would say that," said Yugito, looking at the Shikage before looking back at Ichigo, who gave a bow to her before going up back to the fighter's box. Even now Orihime was all over Ichigo about how he defeated Grimmjow and asking him some silly question on whether the cat form Grimmjow was in would look nice with a bell and a bow attached. "Second fight of the Chunin exams is Tenten vs Misao. Please come down here to start the match," said Kazuki, motioning his left hand at the fighter's box. "Yes. Now I get to prove to Aoshi-sama that I'm worthy of being around him," said an all-too-happy Misao, who jumped out of the fighter's box and onto the ground, using the slightly baggy flaps in her uniform to glide down to it. "Well, aren't we spirited today?" said Kazuki, waiting a little bit longer for Tenten to arrive in a more calmer manner via the steps from the fighter's box. "Yep, and I intended to beat Minnie Mouse over there real soon," said Misao, readying her weapons while Tenten fumed at being called that name on account of the buns in her hair. "You'll pay for that remark," yelled Tenten before bringing out her sword that was sheathed behind her back with the full intention of using it. It was clear to everyone Tenten did not like it when people make fun of her hair when it was in that style. "Bring it on, weakling," said Misao, getting into fighting stance with several of her kunai held in each of her hands. "All right, you two play nice now. Ready? Begin," said Kazuki, as the match between the two weapons mistresses of their respected hidden village went at it. Misao went for long-range combat first in order to test Tenten and her fighting abilities with the sword, wondering if she would use it to counter the kunai being thrown or simply dodge them. Tenten for her part did both and only dodged when she felt the kunai would hit her if she didn't get out of the direct line of fire. When Misao had finished throwing most of her kunai with accuracy that could rival her opponent, she revealed two sais hidden in her sleeves ready to cut her opponent up. "Here I come, Minnie Mouse," said Misao before charging at Tenten, ready to put her skills to the test for her Aoshi-sama. "Bring it on, ninja wannabe," said Tenten, meeting Misao's charge with her own before the two clashed against the other with sword on sais and taijutsu thrown in the middle when the opportunity was upon them. In the end though, it was Misao who won the match, breaking Tenten's grip on her sword before pinning Konoha's female weapons user onto the ground in her back. With both sais pressed against her throat, Tenten had no choice but to surrender, knowing that the slightest movement would put a hole or two into the vital point when it came to breathing properly. Outside of Konoha's walls at the moment, blood was everywhere in the trees or the ground, the carnage that was immense for all the eyes that could see within the trees, and all that was remaining of the bloodbath were dead corpses of the Iwa and Kumo alliance. Suna and Mist Shinobi took the southeast and west sides of Konoha's walls, while Shinigami Shinobi took both the northeast and west sides. "It's a good thing Shikage-sama wanted us to take care of this before the real fighting in Konoha started," said Rangaku, brushing some of her hair back casually like she always did as she looked over the carnage she had helped create with their forces. "Indeed. However, we need to double-check to make sure we got everyone on this side of the wall before assisting the Kazekage and Mizukage forces," said Toshiro before the giant form of Komamura Sajin appeared with his size and weight creating a heavy indent into the ground. "I just thought you should know Zangetsu is nearly finished marking all homes, the clan houses, and people he could with demon seal markers to transport them to our hidden village," said Sajin through his helmet with some blood smeared on it from his own involvement in the secret fighting. "Good. Once Zangetsu uses his demonic jutsu and attaches the chakra strings on himself to all buildings and people marked with the seals, we can get them back to the Shinigami village," said Toshiro, knowing that the man had started since the countdown to the finals had started, knowing that there were a lot of people to screen through in the village. "After this the poor fox is going to need some rest. Maybe I can give him a well-deserved massage," said Rangaku, smirking at her husband, knowing it would push his buttons. "In case you've forgotten from drinking too much sake, Ran, but we're married," said Toshiro, having a little blush on his face at what his wife was suggesting. "Party pooper," said Rangaku, pouting playfully, liking how she can tease her husband so easily with such suggestions. "I can't tell half the time if she's serious or not. How can Toshiro stand her?" "Oh wait, I know, you lucky bastard," thought Sajin, finding that due to the difference in both Toshiro and Rangaku's height gave the icy-haired man a very distinct view of his wife's chest area. Indeed, the man was a luck bastard. Very lucky. Back in the stadium. "Kusajishi Yachiru and Inazuka Kiba, please come to the arena floor for your fight," said Kazuki, ignoring Misao walking up the wall, finding it easier and less complicated than all the stairs. Tenten decided to follow the girl's example since it would be quicker and easier despite still being exhausted from their near-literal definition of a cutthroat fight. "Yay! I get to beat up Runt-chan. Yay!" said Yachiru, leaping off the fighter's box and landing gracefully onto the arena floor, shocking many that she wasn't hurt due to her size and the height of her descent from the fighter's box itself. Kiba was just plain pissed because of her nickname for him. "You better watch your mouth, you little midget, before I decide to send what's left of you back home in a bloody mess when this is over," said an angry Kiba, now walking arena floor the standard way, growling at this little girl that smelled strangely of foxes. "Runt-chan is not acting nice. I know, hey Death-chan. "Can I neuter Runty-chan to make him less mean at the end of the fight?" said Yachiru, smiling behind her mask at her robed father while pointing at Kiba, who was now paling at the thought of losing his 2 baby-making seed generators and quite possibly his one-eyed weasel. Most of the male half of Konoha's population flinched at the thought of that happening to them too and paled along with the dog user. Speaking of Akamaru, Hana had informed Kiba earlier that day that his partner was ill at the moment and couldn't help the boy fight in the finals. How the dog got sick had at first baffled Hana, but it could have been something to do with a certain crimson-robed figure the night before. The figure had informed her of what was going to happen the day of the finals in the Chunin exams and that it would be in Akamaru's best interest not to help Kiba fight. Now in the stands watching, Hana was glad she gave Kiba the fake diagnoses about the dog's condition, and she was sure Akamaru would be too later on. "Go for it," said Kenpachi, laughing in his deep before waving his hand that told her to proceed. "All right, let the third match being," said Kazuki, starting the match before Kiba could protest or his mother could yell at either Yachiru or the Shikage in halting such an action. Kiba barely dodged the incoming torpedo that was the little fox girl laughing behind her mask while generating chakra all around her, zipping around in a wild and chaotic force. Yachiru rammed into him from time to time, landing punches, kicks, and multiple flying bicycle kicks at her foe before sending the dog user spinning. Kiba tried to hit her with swipes of his now claw-like hands, but it was impossible due to the girl's speed. Yachiru was literally running circles around Kiba, making him feel dizzy as he was also spinning from the sheer force of wind that his opponent was creating. Then, without even showing a hint of stopping, Yachiru broke from her huge chakra tornado, ran up one of the ever-so-tall stadium walls, and ran back down again with her chakra still going strong. Yachiru's overwhelming power was forming around her to create a beast chakra-like form that, if looked upon closely, almost looked like a fox. It made a lot of villagers in Konoha watching very nervous as they thought of a certain demon that had attacked them over a decade ago. She is a demon, thought Kiba, seeing only the intense chakra running at him and with his body battered, bloody, and still very dizzy so he couldn't move very much. Yachiru was laughing the whole time like it was some kind of game while running right over Kiba, quite literally. "Your daughter is quite the spitfire of a shinobi, Shikage-sama. You must be very pleased with her own unique development," said Yugito, looking on happily, with Yoruichi feeling the same, though it may have been because she didn't like dogs very much on account of her being a cat. Inuzuka and Water Daimyo Rin was the general exception to that feeling. "Yes, she has great potential. Just watch and see," said Kenpachi, chuckling as he saw Yachiru reached for the hilt of her sword, getting into the infamous Batojutsu stance. Kiba was now struggling to stand while on all fours trying to get up, not realizing that he had figuratively painted a target sign on his ass, or rather, the thing below his ass. As he tried to stand, Yachiru took her time measuring her targets using her thumb and closing her one eye to pinpoint just where to aim. It was almost as if she could see through his pants and knew where to strike when it came to neutering her dog-like enemy before she got back into her kenjutsu stance again, in a near-invisible slice to those without years of ninja experience. Let's just say if Bob Barker were alive in this world, he would have been proud of her. "Holy crap," thought the male shinobis that saw it happen as they winced, grabbing their own family gene pool, making tools out of reflex as what happened. As for one female shinobi, who was the sister of the now neutered male, she could only see the horrible look on Kiba's face as he felt it happen. She cringed like everyone else that saw it go down, knowing that any shot the kids had for a future love life was shot to hell. Finally, the one older female shinobi, councilwoman, who was the unfortunate mother of the now neutered shinobi, was screaming in horror as her precious boy had been, for the lack of a better word, destroyed in such a manner. Inuzuka Sume wasn't the only one, as a few seconds later, Kiba had joined her, but for a much more physically and mentally painful reasons. Anyone seeing the blood around his ass and the ground beneath him could tell the boy was a dead stick, no pun intended. Well, for Yachiru, maybe it was before she hit him in the head with a solid punch to be his anesthetic before the medic ninjas came and took him away, hoping to save what the man's pride while they still could. Ouch. Okay, for the sake of all things that make me a male of the species, I think I am just going to declare Yachiru the winner of this fight, said Kazuki, raising his hand towards Yachiru, who jumped around happy as can be at winning the fight before bowing her head towards the direction of her father. The entire crowd watching the fight had stayed deathly silent and so speechless that they could hear the Shikage clapping hands echoing through the stadium. Just as at first, but soon after the other members of his group in the booth followed him, knowing the reason behind it. In her mind, Hinata was clapping too, though she dared not do it in the physical world, her confidence be damned. Tsunade, along with Shizune, Jiraiya, and the rest of the council were in shock at this, as they thought it couldn't be possible with the girl being nearly half if not less than Kiba's age. Yet here this girl was skipping back to the fighter's box with a fox-like smile on her face, as if she did the greatest thing in the world for her Shikage, who she was now in the process of waving to. This fox-like girl, only known as Kusajishi Yachiru, shouldn't be able to have that much power or even the competent skills needed to fight at such a level that she displayed. The sound of clapping was soon silenced when a howl of anger was heard from the medic center within the stadium, and one pissed-off Inuzuka Sume leapt into the stadium floor looking for a fight. The angry Inuzuka woman was seeing red and was ready to kill the one person, nay the one thing that had robbed her son of a chance of giving her grandkids in the near future. The instant the medics had taken her son from the battlefield, she was there to see him to the special emergency station that was always set up for the far more seriously injured opponents. When she saw her son's dog bone and 2 tennis balls sliced completely off from where they were supposed to be attached, she lost it, heading back out to avenge her son's loss at being a father or loving women in general. Kiba would now have the viciousness equivalent to that of a dust mite. "I'll kill you. You took my boy's pride away, you little beast," yelled Sume, her sword drawn in her right hand. Her left hand had claws, and her teeth were practically foaming as if she caught rabies. "Roar Zabumaru," said Renji, using his now snake-like sword from his position to strike in front of the woman kicking up the ground, making Sume, despite her blind rage, have the decency to jump back and regain a slim, if any at all, form of consciousness. Renji for his part had been out and about making final preparations on his end with all the others until he was finished his task before sneaking into the stadium to watch the fights. The heavily tattooed man had unfortunately missed Ichigo's fight with Grimmjow, but got to see Yachiru's instead, along with wincing at the final part before seeing the angry mother wishing to take her anger out on the little girl. "Thanks a lot, Tattoo-chan," said Yachiru before fully entering the doorway to be greeted by her genin teammates, who escorted her back up the stairs to the fighter's box. Renji just gave her a mock salute even though he knew she didn't see it, and now turned his full attention to the angry Inuzuka now glaring at him for his interference. He dares interfere, thought Sume, ready to take her rage now out on Renji. Inuzuka-san, I don't know if you know this, but we have a match to get on with, so if you could move out of the way or go take care of your son, we can continue on with the exams," said Kazuki, taking out a little fan from his pocket and started cooling himself off as he simply leaned on his cane in a bored-type fashion. "Stay out of this, Mist Ninja. This is not your fight or a loss for you, so you wouldn't or couldn't understand what I'm feeling right now," said Sume, ready to tear through the little fox child and turn her into her new scarf to wear during the winter season. "All the same, could you leave the arena? You are making quite a scene and it's our turn to fight," said Sato, as he and Hananya were now on the stadium arena floor waiting for the chance to fight. Snarling at the two from Mist and the one from Shinigami, Sume left back to her seat in the council room box, knowing that her son was in good hands with the doctors. One way or another she would have that girl's head on a pike and hang it from the Inuzuka clan house before the day was over. Well, that was slightly boring. Well, ladies and gentlemen, without any further delay, let the next match between Hananya and Sato officially begin, said Kazuki, bringing his hand down, and the two warriors got ready for battle. The two shinobi took their fighting stance, with Sato changing his arm like he did in the preliminary fights and Hananya getting into his Kenpo Taijutsu style of fighting. Each of them swore upon themselves they would show what they could do on the beliefs that they stood for and not fall unless they could no longer live before the fight was officially over. Fortunately, for both villages they represent, that is, the fight never got to that point, as the two taijutsu-based combatants had taken such damage that neither could get up. A partially cracked masked Hananya had summoned his deadly claws hidden beneath his gloves, used what little chakra he had left for speed to leap over the giant man, and slashed deeply into Sato's back before succumbing to chakra depletion. Sato fell into unconsciousness due to lack of blood and chakra depletion on account of his right arm using so much of the latter. Several Mist and Shinigami shinobi appeared and took them away, not trusting the Leaf medics to take the necessary care to keep them alive. Kazuki declared the match a draw. It was about that time that Rin made her move as planned and rose from her seat before heading towards the Shikage's extensively large booth, making heads both commoner to Cage turn their heads in her direction. When she arrived, the Shikage, Cage, and the Mizukage greeted her warmly before inviting her to sit with them in a chair given to her by one of the Death Four. Everyone was of course shocked that some of the most key influential people in all of the elemental countries would be sitting together on one large booth at the Chunin exams. Will Akamichi Choji and Ayasagawa Yumachika please head to the arena floor to begin the 5th match of the Chunin exam finals, said Kazuki, once more waving his little fan at his face to keep himself cooled off under the hot sun. Damn you, global warming. Despite you coming from an ugly place, I will do the honorable and beautiful thing to do here and give you a chance to forfeit this fight. The Shikage speaks highly of you as well as the Akamichi clan for understanding how it feels being discriminated against. Just like the Nara and Aburame clan get ridiculed for their bloodlines, that makes the weird, or as most people here to consider, unnatural, said Yumachika, waving back some hair from his face. Thanks, but no thanks, pal. I have so much to prove from the last Chunin exam that if I back out now I would be insulting everyone else that came before me given that offer and denied, said Choji with his face filled with determination and strength. For a moment, you almost sounded beautiful. Nevertheless, I have a duty to my Shikage, and though I respect you, I must unfortunately destroy you now. Please forgive me for my actions, Shikage-sama, said Yumachika, drawing his sword before raising it to his chest while it pointed upward like a swordsman giving a salute before a duel with another. I won't go down. I owe it to Hinata, Tenten, Shino, and to you two above everyone else, Naruto, for fighting with everything you had plus more. Thought Choji, ready to fight, having practiced these past 3 years to train himself to go faster, thus removing himself of his clan's natural weakness. Hopefully your clan won't hold it against me if I kill you here in such an ever-beautiful manner. Bloom for me, Fuji Kujaku, said Yumachika, as his sword glowed and turned into 4 mean-looking scythe heads that looked like they could destroy anything or quite possibly anyone that was on the receiving end of their wrath. Just so you know, I may be bigger in size than most here in Konoha, but that does not make me slow, said Choji before activating his clan armor to become more defined and tight around his body to allow him to move with less resistance. Then consider this a test of speed. Run, said Yumachika, swinging his sword down on Choji, who moved out of the way if just barely. The ground where Choji once stood now had 4 deep cuts, making the plump individual very nervous in the fact that if Yumachika hit him just once with that sword he would be royally screwed. Well, at least it can't be worse than training with Tenten when she threw her weapons at me to increase my speed and, holy crap, thought Choji, as Yumachika was soon swinging his blade down upon him, cutting some of his hair in the near miss. I'll give you this much, Akamichi-san. You are much faster than I give you credit for, but still I am much faster than you by far, said Yumachika, smiling at his enemy, though you couldn't see it due to his swan skull mask blocking the view of it. Choji dodged several more times, landing several kicks and punches to his opponent when he was drawn in, only for Yumachika to laugh occasionally. Even though the man was rubbing his rib cage from one of the harder hits, it seemed to barely stop movements of the feminine man's attempts to literally slice the fat out of him. Okay, since hurting you at my current size isn't working, I will just have to increase it by several times. Akamichi clan art. Expansion jutsu, said Choji, going through several hand signs and expanding his physical body several times his natural size. Nice, but doubling your size by several times its natural state is really not the smartest thing to do. All it does, it make you an even bigger target. Shadow clone jutsu, said Yumachika, making 4 clones of himself, which were now on each side of now, well, rounded Choji, pressing their swords against Choji's front, sides, and back while the original was on top with his 4 scythe blades pressed near the boy's head. How did you know the shadow clone jutsu? That technique is only known in Konoha and can only be done by one person, said Choji, shocked that someone else other than Naruto and possibly several Junin could do that jutsu. A very beautiful person taught it to us upon traveling to Shinigami and offered to teach us it in exchange for a few days' rest, said Yumachika, leaving subtle hints in his lie of the identity of the shadow clone jutsu teacher. Proctor. I forfeit on account that I would be dead right now if I move and be killed by my opponent, said Choji, slightly depressed that he had come so far and yet was not able to go even farther like he had hoped. Akamichi Choji forfeits the winner as a Yasugawa Yumachika, said Kazuki, getting a lot of booing from the crowd, not liking the fact that one of their own lost to the Shinigami shinobi. Such an ugly response. No wonder Uzumaki-san hates them so much, said Yumachika to himself before removing his clones from existence and walking up to the fighter's box. He didn't know that Choji heard him. He knew Naruto? I guess he kind of had to, considering both of them know the shadow clone jutsu, thought Choji, looking at the shinobi in shock at this little bit of news, and wondered if he should tell Tsunade about it before heading up to the fighter's box too. Okay people, now before we continue we're going to have what I like to call the halftime show before we resume fighting. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a warm round of applause to the temporarily resurrected band AC/DC as they come from the other side to play for you at the request of the Shikage. Hell's bells, said Kazuki, backing up as smoke from the center of the arena floor as the sounds of bells one hears in a temple sounded off. Sound of the guitar being played followed later by drums. I'm a rolling thunder, a pouring rain, I'm coming on like a hurricane. My lightning's flashing across the sky, you're only young but you're gonna die. I won't take no prisoners, won't spare no lives, nobody's putting up a fight. I got my bell, I'm gonna take you to hell, I'm gonna get you. Satan get you, hell's bells. Yeah, hell's bells, you got me ringing hell's bells. My temperature's high, hell's bells, I'll give you black sensations up and down your spine. If you're into evil, you're a friend of mine. See my white light flashing as I split the night, 'cause if God's on the left, then I'm stickin' to the right. I won't take no prisoners, won't spare no lives, nobody's putting up a fight. I got my bell, I'm gonna take you to hell, I'm gonna get you. Satan get you, hell's bells. Yeah, hell's bells, you got me ringing hell's bells. My temperature's high, hell's bells. Sounds of the electric guitar going crazy. Yow, hell's bells. Satan's comin' to you, hell's bells. He's ringing them now, hell's bells. The temperature's high, hell's bells, across the sky. Hell's bells. They're talkin' you down, hell's bells. They're draggin' you around, hell's bells. Gonna split the night. Hell's bells. There's no way to fight, yeah. Sound of the electric guitar building up. Ow, 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 ow. Sound of an electric guitar going higher in pitch before ending smoothly. When the music stopped, the Shikage was on his feet with those in his booth along with all their shinobi clapping at the performance given. It was a good song worthy of this day since it represented the Shikage's fight with the Uchiha that would happen soon in the day. After the halftime show, the next 3 fights went by fast as the Shikage had secretly planned with the first one ni Yugito so the fight with Sasuke could start sooner. With Uryu Ishida, he forfeited his own match against Madara Mikaku since the two would soon be needed later for the battle to come. Seta Sojiro surprised even the Shikage as he forfeited, stating that it went against his belief to harm an angel like Ino or Hime before bowing to his Shikage as a form of an apology. Finally, the second to last fight between one Shinomori, Aoshi and Hajime Saito was a double forfeit due to both participants of the match refused to fight each other, knowing it would be a draw between them if they did. Besides, they too would be needed for later, and they also wanted to be conscious for the fight between their Shikage aka Uzumaki, Kenpachi and Uchiha Sasuke. Well, that was quick and boring, but I think we can make it up to you folks with the next match I think we are all looking forward to. Would the Shikage of Shinigami no Sato and Uchiha Sasuke of Konoha please enter the ring for your match, said Kazuki, looking up at the two before taking a few steps back, knowing that when these two fight it was going to be nasty. Kimimaro, please go to Hyuga Hinata, escort her up here to sit in my seat, said the Shikage, rising from his chair while Kimimaro bowed and left to do as ordered. Why do you want her here, Shikage-sama? said Rin looking at robed warrior walking towards the steps that would lead him to his fight with Sasuke. Simple water daimyo-sama. I want Hyuga Hinata to be treated like royalty that she is, and there is no better place to start than in the guest seat of the Death Shadow, said the Shikage before leaving their line of sight as he headed towards the area floor. Uchiha Sasuke was thrilled that he would finally have a chance at that inferior creature that was the Shikage and destroy the hidden Shinigami village in one match. No doubt the man never planned out a successor so early in the game, and with the Death Shadow gone, Sasuke could recruit as many of them to his side as he wished. Who knows? Maybe he could find a woman he found attractive worthy of being his wife, who would be strong and give him strong Uchiha children when the time came. As he entered the arena floor, he heard the cheers of the people calling his name, with the fangirls all screaming, "Sasuke-kun!" wishing he would make love to them. There was no doubt they wanted to help in the restoration of his clan, but for him they were all weak and he didn't want weak Uchiha children in his clan. Sasuke was so into the people around him that he failed to notice the dark clouds forming above the stadium and the temperature cooling area down as a result. Within moments the Shoden Shikage of the hidden village of Shinigami arrived, still wearing his robes and concealing his face, much to everyone's annoyance. They wanted to know who was under those cage robes that had become the bane of their existence for what seemed like centuries to them. This figure was currently responsible for making all of Konoha weaker than when the Uzumaki kid had left to do his own thing in life. "All right, you two, before we start I just want to know, are we clear on the terms of this match considering the stipulations involved?" said Kazuki, looking between the two with careful eyes, knowing that this was going to get messy if he were lax about this for 1 second. "Yes, we know the stipulations and the way to win. Can we please start now? I want to see this guy set himself on fire as promised when he loses," said Sasuke, getting more cheers from the crowd and more screams from the fangirls. It was cut off by the intense laughter coming from the Shikage. "You really think you can beat me? You couldn't beat me the last Sasuke Teme. You had Kakashi Teme retrieve you after I knocked you on your ass," said the Shikage, now pointing his finger at the Uchiha in question, making everyone look at the robed figure in confusion or shock for those that did and did not know what was going on. What? What did you just say?" said Sasuke, knowing only one person would call him that name and only one person had ever truly defeated him in a life or death battle. It couldn't be him. How could the demon become a cage of a village? Whispered a now shocked Kakashi to himself from his spot in the stadium, watching everything with some worry, not sensing a figure behind him. "You are such an arrogant fool," said Yoruichi, appearing right behind a very surprised Kakashi, who spun around to see a cat-like woman wearing orange and black. "Indeed," said Zangetsu, as Kakashi turned to face him while trying to raise his headband to reveal his Sharingan, only to turn back around to face Yoruichi when he felt her chakra spike just before rushing him and slamming her palm into his stomach. Kakashi's natural eye widened as the pain rushed to meet his brain, but before he could cry out in pain to alert any Leaf Shinobi, his second surprise attacker simply consumed him by the crimson cloak the man was wearing. Then all went black for the Shinobi Cyclops. "You heard me, Teme. Didn't think I would come back. After what seemed to be such a long time ago, after our fight at the Valley of the End, I wouldn't want to miss this day for almost anything else. With me being betrayed as well as nearly being killed by our so-called sensei, I swore to myself I would come back to tear this shithole of a village a new ass," said Kenpachi before removing the gloves from his hands that were soon followed by his robes, revealing his spiky hair with bells and his fox skull-like mask. "Naruto," said Sasuke, looking at his former teammate and what he considered his best friend despite their differences. Tsunade leapt from her seat to the booth railing along with Jiraiya, who were shocked out of their minds at seeing the boy again. "That's not my name anymore, Sasuke. I go by a name I gave myself so I could start anew, and it's a name that reflects me more than my last one. I now go by the infamous name of Uzumaki, Kenpachi," said Kenpachi, laughing behind his skull mask that seemed to glow slightly with an eerie red. "He changed his name so no one would suspect we were looking for him when he went to Water Country, since no one had ever heard of him. Then he became the Shikage without anyone noticing it was him, because he found a way to keep everyone that was looking for him thinking he was somewhere else," when he was right next door to Fire Country and Konoha the whole time, thought Sasuke, surprised etched upon his face in sheet horror of knowing the identity of his opponent. You seem surprised, Uchiha Teme. Tell me, did you like my little gift I gave you 2 weeks ago? Your big brother Itachi hanging from the old police station your little bastard family founded so many years past. I thought it was fitting since he killed your clan and all, but then I guess you can't fulfill your vow to kill him, can you? If I didn't hate your guts so much, your sensei, and or your clan, I could almost pity you, said Kenpachi right before removing his skull mask to reveal his face. It is Demon, Naruto-san. Kun. Thought everyone that didn't know before seeing the now revealed warrior throw his mask up towards Kimimaro, who caught it easily. Now you know who you are fighting, Sasuke. Scared? Said Kenpachi, smiling his ever-crazy smile that made almost everyone shiver in fear. You wish, loser. The only reason you won our fight was because of the demon chakra, which was an unfair advantage, said Sasuke, trying to find an excuse for his loss at the Valley of the End. What about the curse seal Orochimaru gave you? You talk about fighting unfairly when all I did was level the playing field since we are equal in terms of comparing bloodlines, said Kenpachi. What? You have a bloodline? Said Sasuke, shocked along with everyone else in Konoha that didn't know, since they believed that such a thing would have eventually manifested itself before them as time passed. But it did. The defiling of the Hokage monument, the chases that came shortly after, the pranks he had pulled, pranks where he outran and beranked shinobi, and finally, the very fact that Kenpachi, formerly known as Naruto, had caught up to Sasuke at the Valley of the End. The end result being a fight that Naruto had won despite it being a hellish battle, that in the aftermath that came shortly after confronting each other, Naruto was still able to live and survive a Chidori to his chest a second time, only now from his backstabbing sensei. You're not as slow as I thought would be, Teme. You have your puny little Sharingan eyes against my family's bloodline, known simply as the Energurigan. It's a bloodline which grants me near limitless stamina and endurance when needed the most, whether to outrun all the Anbu chasing me as a kid, outrunning a mob, and or my own personal favorite, to beat the holy hell out of stuck-up assholes like you, said Kenpachi, smiling at his shocked foe, while many others were shocked too, knowing only one man other than Uzumaki had that once thought to be extinct bloodline. The late Namikaze Minato, the Yondaime Hokage of Konoha. You are his son, said Sasuke while staring at Kenpachi's smiling face, remembering how his father hated the Namikaze clan, hearing him curse the Yondaime's bloodline that seemed to negate the Uchiha's own when it came to fighting. Yeah, I am his son. Though personally, I hold no love for the man or the village he died protecting. Not after all the shit these people put me through when I was younger, said Kenpachi, turning his head slowly towards the Hokage booth before glaring harshly at the council members that had deprived him of his inheritance for so long. The said council members trembled in fear instantly. Poor Kenpachi-kun. So many years of suffering have scarred him more than any weapon human or demon made ever could, thought Hinata, while Temari was thinking the same thing, though she sent some killer intent towards a frightened Sakura, who was looking at her equally fear-filled mother for help. Cry to mommy all you want, you pink-haired little bitch, but before this day is over your head will be removed from your skinny little body after I help Kenpachi-kun make you suffer. Let's see what happens when your punching bag decides to grow big muscled tree trunk arms and decides to punch back with the strength that rivals a demon lord, thought Temari, who was looking forward to destroying that fangirl disgrace of a shinobi. Proctor, start the match so I can kill this chicken shit Uchiha, said Kenpachi to Kazuki in a somewhat bored tone, as if the young man before him wasn't much of a challenge at all. The tension was so thick that no one cared to notice the sky was getting darker and more eerie by the second. Don't get overconfident, loser. I've grown stronger since the last time we fought and I intend to win this time too. Maybe if you're lucky I'll name one of my kids I have with Hinata after you if he turns out to be a failure like he's named after, said Sasuke, now smirking, knowing that the only way to get to his former teammate were his precious people, as he called them. Everything is ready, thought Zangetsu to his vessel, knowing Kenpachi would get the meaning behind the words before getting a mental nod of understanding from the man. You are so overconfident I have a strong need to puke on you right now knowing that alone could defeat you. Did you know I had to go through several obstacles when this all started just to set this entire thing in motion? First, I had to go through Akatsuki, then the Sound Ninjas, then some bandits in Water Country, the previous Mizukage, the previous Water Daimyo, more Akatsuki members, Orochimaru, Kabuto, a countless number of Konoha hunter ninjas, a countless number of spies, Konoha Anbu, one Uchiha Itachi, and finally, you what? Rather than speak his name before I put you on the list of people I'm going to kill, I want you to look up into my cage booth just whose name I was going to say, said Kenpachi pointing to a now wavering genjutsu that revealed to everyone's shock a crucified Kakashi, who looked like had been through all 9 levels of hell and back. Kakashi-sensei, said Sasuke looking from Kenpachi to his teacher as did everyone else and at the horror of what the white-haired man looked like. Kakashi's clothing was battered and ripped open from whatever happened to him with the remains clinging to him now soaking in what he had left of his blood. All the blood he was losing came from the deep wounds he sustained in his legs, chest, arms, neck, and face. All at the hands of his merciless attackers, who in a final insult to him removed his mask, left him bare-chested with it covered in blood, and had his eye socket holding his Sharingan eye being roughly torn open while pinned to the Uzumaki spiral that was his crucifix. How do you like the man's new look? Was it a bit over the top? I don't, said Kenpachi, as he now smiled at Zanjetsu's and Yoruichi's handiwork on the man. It was then that the female water daimyo, in all of her infinite wisdom, rose up from her prestigious seat and approached the fallen leaf shinobi. It was in that brief moment that the two looked at each other, that Kakashi thought the Lady of Water Country would be able to show him mercy and free him. Key word being brief, as the woman slapped the man hard across the face, leaving a very red and unhealthy-looking red-shaped handmark across his face, shocking nearly all if not the entire stadium audience. Kakashi himself was startled since he had, as far as he knew, done nothing wrong to deserve that. Right? Sure. He favored Sasuke over his other 2 students and read his Icha Paradise in front of everyone around him, but that was it. What reason could this woman hate him that she would strike him across the face instead of freeing him from his current prison? His answer came in the form of Water Daimyo removing her mask. Hello Kakashi. It's been a long time my old teammate, said Rin glaring at the man and showing her Inuzuka-like teeth at the same time. Rin. What are you doing here? Said Kakashi, finding it hard to breathe a little under his old teammate's gaze. So you actually remember me? I thought you would have forgotten me after all this time, considering you forgot about Minato-sensei. You knew he was his son and you favored the Uchiha instead. What's more is you tried to kill the boy with your own original jutsu that you taught Sasuke not to use against Gaara in the last Chunin exams, but to use in killing Naruto should the opportunity ever came up, said Rin, having broken into the one-eyed man's house earlier when he wasn't around and found the man's personal diary. Why you don't you understand Rin Iodo Obito for every, said Kakashi, only to be silenced by the back of Rin's hand delivering another powerful blow to the Junin's face. Don't give me that crap, you owed Obito nothing. You just wanted to have the title as the Junin sensei that trained Sasuke while stunting the growth of the demon, as you so openly call him in your diary. That's right Hitaki Teme, I know everything, and I know it was you who told the orphanage about Naruto holding the fox demon. You spread the words about Naruto holding the demon knowing you wouldn't get caught, and you were the one who provided detailed information for the mobs that always attacked Naruto on his birthday every year, said Rin, having read each page the man had written down about Naruto carefully. You're no angel of mercy yourself, Rin. You left and therefore are just as guilty as I am in hating him so much, said Kakashi, trying to make Rin feel some of the guilt she was trying to pin on him. Perhaps, but had I known this would happen I would have rescued the boy from yours as well as all of Konoha's own personal bigotry-like ways and would have raised him like he was my own pup. It wouldn't have mattered who was sent after me. I say to hell with the Anbu, the council, and even the late Sarutobi Sandame be damned if I let all of them stop me from doing it had I been there. As for you Kakashi, I can easily say with a clear conscience that where I'm going when I die is not a place you are going. I'll give you a hint as to your destination, what we humans call hell, demons call Home, said a very angry beyond all means Rin before she spit in Kakashi's face and walked back to her seat to watch the soon-to-be fight. And now, there is nothing left standing in the way of our fight, said Kenpachi, smiling his ever-sinister smile before licking his lip around his pointed teeth. Okay, without further delays I hereby announce that the first blood match of these here Chunin exams officially begins, now, said Kazuki real quick before running a good safe distance away from them, which just so happened to next a tree near the ever-so-big stadium wall. Well, you heard the man. Take your best shot while I stay right here without moving a single muscle, said Kenpachi, removing his upper red and black clothing leaving him completely shirtless. What do you mean take your best shot? Said Sasuke, looking slightly intimidated while some of the girls had blushes and nosebleeds from seeing all the muscle the man was now showing off. Hinata and Tamari were trying their hardest not to have either come across their faces. I mean take your best shot at making me bleed first. I'm giving you freebie hit to make me bleed right here, right now, and in front of everyone here, friend or foe. You see, I'm so confident that you are so much weaker than me, I'm going to give you the chance to actually kill me. Come on. Do it for old time's sake like you did at the Valley of the End and ram a Chidori right through my heart. Or maybe you want to aim for my face, my stomach perhaps. Or maybe you want to ram it right into the center of my chest like I did your brother's sword to him when I ended his miserable life, said Kenpachi, having his arms out wide inviting the Uchiha to attack him. Wow, Ken-chan, you're so nice of you, said Yachiru from the fighter's box, jumping up and down with excitement at seeing the fight. I know, aren't I just a bleeding heart of generosity, said Kenpachi, turning his head to look at Yachiru in the fighter's box before turning to the Uchiha and pointing to his long since healed chest wound as if to signify a point. You're nuts, said Sasuke, though he had to admit that the offer was more than tempting for him to take. This coming from the same guy who wanted to kill his best friend to gain the ultimate form of the Sharingan? Come on Sasuke, teme quick being such a pussy and hit me with your goddamned Chidori, said Kenpachi while ignoring the cries of Tsunade and Jiraiya telling the man to stop it from happening. As you wish, loser, though with you I think I'll take it up a level. Rikiri, said Sasuke, making hand signs for the Rikiri and charged right at his larger opponent with blinding speed with his Sharingan activated to give him the much-needed edge in the fight. Or so he thought. Granted, for a young man of Sasuke's age the speed was impressive to all who saw it, but to one Uzumaki Kenpachi it was like a rabbit watching a snail move. A snail's pace was completely slow and boring. Deciding to go for the spot he had hit nearly 3 years ago, Sasuke rammed his Rikiri into Kenpachi as he had before at the Valley of the End, right where the heart was located. The last Uchiha had made solid contact with the massive giant of a man, who to everyone's slight surprise and credit didn't move an inch or look at the opposing right arm that had held the ever-so-deadly jutsu. All that mattered was that there was the distinct sound of a dripping liquid where the two were, and its sounds echoed throughout the stadium as civilian and shinobi held their breaths at the outcome of what seemed like an already over the fight. Someone was bleeding. The question was, who? Yay. Finally done. How was it? Was it good? I would have been done sooner, but the power went out for a while due to a small windstorm, then when it came back on my internet went up and down for a couple of days. All of which was due to a power surge that caused the modem to go nuts, preventing me from reading fics and getting ideas. We had to get a new one and I was writing once more once it was up and running. Real quick question for all of you, and be honest. Should I make a Bleach FIC and the pairing would be an interesting, hear me out, idea? How does a Kenpachi harem FIC sound? It's never been done before and I want to at least give it a try. With what I have in mind, tell me what you think. Until next time, peace. Chapter 13, The End to All Things. Drip, 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 drip. That was the sound they all heard, for all to hear it fall. Drip, 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 drip. The sight of it was unmistakable to those who saw it. Drip, 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 drip. The smell was undeniable to those who could smell it. Drip, 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 drip. It was the sight, sound, and smell of blood. Blood dripping onto the ground was all that was seen, smelled, and heard for the next few minutes, as neither Uchiha Sasuke nor Uzumaki Kenpachi, formerly known as Uzumaki Naruto, moved. Most had thought that Sasuke had won the match, while those who knew Kenpachi when he was Naruto knew better than to underestimate the man. Especially when that very same man, who was now the Shikage of Shinigami no Sato, holds the title as the most surprising shinobi in Konoha, when he was still loyal to it. Tsunade held her breath, wondering why the boy now turned man that she saw as her little brother had taken a Rakiri to his chest, and in the exact same spot that the Uchiha hit 3 years ago with the weaker version known as the Chidori no less. It made no sense for the cage of Shinigami Gakure no Sato to simply take such a powerful assassination jutsu to the chest and not do anything. Suddenly, Sasuke screamed in pain, reeling back, clutching his right arm used in hitting Kenpachi with the Rakiri. And even more shocking was even more blood spraying out from the Uchiha's arm from various places. No one could believe that their pride of Konoha, that Uchiha Sasuke, had fallen at the hands of using his own attack without the victim of the attacker receiving the necessary wound given from the attack. Was it some trick? Did the demon cheat them in the deal when he said he wouldn't hit Sasuke and let the prodigy have the first free move? All they could do was watch and find out. Sasuke had no choice but to fall on his knees in pain as he felt like his very hand and arm went through steel without his Rakiri to pierce it before he left the attack hit its target. He gritted his teeth and strengthened his resolve to stand despite the pain in his arm, having felt much worse than this at the hands of his enemy. With his Sharingan activated, Sasuke stared into the one eye of Kenpachi, who was currently smiling that sick, smug, and shark-like smile at him. How can this mountain before him that was up until 3 years ago once shorter than the other kids in the academy now stronger than ever? Where was this power coming from? How could he, the boy from strongest shinobi clan in Konoha outside of the Hyuga, win against this behemoth, and claim the power that was rightfully his? Is that all you got, Teme? An upgraded version of that weak Chidori? Kakashi Teme, from my understanding, knows over 1,000 jutsus with his Sharingan. Yet despite that you use this particular jutsu to try and kill me? For supposedly being a natural genius, as the villagers labeled you, you sure are one stupid idiot. Your one free shot to kill me, to win this match that I generously gave you, and you blew it by using a B-class assassination jutsu. I'm insulted. To think that I once called you a rival, said Kenpachi, drawing out his sword. As he finished speaking, his smile left him while using his left hand to wipe off the Uchiha's blood from his bare chest. Shut up. You think I'm just going to stand here and take your insults lying down? I'm an Uchiha. I'm the best, said Sasuke, his eyes filled with hate and malice before he drew his sword out with his left hand and slashed at Kenpachi with all his strength. The sword shattered into 1,000 pieces, shocking everyone at the sight of the blade that was made by the Uchiha was thought to be indestructible. The air became tense with fear for the Uchiha's safety as Kenpachi placed the tip of his sword on Sasuke's new leaf shinobi headband, since the other one 3 years ago was damaged beyond repair. Sasuke didn't stop attacking though, as he used what taijutsu he could only to find his body was becoming bruised and sore in the process. It was like hitting solid unbending steel, and in doing so forced Sasuke to his knees in pain physically from hitting Kenpachi and from the mentality of his enemy's strength outdoing his own. What's the point in fighting you now? You're so weak after using one whole jutsu and your now broken sword, leaving your stance with what's left of your weapon being worse than an amateur wielding one with both his hands. I cannot believe how boring you have made this fight become, Sasuke Teme, and just when I was looking forward to the potential possibility of having a good battle. 3 years ago I could have ended your life then and there, but I showed mercy to prove to you what I believed in was and still is right. Without such a belief in you, I see that you will never become strong enough to hurt, much less kill me. I don't like to kill weaklings on account that it make me weak in return, so I'm going to let you live with your shame, Teme. Deal with it. Kenpachi, looking down at Sasuke, sighing before turning around, picking up his upper clothes, and leaving the Uchiha on the ground as nothing more than a broken spirit, knowing that was much worse than death. You're just walking away? Like a coward? Said Sasuke, ignoring the man's word while nearly yelling his own with the last part more than the others. His only answer from Kenpachi caused him to gasp as the air became intense from large increase in chakra pressure that came down on him and all of the people in the stadium. A coward is a man or woman who cannot and will not fight against the enemies before them no matter what the odds are. They would rather flee than fight for what he or she truly believes in, or simply put, they're just afraid to die with honor. If you think I am a coward, Sasuke, then what does that make you? Think about that, knowing you will never rebuild your clan, knowing you lost to the terms of our agreement, said Kenpachi, finally lifting the chakra pressure off the people in Uchiha so they could think clearly at what was just said at the end. What? Said Sasuke, wondering what his old former rival meant when the last part. Winner by drawing first blood first is Uzumaki Kenpachi, Shikage of Shinigami Gakure no Sato, said Kazuki, raising his hand toward Kenpachi, who got cheers from Yachiru, the other Shinigami shinobi, and applauses from his friends scattered about closest to him. It was when Kazuki announced that Kenpachi was the winner that Sasuke remembered the explicit terms of what would happen if he lost. His clan, his legacy, and of course his very bloodline would die with him, as the deal was to never try to rebuild the Uchiha clan or sire children at all. Period. End of discussion. Game over. No, I won't let him have the last laugh. I'm an Uchiha. I'm above the rules. I am beyond them, thought Sasuke, getting angrier by the second as the curse seal on his neck now fully activated, healing his right arm, his wounds, and transforming him immediately into the winged creature he was before those 3 years ago at the Valley of the End. So the real Sasuke has finally decided to reveal himself and to finally play, huh? Good, thought Kenpachi, grinning as he looked over his shoulder to see the ever-familiar form from 3 years ago. Kenpachi was going to enjoy cutting this ugly bird's wings. I don't care if I did lose to you in this stupid fight or the terms we agreed upon. I'll make Hinata mine, whether it's consensual or if I have to beat her into submission. I will restore the Uchiha clan to greatness, and I'll start by destroying you, said an enraged Sasuke, channeling his chakra into making another Rakiri and sending it into his sword hilt to make look like a sword made of lightning. Don't tell me what you're going to do, Teme. Just do it. Unless, of course, you are the one who's a coward, said Kenpachi, motioning for Sasuke to attack him with his left hand before using it to flip the Uchiha off, knowing it would make him even angrier. Dee! Yelled Sasuke, charging at Kenpachi with blinding speed, with his lightning sword scarring the earth behind him, ready to swing it at just the right moment to chop his enemy in half. Seeing as how you are an Uchiha, you can go first, said Kenpachi, grinning up a storm with bloodlust filling his eye and licking his lip with newfound hope at a good fight. Sasuke swung his electric blade hard at his large foe, who was blocking with his own sword, and parried several more hits before kicking the Uchiha back several feet. The raven-haired boy gritted his teeth, letting out a demonic growl before he went back to swinging his sword slightly higher than an amateur level at Kenpachi, who held his own against the Uchiha. Even when he let the blade hit him, it still didn't pierce his skin. Sure, it made Kenpachi's skin all nice and warm, but by no means did such a weak person with a weak weapon hurt him or even leave a scar on him. I mean, seriously, was it too much to ask a weakling like Sasuke to land one good scar on his body? Even if it meant the scar came at the hands of that same old jutsu now used in an entirely new form? I mean, didn't Kenpachi deserve some kind of entertainment than this same old charade? Blocking once more, the much taller of the two swordsmen kicked the Sharingan user back yet again, growing impatient with his former rival, and saw just how big the gap was. It wasn't even a gap. Hell, it was more of a freaking canyon, the size of the large ocean that was between water and fire country. To make matters more depressing, Sasuke was showing no signs of improvement whatsoever, and quite frankly Kenpachi had hoped for at lake's worth of improvement. A small pond size worth at the very least, but from what the eye-patch-wearing man was seeing from his rival, after performing several hand signs for a one-handed earth jutsu that created a large dome around Sasuke and containing the man, the Uchiha didn't even show a small river's worth of improvement. This was further proved as the dome of earth surrounding Sasuke soon exploded, with the said Uchiha once more charging at him while he was filled with rage. A shinobi, whose professional do not let his anger take hold of him, and not caring if said opponent was no longer caring or amused, could spell doom. You must die. Die so I can be strong. Give me your strength. Give me your power. I must have it. I am an Uchiha. I am a god amongst these worms, yelled Sasuke, as he no longer held onto his sanity as he prepared to thrust his sword into Kenpachi. While I enjoy your passion Uchiha Teme in this otherwise boring fight, you seem to be lacking something that would be quite vital to your success. You see Sasuke, you're too slow, said Kenpachi before moving out of the way so fast that the Sharingan didn't see it or what happened next that shocked Sasuke to no end. His arm had been removed in a time span of less than a minute after Kenpachi connected with his sword, taking Uchiha's appendage off its body, shoulder and all. Sasuke screamed out in pain like a dying cat being thrown into a giant blender in ninth circle of hell after skidding several feet from tripping, leaving a long blood-red trail in the process. Such a foolish creature surely does deserve to die, but not before I take away from him what he has been proud of since birth, thought Kenpachi, looking at his foe get back to his feet, snarling like a wounded animal. Kenpachi turned to the stands to see Zangetsu with Yoruichi next to him and signaled for them to come down to take away from Sasuke the very thing that made Uchiha Sasuke so valuable to the arrogant villagers of Konoha. The very thing that made him their pride and joy of an Uchiha prodigy, his Sharingan eyes. However, the twist in this plot was exactly how Kenpachi was going to remove the Sharingan eyes, and it was not the way that everyone thought suspect he would. Sasuke tried to stand, but found his entire body tied up with the white cloth that was his bondage, putting the squeeze on the stems of his wings, and making them go numb by depriving them of its blood flow. Zangetsu stood in front of Sasuke with a stone-like face that was unreadable even to the Uchiha's Sharingan, with Kenpachi walking up behind the two of them. Let's proceed. The more I see his eyes, the more I just want to carve them out then for what you have planned, said Zangetsu, getting a nod from Kenpachi while nodding to Yoruichi, who tightened her hold on the white cloth that bound Sasuke. Let go of me. I'm an Uchiha. I demand that you bow before me, said Sasuke, trying to break free from his confinement, but found his strength had left and his curse seal was starting to recede back to level 1 before leaving him completely. I will never bow to a weakling like you, Uchiha, and quite frankly, when I'm done with you and your precious bloodline that I gave your clan, you are going to wish Kenpachi had killed you those 3 years ago, said Zangetsu, his eyes become demonic fox red while his right hand cracked at the joints before becoming claw-like. After Yoruichi saw Zangetsu's nod, she pulled Sasuke's headband off, and with speed no bloodline limit enhanced eye could follow, the nine-tailed demon lord thrust his fingers out into the forehead of the Uchiha, and as soon as he did that, Sasuke screamed in pain. He's going to remove the Uchiha's ability to rebuild his clan. All Konoha root Anbu, stop and kill them, said Haruno. Yasha trying to save her daughter's husband-to-be before he had his bloodline taken away. Root was supposed to have been disbanded by the late Sandame. You have committed treason against Konoha Danzo, said Tsunade, glaring at the man, who despite the swarm of Root Anbu heading towards such a strong foe smiled at the Hokage. Officially yes, but the majority of the council felt that the Hokage should not have all of Konoha's military might in your less than capable hands, and so we had decided to restart Root under our direct command, said Danzo, though he knew with one word from him, he could have the entire council killed, making him the leader of Root yet again. You bastards, said Jiraiya, looking on seeing the Root Anbu getting closer only to be struck down by Akaku, Yachiru, Yumachika, and Lee and Neji. What the hell? Thought Tsunade and the rest of the people in the stadium. Kenpachi-san, I finally understand what the dream I had all those years ago when I was recovering in the hospital. I had to choose whether or not I would fight for Konoha that had become corrupt or the side that would destroy it and those who needed to be destroyed. I choose to fight for you, Kenpachi-san, said Neji, hitting several Root Anbu fall at the hands of his gentle fist. Yosh! My flames of youth shall put out this corruption, yelled Lee, kicking 2 Root Anbu in the face and delivering a side axe kick to another. It wasn't long before the rest of the Rookie 9 and Guy's team along with their said senseis came to the arena floor, having made their choice to stick by Kenpachi. Traitors! Kill them all! Yelled Danzo, seeing his men being outdone by these shinobi that dared stand against his ambition to make the village strong through war. As more Root Anbu flooded the scene, Kenpachi grinned before making a head motion to his forces in his cage booth and then proceed to charge into the heart of the fight. All right. Now we get to have some fun. It's about goddamn time, said Tayuya before leaping into the fray of things as Kitamaru took out 6 flare guns for each hand and shot a flare up in 6 different directions high as they went straight into the air. Moments later explosions were heard all over Konoha. A new invasion had come, only this time there would be no Sandaime to help them, there would be no Yondaime to fight for them. In the end, there would be only death, and in the end all that would be for those that had fallen so far after the Yondaime died would face the wrath of yet another demon. However, this time it was a demon that was not a part of nature, that had not come from hell or wherever demons come from. They had created a demon on their own. They had created it through their own hate, fears and their own darkness that had become a self-fulfilling prophecy that the Sandaime had constantly warned the council about if Narutyo was not treated with the respect he deserved. Now the village, along with the people within its walls that ignored such warning, were now paying for it all, in blood and their souls. Hell's gates had been opened. My, this doesn't look too well for the Leaf, said Ichimaru Jin, having risen up from his chair along with Aizen and Tucson already prepared to protect them both. Yes, but let's not move just yet. Let's see how this plays out a little bit more before we make our hasty retreat, said Aizen, having sensed the fighting outside the walls of the Leaf Village, since he was highly sensitive to chakra signatures no matter how high or low they were. Hurry up Zangetsu, I feel exposed and to some degree vulnerable, said Yoruichi, sensing her vessel was now well protected by the genin that had entered the Chunin exam, not that she needed it. I will protect you Yoruichi-sama, said Kimimaro, knowing this was important to his master and therefore would assist in its success. I'm almost done draining the last of the demonic charka that's pooled into the back of his eyes. It's how the Byakugan got mutated in the first place when I freed Madara of his cagebird seal, not knowing the consequences that it would bring, said Zangetsu, pulling harder at the chakra and blood that held the mutated version of his demonic taint. Stop it. You can't take away the last part of what's left of my clan. It's not fair, yelled Sasuke through his pain, no longer under the power of the curse seal, with the wings on his back been squeezed to a point they literally tore off his back due to the constant pressure being made by Yoruichi. What's not fair, Uchiha, is everything you were given on a silver platter as a kid should have been given to my vessel for containing me, said Zangetsu, pulling the last of key component that made up the Sharingan out of Sasuke's body. Seeing Zangetsu remove his blood-covered hand from the Uchiha's forehead, Yoruichi removed her white cloth while Sasuke, having fallen backwards, closing and opening his eyes. Had anyone but them seen the results of the bloodline's removal, they would have been shocked to see what Sasuke's eyes had become. Sasuke, just like Hyuga Madara had before becoming an Uchiha, had the Byakugan. My family, L legacy is all gone now, said Sasuke, remembering all of the Uchiha clan family members smiling at some point or another at him while all he did was scowl. Your family legacy should have died the very night I attacked Hyuga Sasuke, but your greedy bastard of a father caused me to go on a rampage that made the 4th Hokage give his life to seal me into his own son. If anyone should have gotten the royal screw job from these people, it should have been you, said Zangetsu before going through some hand signs and placing his hands on Sasuke again, who once more felt pain covering his forehead. Sasuke didn't have the strength to resist screaming in pain that all Hyuga branch family members knew by heart what caused that pain. The now properly named Hyuga Sasuke had been given the infamous cagebird seal like his ancestor so many years ago, only this time Zangetsu gave it a demonic twist to it. This cagebird seal could not be removed no matter what seal or jutsu was created to counter it and to make sure the former Uchiha, now Hyuga, fulfilled his end of deal. In other words, this demon version of the cagebird seal also acted as a permanent sterilizer, as well as making the lively part to be forever limp for his already little man between his legs. Kimimaro-san, take Hyuga Sasuke away and prepare him for transporting back to the Shinigami village, where he will spend the end of his days locked away, said Zangetsu, walking away from the former and unconscious Uchiha while the albino bowed his head. Despite all the fighting that was going on before picking the boy heading to the intended exit. Hey Yoruichi. You may want to assist your vessel in taking care of Jin, Aizen, and Tucson, said Kenpachi, as he picked up a root Anbu and slammed him hard into the ground. The two-tailed cat demon was off faster than Guy without his weights on. It wasn't long before Tsunade and Jiraiya leapt down to the stadium arena floor among the bloody mess with several Konoha Anbu beside them that were loyal to her. As for the people within the stadium, they tried to escape from the growing fight below them as well as get to a nearby shelter due to the apparent invasion outside of the stadium and Konoha in general. However, when they tried found that a barrier had been created surrounding the entire stadium via seals Zangetsu made with the help of Yoruichi in the 1-month time staying in Konoha. The demon seals that were silently activated when the Chunin exams started prevented anyone and everyone who entered the stadium to leave the structure. Unless of course you were one of the 2 demon sealers that created it or someone they trusted and that person is sealed to go through the barrier. Kimimaro being such a person. Naturally, the people trying to get out panicked and started protesting, trying to pound on the chakra-like barrier that was blocking their path only to find it wouldn't let them pass. "Naruto, what is going on?" said Tsunade looking at her surrogate little brother, who was now covered in the blood of the root Anbu while the remaining force was with Danzo and the council. "I'm sorry, but what did you just call me?" said Kenpachi, sounding as if the name had no meaning to him anymore. "Your name is Naruto. Uzumaki Naruto," said Tsunade, her eyes filled with tears and the sorrow that the boy that made her become the 5th Hokage had become like this. "Well, at least you got the last name right, but not the first part. To clarify things for you both, I no longer call myself by that name anymore, and neither does Gamabunta or his other toad subordinates for that matter. My name is Uzumaki Kenpachi, the name given to only the strongest member of the Uzumaki clan," said Kenpachi, smiling his ever shark-like smile. "Uzumaki clan. What about your father's last name?" said Jiraiya, who soon became nauseous at the chakra pressure and killer intent his former student was generating. "Don't speak his name. Whether it's his first or last name, I don't want it spoken. I want his name to die with this village that he died protecting, that deserved to be destroyed for what they put me through," said Kenpachi before turning his eye over to the fight above in the Iwa cage booth to his left. Yugito, Rin, Kazuki, Yoruichi, and Soi Fong were fighting a hard battle against Aizen, Tucson, and Jin, who summoned large jackals and serpent-class dragons to keep the enemy at bay. Soi Fong, Kazuki, and Yoruichi were teaming up to take care of the summons and Tucson, while Yugito and Rin fought the 2 powerful cages before them. "It seems Pussy-chan and Doggy-chan are having some trouble," said Yachiru, popping her head over Kenpachi's shoulder that had a good view of them fighting. "Yeah, it would seem that way," said Kenpachi, as he saw Yugito dodge a piercing attack from Jin while Rin dodged a powerful A-class earth jutsu that sent earth-made spikes in all directions at her. "Naru," said Tsunade, only to be silenced by a harsh glare at her telling her to shut up in using that name. "My name is Kenpachi. Get it through that old dying brain of yours, Grandma. Renji, I need you to help Kazuki run interference on Tucson and keep him busy so Soi Fong and Yoruichi can deal with those 2 bastard summons," said Kenpachi, who saw Renji nod and run up the wall to go engage in the battle with Tucson. "Shikage-sama, what do you want to do about the people up there?" said Akaku, pointing up to where the Hokage booth had been with the council, who were starting to get little nervous at the bald man's pointing in their direction. "Let's pay them a little visit. Coming, you old hag and pervert," said Kenpachi before he disappeared and then reappeared in front of the frightened authoritative figures in all of Konoha. "Go away, demon. Stay back or I'll," said Haruno Yasha, only to be silenced by a flying chakra-enhanced kick by Yachiru to the woman's face, sending the pink-haired council member flying into a nearby wall. "That was for constantly hurting Ken-chan. Now just shut up or I'll kill you myself," said Yachiru with her own demon chakra flaring up around her, revealing the aura of a fox. "Yachiru, this is adult time, go play with Kakashi back in our booth," said Kenpachi, as he knew that words would be said that little girls should never hear. "Okay, Ken-chan. Bye, Mommy Brady-chan. Bye, Mommy Windy-chan," said Yachiru, running off to tort, or rather play with the dying leaf shinobi, as if what she just did was nothing out of the ordinary. "She called me Mommy," thought Tamari with stars in her eyes at the thought, with more children calling her that when she had kids with Kenpachi. "Damn you, Harunos are just as bitchy as ever, if not more," Tell me Haruno Teme, just how many men did you have to literally screw before you became a council member for this village? Why did you even marry that asshole you call a husband? I mean, did you need a paternity test with Sakura so he would marry you, or did that come after sleeping with several people during your little so-called marriage? Said Kenpachi before looking at Sakura in her wheelchair, who was in tears with sorrow and anger at what he just said. Damn you demon filth and all your kind. You should have died when you were still an infant, said Danzo, drawing a sword with his one good hand with his loyal bodyguard Sai next to him ready to fight. No sooner had they done that a large shadow consumed theirs, and behind them was one angry Sajin fuming behind his helmet at the arrogant words of the root leader. Sai and Danzo, acting on instinct honed by years of training and battle, attacked and aimed for Sajin's head, breaking the helmet to pieces, revealing his fox-like face to them all. Another Kyuubi, said Homura in shock at seeing another fox-like creature with the bipedal form of a human, as Sajin grabbed both Sai and Danzo by their throats, squeezing them with all the strength he had. You wretched humans think that you're so special because Kami has favored your form of species the most in your time of living in this world. What arrogance, to think that you possess this knowledge in the belief you are the superior species of. Your world is sickening to those who have suffered because of your atrocities, namely Kenpachi and Me, said Sajin, growling as he bared his fox-like teeth at the two in front of him before squeezing harder, making his victims' heads turn a dangerously purple. Within mere moments their heads exploded, spraying blood, bone, and brains everywhere. Well, with that out of the way, do you think it's time Sakura knew the truth? Said Temari, now appearing next to her future husband. Kenpachi, after flying up to the cage booth with the help of her iron fan along with Hinata, who simply appeared with a poof, looking as majestic as ever. What truth? What are you talking about? Said Sakura curiously, looking at the three of them, wondering what was going on and what secret they knew that she didn't. That my sweet Hinataheim here left you completely empty inside of your reproductive department, said Kenpachi, smiling at Sakura, who looked as if she had just been told she was the daughter of a demon lord. What? What did that bitch of a Hyuga do to my sweet baby? Said Haruno Yasha, as she now got up from the ground, looking at Hinata with seething hate. Let's put it this way. Your daughter's womb, with all her necessary reproductive parts, was purged of all potential life-making ability, and can no longer have a shot at having a child. Sucks to be you and your daughter, huh? Said Temari, now smiling smugly at the Haruno women, who were shocked beyond anything. Tsunade-sama would have said something, said Sakura, not wanting to believe what she just heard, thinking of her chances to be a mother, much less the mother of Sasuke's child, was something she didn't want to hear. Who do you think hid the news from you, Sakura? And who do you think taught me how to deliver the blow to you all those years ago at Kenpachi-kun's favorite place to eat? Said Hinata in an innocent yet still deadly voice that said, I did it and I'm proud of it. Utraitors demon-loving whore of a bitch, yelled Sakura, as her inner Sakura came out to express how she felt about the whole situation. Sticks and stone may break her bones, but at least Hinata and Temari can have kids, said Kenpachi, laughing at the end before pulling Hinata and Temari closer to him and started whispering some things into their ears, making both women blush. Kenpachi-kun, you're being naughty, said Hinata, giggling, her face now a cherry red. I knew you were perverted deep down, said Temari, snuggling closer to her mountain of a man, purring slightly in her own way of showing affection. How can I not? Especially with two beautiful women so close to me liking what I'm saying, said Kenpachi, loving the attention he was getting from his soon-to-be wives. Damn you. If I could get out of this wheelchair I would pound your face in, you demon shit, yelled Sakura, letting her feelings be known since there was no point in keeping them confined anymore. Listen, you spoiled little pink-haired slut. I let you hit me all those times before, when I could have simply blocked any of those punches and knocked you on your big fat forehead Haruno ass, said a now infuriated Kenpachi, no longer going to continue in having such a pointless conversation. Go ahead and try it, we both know you won't. I'm your Sakura-chan. Despite all your harsh talk along with all of your power that you flaunt around, I have power over you through my beauty and charm that you could never resist before. Why should I believe differently now that you have those two ugly whores beside you? Said Sakura, sneering at Kenpachi, believing she had immunity from any attack. This mountain before her wished to give due to this person being the lovesick puppy she would beat up whenever she saw fit. All I see is a ruined, jealous, and broken down slut, who will never have a chance to be a mother, much less live past today, said Kenpachi, grabbing Sakura by the woman's throat and lifting her up so she was now eye level with him. Sakura for her part was squirming painfully under her old teammate's grip, and in the back of her mind realized that the person she knew and abused in terms friendship-wise had no forgiveness in his heart. She tried to believe that her Sasuke-kun would save her, that her Sensei Hitaki Kakashi would appear out of nowhere to protect her, or that the man that was strangling her that went by the name of Kenpachi would release her while calling her Sakura-chan, all the while apologizing for laying his hands on her ever-angelic features. Unfortunately, none of these things happened for Sakura. Kenpachi-kun, said Sakura, as sweetly as possibly trying to breathe under the pressure of his grip. You have no right to say that to me. Only my future wives have the privilege of calling me that, said Kenpachi, smiling as Temari and Hinata were now behind the pink-haired girl, while the girl's mother just watched from her weakened position on the ground, since she was more of a politician than a shinobi. The beating Hinata and Temari gave Sakura was immense, as the woman from Suna hit the pink-haired girl with her iron fan hard, leaving bruises for each hit she landed. Hinata unsheathed her mother's and now her Hana Retsu before slashing at the now in pain Sakura along the bruises, knowing how sensitive they were. As this happened, Sakura was being held by the throat of Kenpachi, who looked right into eyes with his uncovered one, smiling at the banshee as she screamed and screamed for the whole stadium to hear. Stop! Stop hitting my baby, you demon! Said Haruno Yasha, only to see Sajin appearing and towering over her with his right hand on his sword. For your arrogance you will die! Roared Tenkan. Said Sajin, brining his blade down upon the woman, sending a powerful stream of chakra from his blade, incinerating her and the rest of the council members, with a few clan heads being the exceptions. Those exceptions being Yamanaka, Nara, Hyuga, Aburame, and Akamichi. That must have felt good, said Akaku, who was followed closely by Yumachika, having killed the fighting opposition of the Leaf, had assisted in killing the two cages from Iwa and Kumo. The look on Jin's face when he died at the hands of Yugito was priceless before she had forcefully ripped his head out, and Aizen's fate was no better at the hands of Inuzuka Rin. Tusen was given a show of mercy to join Suna, Mist, or Shinigami, but the man wished to die with his cage. Soi Fong and Yoruichi delivered the killing blow to the back of his head, ending his life in a painless fashion, with Kazuki killing off the remaining summons. Now, as the three shinobi walked over to their Shikage, they saw that the woman he was holding was near unconsciousness, having her bones broken, body ready to collapse on itself, and the sounds of whimpering coming from the dying body. All Sakura could do was beg for the mercy that would never come unless Kenpachi wished to give it to her. As Sakura continued to beg with what little strength she had to begin with, Kenpachi soon became annoyed, knowing that a shinobi never begs for mercy, no matter how much of his consciousness wants him or her to. Finally, Kenpachi was unable to stand her whimpers or pleas and made a hand motion with his hand for Hinata and Temari to stop the hitting, before Sakura could mutter a thank you for this. Small mercy. Kenpachi thrust his sword into her heart and twisted the blade sharply, knowing that even in death the pink-haired girl would feel it. Why did you kill her? She still needed to suffer for what she did to you for another 2 years straight at the very least, said Temari, wondering what could have possessed her Kenpachi-kun to show mercy in the form of death. The damage you and Hinata gave her would have killed Sakura soon before we got even remotely close to Shinigami Village for more suffering. Besides, we still have Sasuke, which was one of our main goals besides destroying this miserable hellhole, said now grinning Kenpachi, turning to the clan heads of those that survived Sajin's attack. We never thought of you as the demon, said Akamichi Choza, looking at the tall man of a giant that stood before him and the other clan heads. I know, but that doesn't excuse those within your clans from facing their punishment, said Kenpachi, knowing that some of them had members, Hyuga elders to name one, had been responsible for letting the villagers and shinobi get away with some of the more vicious beatings he had been given. We will see to it they are punished, said Hiyashi, knowing that the Hyuga elders had long overstayed their welcome in the Hyuga compound. They already are. Kenshin, Sanosuke, Anishi, and several squads from my Oniwabanshu division are currently hunting down everyone currently outside the stadium. Both shinobi and civilian populace have a lot to answer for, and their debts must be paid. Even if it has to be in their own blood, said Kenpachi, knowing there were some dark nights where his body had been beaten to a bloody pulp while saying sorry for things he had never understood until now. Now it was time for his enemies to beg for the mercy that he was never given and that Kenpachi vowed that he would never give. How do you know who is innocent and who is guilty? Said Inoichi, afraid that the blood of innocent people would be spilled along with the guilty. Kyubi, or as rather Zanjetsu, as that's his real name, looked throughout the populace of Konoha to see just who was innocent and who was guilty. He then placed seal markers on the innocent people and left the guilty alone, so when he takes the innocent people away from here, the guilty will be left to pay for what they did to me. They will be examples to others, who would follow the same arrogant path as them, so everyone will remember just what happens when you screw around with other people that are different than you, said Kenpachi, who now felt a small weight on his shoulder in the form of a bloody Yachiru. Scarecrow Teme was boring, so I killed him, said Yachiru calmly, knowing her father would approve of it since the man was going to die anyway. That's my girl, said Kenpachi, now putting his forehead to her tiny one, and they made little growling noises together before laughing at their own antics. Shikage-sama, we are ready for the step 1 separating the stadium populace. Do you wish to proceed to start in order to get ready for step 2? Said Hananya, now appearing before Kenpachi with his head bowed to await the man's response. Tell Zanjetsu-san to proceed as planned, Hananya, said Kenpachi before turning his attention back to the rest of the group, now with Tsunade, Jiraiya, and the others, who still wanted answers to this chaos. What the hell is going on, Kenpachi? Said Tsunade, wanting an explanation for all that he had done, including the removal of the coffins that belonged to the previous 4 fire shadows and Kushina's urn. It's as plain and simple as the wrinkle on your face, Granny. Today is Judgment Day for Konoha, with those who are innocent being spared my wrath. They will all be relocated in Shinigami Village while the guilty people all die horrible deaths, said Kenpachi before explaining his plan yet again to the group. I guess there is no other way, huh? Said Ino, a little depressed at seeing the place that had been her home for a little over a decade get trashed with her leaving prior to it. I'm afraid so, Ino. Besides, any other solution would be too troublesome to create, said a tired Shikamaru, though he was always tired no matter what. For once the sloth here is absolutely right. As a great man once said, death waits for no one. Said Kenpachi, smiling at them all, making them shiver at the look he had. He stopped when he saw Anko getting quite cozy with Sajin, who seemed quite nervous under her complex stare. Sajin, for his part, wasn't sure if Anko wanted to kiss, eat, or mate with him. Hell, it could have been all 3. I knew Anko would find someone that she could get attached to. I didn't expect it to be this Sajin person though, thought Kurenai, looking at the two, though she wasn't going to criticize since most people thought she would never be with someone like Asuma. The people in the stadium have been separated between innocent and guilty. I'm going to proceed to step 2 now, said Zanjetsu, appearing before them and scaring the hell out of everyone that didn't know him. Good. While you're at it, send everyone here back to Shinigami Village as well, said Kenpachi, pointing to everyone around him he was proud to call friends and family. Very well, said Zanjetsu before focusing his demonic chakra out form his and waited a moment to feel the connection between everyone and thing around Konoha that he placed the seal markers on. I hope they have good food in Shinigami, said Choji eagerly in anticipation as he now rubbed both his palms together, waiting to see what the food is like. Some things never change, thought Shikamaru, shaking his head while Ino hit Choji over the head, yelling at him for thinking of his stomach at a time like this. Demonic art. Demonic transportation jutsu, said Zanjetsu in a demonic voice as he let all of his demonic chakra out and surround not only the people around him, the people in the stadium, but all of Konoha too. Wait. Kenpachi-kun, you're not coming with us? Said Hinata, looking at her love. Sorry Hinata-heim, but I have some things left to do and I can't do them if I come back to Shinigami Village. Don't worry, I'll head straight back when I'm done. I promise. said a now smiling Kenpachi, kissing her forehead before moving to her lips, making her moan into what could only be described as sheer bliss. "You better, if you don't I'll find a way and kick your ass," said Tamari, though she knew that Kenpachi would not fall to anyone in Konoha. "I'll make a note of it. See you all soon," said Kenpachi as they were all soon teleported away from him, leaving Konoha very empty on the outside of the stadium except for a lot of corpses that used to be people. It wasn't long before the people remaining inside the stadium were sent to the arena floor with the aid of Kenpachi's close allies in this invasion, and boy were these villagers upset. Kenpachi heard them shouting to be released, how they wanted him dead, and the same old stuff they had been yelling at him for most of his current lifespan. "All right, you assholes, shut up and listen. The reason I had my dear friends and allies bring you down here to this stadium floor today was so you could all get a good look at me. In case you have forgotten who I am in such a short time, let me remind you, I am your so-called demon, monster, and beast that some of you have called me on a nice day when you weren't acting drunk or stupid. As of this moment I want you all to take a good long look and remember my face, because in the next 30 seconds I'm going to attack you all and I'm going to show you just how much of a demon I can be," said Kenpachi, as he unsheathed his blade before them while the Death Four appeared on each corner of the now frightened populace. "Four violent flames formation," said Death Four, creating the impenetrable barrier they had ironically used against Konoha 3 years prior and on a cage no less. Now they were doing the same thing, only instead of using it to trap the cage they were using it to trap a frightened populace of arrogant people who would never change. "The third Hokage would be rolling over in his grave if he found out about just what you were about to do, demon," said one villager, picking up a stone and throwing it at the eye-patched warrior. "He sheltered you and this how you repay him," said another villager, who soon followed with more and more people trying to throw whatever they could at Kenpachi. "You should be on your knees thanking Kami we didn't kill you as a child," said a very angry woman, wishing she could have killed the boy as an infant. "You should be on your knees right now kissing our feet since we let you live this long," said someone from the back of the large populated group, with each moment turning their anger into the power needed to fight back. That power was snuffed out by Kenpachi as he let out all the chakra, killer intent, and all the hate he could muster for these stupid people around him. They had the nerve to think that he should humble himself before them. They should be thankful he waited as long as he did in wanting to kill them for what they had done to him, and now they were thinking the other way. That was the last straw. He wouldn't hold back anymore, and to make sure that happened he removed all the weights along with his eye patch to let the fury out. The effect of doing that was instantaneous, shooting Kenpachi's chakra all over the place even more than it already had, scaring the living hell out of his prey. As he had told them before, they wanted a demon, they were going to get a demon, and they were going to get it, in spades. Ladies, gentlemen, and assholes that now standing or are on their hands and knees before me today, I would like to thank you all for being here as one large group, as I am about to send each and every single one of you, who made my life miserable, for your own enjoyment, on an all-expense-paid trip, straight to hell," said Kenpachi just before a fox-like skull appeared above him, howling for the blood of the people right before charged them all in a berserker-like rage. No one was spared within the barrier that didn't wear a Shinigami headband. When it was all said and done, Kenpachi reined in his power, put his eye patch and his weights back on before addressing his allies. He figured that since they put their shinobi in danger in this alliance, they should receive their fair share of the spoils from Konoha to help their villages grow in the future should Iwa or Kumo try anything again. After they divided the scrolls of countless jutsus the village had that might best suit their own well-respected villages, the 3 cages left the bloody, slowly burning to the ground hidden leaf village, and never looked back as the flames grew, slowly destroying the monument heads one by one until even those faces that were immortalized on the mountain had fallen to the remnants of the fires of war. Shinigami Gakure no Sato. 1 week later, Kenpachi arrived with his remaining shinobi forces that stayed with him, having walked all the way back with his fair share of the spoils locked away in scrolls. The people had embraced their Shikage with open arms, praising him for removing the arrogance of the leaf while saving those who were innocent and pure from its own destruction. The man barely got 10 feet through the village gate when the Konohamaru Corps rushed up to and hugged him with Konohamaru, thanking Kenpachi for taking his grandfather's coffin out of Konoha to a place where he could be respected. Kenpachi was proud of the young boy and told him that with enough training the kid could become the Naidame of Shinigami should the torch need to be passed. Ebisu watched from afar as the trio with Kenpachi were happy and content knowing what had happened to the leaf and accepted it. The elite Junin had worried at first for the three young genin, but realized that even kids grow up sooner than you think, and this was one of those times. Kenpachi with the core eventually made their way to the Shikage Tower where they were greeted by his close friends and family, who were waiting for him. Word traveled fast in Shikage as it did in any village that heard solid information, which had resulted in Hinata and Tamari forcing everyone to the tower for them to all meet him again. Poor Shikamaru was still sore from the hit to his head by both Tamari and Ino when he said going to the tower was troublesome. When Kenpachi entered his office, Tamari and Hinata ran up hugging him upon impact while the males of the group watched with envy at the man getting such beautiful women. "I have a question, Kenpachi-sama. What will happen to Sasuke?" said Neji, trying to be as respectful as he could, all things considered, with the man being the death shadow of the entire village. "Don't add Sama to my name. It's bad enough I can't get Kimimaro to stop saying it, but I don't need it from any of you guys either. As for Hyuga Sasuke Teme, I've ordered Kimimaro to have him put in one of the deeper dungeon areas below the tower. He will have a deaf mute making sure he gets his meals every day so he can live and think about his actions in life. I placed special seals into his cell itself that disrupts any and all use of his chakra so he can't use the Byakugan or any of the jutsus he may have learned from Kakashi." Teme, said Kenpachi, having learned about seals from various books that he had taken from several of Orochimaru's experiments and his own private office. "What if he gets out?" said Tenten, not wanting a rampaging Hyuga with nothing to lose near her or those she loved. "Not likely, but even if Sasuke did, he only has one arm to work with and the seal on his head would kick in when he is near me or someone I'm close to that he may try to kill. The more anger he puts into his very being, the more pain the seal would generate every time he tries to attack someone. Even with the slightest bit of anger towards someone he sees will cause him an unimaginable amount of pain. Knowing Sasuke, he'll never figure it out, and by the time he does, he'll be nothing but a broken down one-armed old man with no strength in him to so much as let out little swear words that couldn't harm a 15-year-old. He's probably in pain right now," said Kenpachi, chuckling at the thought of a gray-haired Sasuke looking defeated in a way that was worse than death. "You're a sadist, man," said Shikamaru, shaking his head at the thought, with Ibiki nodding his head in full agreement with Shikamaru at the term given the description of the design in Kenpachi's torturing methods. "And proud of it," said Kenpachi before explaining how things went in the leaf after Zangetsu took them all to Shinigami village and explained some things that happened since he left them during those 3 long years. "So what happens to us?" said Jiraiya, pointing to Tsunade and himself. "Well, I could use some advisors on things on account of your experience, but I'm going to lay some ground rules on peeping, gambling, and above all drinking with you too," said Kenpachi, knowing that if he was going to get them to be serious then he would have to stop the things that made them slack off. After much protest by the 2 Sannin for 10 minutes of their ranting, it was soon quieted by Kenpachi from his chakra pressure. Having enough of their whining, he told Jiraiya to date Tsunade and Tsunade to for once agree to it without punching the old super pervert into another village. In the days following, Shikamaru was promoted to Junin right away and was told to train the next group of shinobi strategists that will come their way. Ino, despite her past in regards to Kenpachi, was given a Chunin rank due her maturity in regards to her new perception of him. He told her to continue working with plants, while even suggesting she work with some in creating sleeping powders some plants make to thwart off animals that come to feast on them. Neji was ranked Junin and had his cagebird seal altered along with the other branch members so it wouldn't place them in servitude status while still protecting their bloodline from villages like Kumo. The Hyuga main family also had the same form of the altered seal added so they could be protected too, and the only way the seal could be seen was if more than the usual flow of chakra was added to the head of one of the Hyuga families. Even still, the Shinigami headbands they now wore would conceal such a protective seal regardless if the design was seeable if they activated their Byakugan or not. Tenten was made a Chunin with much to be learned in the ways of things outside of weapons while needing to focus on more of her ninjutsu, genjutsu, and taijutsu. Iruka would instruct as always only at the Shinigami Academy. This time only Kenpachi told him to make it entertaining, but all the same serious and no sugar-coating the responsibilities that being a shinobi of Shinigami involves. Choji and his clan would teach the arts of sumo wrestling and close combat type fighting involving tossing your opponent while using the enemy's momentum against him or her. Shino was given Junin rank and put in a special agriculture shinobi team that would try to find rare bugs, animals, and other various things to keep safe in the village. Hana was made clan head of the Inuzuka clan, though they weren't as large as they used to be on account of some being killed and what was left being divided in half, with one half going to Rin in Water Country to run there. However, it wasn't all bad, as Hana now had her eye on one Kagaya Kimimaro, who for the most part felt weird in being such a relationship since he had never had one before. Still, they hit it off pretty well, with Kimimaro being impressed with her dedication to taking care of animals as he was in terms of loyalty to the Shikage. An added bonus was he could create bones for dogs to fetch and bite on to keep them occupied while they went on their dates. As for everyone else, things stayed the same, with Hanabi being declared the clan heiress of the Hyuga clan when she became of age. Neji would become the clan head of the branch house when he settled down with a young woman of his choice, which he chose Tenten since he kind of fell in love with her during the 3 years after the failed retrieval mission. Maida Guy was still single, of course, though to him Lee was his son if only by mind and spirit. Besides, it didn't seem as though Guy himself found the time for dates anyway, with him now teaching at the Shinigami Academy in regards to taijutsu training. It took about 2 weeks to keep the weird Junin from trying to stop his attempts at making all of his students wear green spandex as a requirement for his training. The kids were still having nightmares just from seeing him. As for Lee, the young shinobi now Chunin surpassed his sensei by finding a date and love interest in one woman named Isaribi, who was graced by the green spandex wearing figure shouting how beautiful she was to all that heard him. He then proceeded to ask her out on a date, shouting this and that, making her ears nearly explode. When he finished asking, the young woman accepted the offer due to the compliment and partially out of fear of saying no, which would cause him to shout even more. Anko was now openly dating Sajin, who after hearing her story involving Orochimaru and him using her as a failed experiment, bonded instantly with him telling his story as well. Not only that, but Anko seemed at peace in Shinigami Village despite it being the old stomping grounds of her late sensei, since no one glared at her or called her snake whore, along with some of the more colorful names they gave behind her back. Besides, if they ever did call her that again, she was sure her big, strong, and sexy fox, as she called Sajin, would pound those assholes into the ground. After about a year, Kenpachi married both Hinata and Tamari at the same time to show everyone he did not favor one over the other in terms of who he would marry first. The honeymoon lasted 2 weeks, with both women sore and resting for several days after, though after that it seemed every night was a continuation, with the process repeating itself. It didn't take long for Hinata and Tamari to become pregnant, with Hinata being first as agreed upon, if only by a few weeks. When Yachiru heard the news, she ran around cheering about having a brother or sister to play with and chewed on Akaku's head like there was no tomorrow. Poor Akaku was stuck in the hospital for a while due to the intense bleeding and head trauma to his skull from all of the fox girls biting. Hinata gave birth to a beautiful baby boy, who they named Yamamoto, and Tamari soon gave birth to a baby girl they named Kashina after Kenpachi's mother to honor her. It cost Kenpachi a broken hand per woman giving birth, but considering his healing rate that he received from Zanjetsu, it was a small price to pay, and oddly enough the leftover chakra from each girl's womb burned off harmlessly any fat or signs that they were pregnant. No doubt about it, the new Uzumaki clan was going to be filled with a lot of kids running around with all his friends to help keep an eye on them with their own. Poor Sajin had fainted when he heard Anko say that she was pregnant with his child, and had unknowingly crushed both Akaku and Jiraiya underneath his intense weight when he fell to his right rather than on his back. Tsunade had taken a picture to blackmail her old teammate if he ever decided to go peeping for his research material, considering how he was positioned during the impact. Finally, Uzumaki Kenpachi had fulfilled his dream of becoming a Kage, had found his family, was building a family, And if all went well, possibly train a worthy successor to the title of Shikage of Shinigami no Sato. The end. N. What did you think? Good? Bad? Yep, this was a good run for me. Now I have to work on my other fics I have yet to complete and that you all want to read. I think I'll write a new Star Wars chapter first and then have a new C&D chapter up right around when the new year starts. I don't have that much left to go in my Star Wars FIC, so you don't have to worry about that being drawn out to so many chapters. Not the way I write anyway. I want to thank all you people who read and reviewed my FIC. I love your inputs, what you liked, what you didn't like, and what some people flamed me about though didn't have the courage to do it outside of being anonymous. Seriously, if you're going to flame me, at least have the courage to have a pen name so I can reply to your so-called reviews.